How you doing, guys? A very warm welcome back to our ongoing coverage of the Merit Poker Carmen series here in Kyrenia, North Cyprus. The Merit, beautiful Merit complex, all the different hotels. We're here in the Crystal Cove today. I'm joined by James Dempsey. My name's David Lappin, if you don't know already, and we will be bringing you day 2 coverage today. 500 roughly players. It's a bit of a moving target. 500 players entered, 131 re-entry, so we're pretty much on that 2 million mark now already. Pretty amazing field.
Yeah, a whopping point there. We're at the 2 million of the 1.5 million guaranteed already. And David, there are still 4 levels of late reg, hour-long levels, so that number is going to rise up pretty considerably, I'd say.
Yeah, I think we're going to get something in the region of 700, which again is just another guarantee smasher. 9 levels anticipated for today. That could change, but that's what we have scheduled at the moment. So we've got a full day of coverage. Please do join us all through the day. Some very familiar faces out there in the field. I took a little walk around. Got a little lay of the land, shall we say. Jack Sinclair out there with 470k. Obviously big name, former World Series of Poker Europe main event winner, and of course main event final tableist as well. Maxime Chilot, Frenchman, part of the French contingent who love to make their way out here to North Cyprus. I saw Constantine Helt in the field. I saw Mihai Nista. I saw Edward V, as you've dubbed him.
Edward V, Edward Barsagan, the man who's 5th in the last main event, 5th in the warm-up, 5th in the high roller. Can he do it again?
Can he come forward? We would love to see
I take 5th in every tournament I play. Let's not get too greedy.
That would be okay. That would be okay. I would accept that as well. Look, we have a huge day planned out here. I cannot wait. Ali Najad will be joining us in the booth a bit later on as well. But for the first frame, it will be myself and this man, Flushy. I have a few... I was doing a little bit of research on you, Flushy. Ooh. And a couple of your... Because maybe everybody doesn't know that I'm in the presence of greatness here. WSOP winner, WP2 winner, but also the Chicken Cottage Classic winner, the Woolworths Pickens 7-game mix, and the Gatwick Express Invitational. I spotted those on your CV as well.
Gatwick Express, yeah, I like that one. I'm quite excited though, as we have a look at the beautiful Merit Crystal Cove exterior shot. But we've got one man at least on this table that I'm somewhat familiar with from this side of the booth. I haven't played against him, but Boris Kolev's in the mix on our table. And there he is in 6th place in here. But look at those stacks. 61 big blinds for Kolev. One of the shortest stacks. Of course, this is a day 2. Reg is still open, so unsurprising. But everyone with pretty healthy stacks, David.
Yeah, it's a lovely time to enter the fray here. Obviously, day 1, very deep. The guys are splashing about. Maybe they're, looking to spin up stacks. Happy to do a re-entry. But yeah, this is a nice period to come in. We're coming in when maybe the average stack is about 60, 70 bigs. And it will stay roughly that for the next few levels as well. As we see, we have a feature table that has roughly average chips on it. No, none of the big stacks. There are a few very big stacks in the room. Some people did go on a bit of a spin, possibly ramping up the variance on day 1. But they play a short day 1, so you kind of come into day 2. It almost feels like an after-dinner
raise.
Yeah, it's very...
day 1.
Yeah, like you say, very civilized day 1. These guys backing up very early, David. We were, unlike us, in the spa last night. Met some of these players that had already bagged up, and it was just past 7 p.m.
Yeah,
they were infiltrating our spa, David.
They were. They were also given the option to play the Mix Max because you can do both alongside each other, which is a nifty little invention here. By having the sort of split day, people can jump in 2 main events of sorts simultaneously. Yeah,
and now David, the viewers at home, and us here will realise we don't see cards here, but this is a one-hand glitch. Can't promise you will see the hands, and it is Ace-Queen for Laidlow, Queen 5 of Spades for Volhonsky. That's what we've been promised, David. So kind of a board you might not necessarily see the C-bet from, the 10-9-7 kind of board. But then I guess the opener gets to have quite a lot of that kind of stuff right from the hijack, the Broadway combos, the straight draws, some 10x.
Yeah, interesting line here from Volkanovski. Obviously plotting some larceny here on the turn.
And a great turn to do that, right?
7.
There are 6 cards. We were told the truth, David.
So he did have backdoor spades at least. I do prefer that as a candidate with the spades. Nothing much Laidlaw can do about this. Just outmaneuvered there.
He got laid down the law.
Oh. The law won. The law didn't win.
The law did not win. He fought the law. Oh, yeah. A nice day ahead of us. This is kind of fun. We've been picking up tournaments pretty late on, David, and although that's the exciting part of the tournament, it's perhaps not the most intricate part. Here we are. We're going to see a lot more post-flop play this deep. Potentially multi-street bluffs. Some very complex kind of hands turned into bluff scenarios. They're always my favorite.
Just 2 months later.
Do that kind of stuff deep. Interestingly, I watched a breakdown of a hand that was turned into a bluff this morning as my prep.
Oh yes.
I
I was busy. I was up early.
ventured onto the world of YouTube and found a very interesting breakdown of a hand played between Barney Bowman and Vicky Coram from 2006. You and Dara curated and had Barney as your guest on. Very enjoyable it was too.
Yeah, lovely to do a flashback hand like that one. Just a little shout out. Obviously, don't go anywhere now. You must stay with us here on YouTube. But when maybe there's a break, we would permit a brief departure to go over and check that out on the Chip Race YouTube channel as well. Yeah, we make strategy videos, and one of the fun formats we like to adopt is to bring on a guest who played a classic hand from a long time ago and put it through the modern solver paradigm and see if it holds up. And this one actually does. Spoiler.
Yeah.
Between two legends of British poker, must be said.
Exactly that. One still very active in the poker scene, the loser of the
Why
hand,
you take it so personal?
versus one who isn't so active. The only double winner of an EPT.
But is a huge mainstream star.
Very active in TV, yeah.
Now I cannot lie.
Colive
Yeah.
from
I can't fold.
Or I
plus
can
one,
for
getting
like
a little fruity here, David, with the
30
ace-5 offsuit.
See the flop together.
Yes, one soda water with ice and lemon.
Her dad. There's a man I remember from this very venue. Well, the 7-5 deuce board, not
7-5.
one that you'd expect the undergun opener to have the range advantage on over the big blind pill. But here we see a very strong hand in second pair, top kicker, backdoor nut spades. So Colive going there for betting David for value, but also the potential to go blasting down the streets, also to make hands down the streets. Big deviation on our, well, on the first two hands, I'd say. I wouldn't expect ace-5 offsuit to open undergun +1 from Colive, and I wouldn't expect the queen-5 suited to get sticky on 10-9-7. So perhaps the boys they finished too early yesterday on day one, or they finished the day before that. Maybe they've had a day off. They're just itching to get involved.
Or maybe they want to put on a show for us, James.
Yeah, that could be it. Selfless. I like it. I'm having a look here to see where I've seen Haddad before. I think he was deepish in the MPP main last year, in the Diamond.
Oh yes,
This
of
very
course.
venue. A bit deepish, got 41st, but that's where I think first came across him. Had a cashier in the Western Series in January. Pardon me, last year. It was Millions North America. I'm getting my years wrong, David. It wasn't the MPP last year. It was the Millions the year before that. I was here for. I saw Haddad get deep in the one that was steamrolled, for those that remembered, the final by Georgi Shkula, who knocked everyone out on the final table, David.
Every single player.
Every single player.
Wow.
Pretty wild one. But that's all history. Nothing says 2023. So, you know, he starts with a blank slate.
Indeed he does. Well, look, we're seeing another hand play out here where maybe, just maybe, you wouldn't have expected the opener to be in there. Jack 10-0 from early position, but he has flopped reasonably well here. He's got kind of board he can represent. Also has actually made bottom pair with the gutter. Backdoor flush draw to the 10 of spades. Definitely a good opportunity to just fire a little bet there and
No,
suss out where you're at. And actually gets the fold from the Jack 7.
nothing
Yeah.
personal.
Which I guess maybe just player feeling like he's up against someone who might barrel. I really can't withstand much pressure here. Maybe I just fold here on this street.
And that's kind of it. That's how important range advantage is in these kind of situations. We see, obviously, a lot of situations you're not typically going to be check folding a pair from the big blind when you've peeled, but that kind of board texture.
Yeah, nothing to go with the bare pair, so really just hoping to make 2 pair that still might not be good.
Right. And as you said, like, just very hard to hold on to continued aggression. Well, I mean, these guys finished early last night, but Laidlaw looks a little sleepy. 10-3 offsuit under the gun is not exactly going to wake you up.
You get 5-5.
Yeah, very possible that these guys jumped in the 1K mix max. They play 9-handed day 1. You could jump straight into day 2, which was yesterday. It was a 7 max, and then today is the final table. That'll be later on this evening. That's a 6 max.
Yes, fantastic little format. Being able to play 2 tournaments at once without having to do the pattern in Sean Deeb running between rooms.
Yeah.
Although that's something that's going to become easier for Sean Deeb
Well,
next
so
year. One would hope.
So they say. What is it, a 100K to 1 million prop bet that he gets down to 17% body fat?
Yeah. It's,
Sean is a big boy, so that's quite the undertaking.
it's one of those bets, I feel, as we look at this hand. Mr. Mint raising ace-10 from the high jack. Kolev defending queen jack. And, well, this one, all Isterman with the top pair. Backdoor nut hearts. Again, though, a board that, you know, you'd see the big blind having a bit of. The 4-5. Of course, with a hand this strong, you want to get bluffed. You want to get them in there, mixing it up, David. This customer looks pretty cool.
Yeah, Isterman definitely targeting plenty of hands here that can call. He looks to be going on the larger sizing, which seems reasonable on this texture.
Right. You want to really make it difficult for the 7-8s of the world, the 3-7s, the gut shot, nothing else hands. Just really struggle to continue here. And also you even start to put a little bit of pressure on the smallest of pairs. Maybe not the 4, but the deuces and the 3s that appealed. A small part of the range, but worth considering.
As we see with the 3-card straight there, the 10 jack queen, giving that consideration.
Right.
So
A smaller bet, maybe he could have called that. I don't think he would, because you're still up against hijack range and you got a lot of crossover there between the queen jack and some of the continues. But a hand that certainly isn't an auto fold, especially to a small bet.
absolutely not. Just taking a look at some of the bigger stacks in the room, I've just spotted Roman Gadziev, chip leader overnight, 821K already.
Wow. 8 stacks.
Astonishing stack building there from Roman. Recep Aydemir, familiar face to the stream, 554K, another big stack.
I don't care about these guys. Tell me where my boy Clipper is.
Clippers, he's doing okay. He's got about average. He's a little over 200K right now.
Okay. That makes just, as long as we get to see Ari Clipper again, I'll be happy.
Had a quick chat with Luke Bindell in the field just before we started off as well. He's got 225K. Sitting pretty nicely as well. Those guys all very comfortable. Obviously, you see here that's still, approaching 100 bigs. Not too shabby. And here we go. Volkonski entering the pot here with the Jack 10 suited, hijack. Action falls round to the big blind, who may well get sticky here. The ace 9.
Angela.
He's got 53K here. Any considerations maybe to putting this in, James?
Yeah, 20 blinds. The problem is I don't think we really get anything better to fold, and everything we dominate does fold. So I like flicking in the call here. Kind of keep some of that weaker stuff in. Very different if we start to get near the money into any bigs. Then we want to be denying our opponent perhaps
Is that TV water?
Yeah.
winning pots of us post flop. But here, of course, there is always the case, David, of rip it in here, try and get a spin, rebuy. But you got 4 hours of late reg yet.
Yeah, no need to panic here with 20 bigs. This structure is absolutely fantastic. Hour clock.
Volkonski.
And tough one for Laidlaw here. Obviously,
Yeah.
doesn't catch any of us. So he's going to get shown just the 10.
Now let me say, David was giving us some information that, in fairness to him, he did garner on his own feet. I see his notes. But if you at home are curious about what's going on in the tournament and as the day progresses, And please do head on over to Poker News. We do have Poker News here. Doing a very good job of providing updates from around the room. Your favourite players, as this field is still pretty large. And of course, though, David, we have our secret weapon, producer Milbotesh, who's out there, the Merit legend himself, sourcing all sorts of nuggets for us as we go through the day. Ski. Off to a good start. Made the funky little play with the Queen 5. Just raised, flop, little pair, wins the pot with a C bet. Now finds the King 10. Starting to open up. Starting to get that day 2. The day 2 juice is going. Karatu in the big Jack 8 offsuit. Plenty deep enough. Cool. Have a look at the flop for the slightly more than min raise. David, I have to say myself, sometimes at these kind of levels, the 1K, 2.5K level, I do quite often raise a little bit more than min, purely because I don't want any confusion. If we put a 5K chip in, people are like, did he raise, did he call? I make 5-5, then everyone knows I'm raising.
Yeah, and I suppose you're probably on average a little bit deeper with everybody at this level as well. It actually serves you well to make the open sizes on the larger side when we are deeper.
Karatu sees a check back and now turns what was effectively gin. I'm going to hope to be up against some ace highs here. Some king high check backs as well, of course. And you notice, David, there's an empty seat there.
And I see chips in front of it.
Yeah, there is a player who's missing in action, Hassan.
Anyone knows Hassan? Can you give me a little call on the phone?
Hassan Yauchin, missing in action. Poker being what it is. Bag's opened, chips on the table, he'll be blind and out. But it's going to create a very interesting dynamic in situations like this. As we see, he is now the big blind player. And when the big blind's not there to defend, ranges get a lot wider, David. Especially in today's day and age, when players realise how wide they're supposed to peel from the big blind. In the olden days, we used to fold lots of hands that we now realise we're supposed to call with.
Yeah, it definitely creates a bit of dynamic here. Sort of the missing player running interference, in a sense.
Right, and the button suddenly becomes so powerful in this hand, doesn't it? Because you get to really police these guys.
Volkonski back on the horse here with the pocket eights here in early position. He's going to have a go at that dead big blind. Kolev. I think exactly the situation you described now, James, thinking about policing from the cutoff here, maybe with a hand that he wouldn't if it was a raise into a present blind.
Yeah, exactly that.
My friend, protect your cards
Well
more.
predicted, sir.
I didn't see them, but if I really want, I will.
Bohonsky, the very playable hand to continue though with the 2 8s. Just flick it in. And Kolov deviating once more.
Well, always nice to find 2 pair when you've 3-bet light.
He's deviating, David, but he's got sat-nav turned on.
Indeed he does. And great spot for him actually, because you know a lot of ace-x in Volkonski's range here that he can target, obviously behind the ace-jack, but everything else, maybe ace-queen might even have flatted this bet. So you can definitely target some big hands for some value across 3 streets.
Right, and the Broadway combos as well. They've all picked up a piece. Bet's actually very small here, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is a bit of a exploit. I might see him go a little larger on that kind of texture because those Broadway combos are in there, but Maybe he's just being a little bit smart, should we say. Against, a main event field. Cove, a regular in some of the biggest tournaments. You kind of maybe have to play a little bit more GTO in these. In this tournament, so you can kind of deviate a little bit. So just go small there because he really wants action.
Yeah, I think one population tendency, for want of a better phrase, I've noticed over the course of the two festivals here, the Western and now the Carmen, is that ranges just tend to be a pip wider by everybody. You noticed that as well on commentary the other day, James, just how players seem to be just willing to get in the mix with a hand or two lighter than maybe they would normally, maybe they would online, maybe they would in other games.
Yeah, certainly do. Well, of course, a WSOP champion in 2021, the winter edition, the November event.
I remember
won the
it
5K.
well. Made a last-minute break for the border. The Biden administration opened it up around about day 1C of the main. We all hurried out there.
I gave it a miss.
I read straight into day 2 of the main in that one, actually. That's how late it was. They added the 2 extra day ones. Never miss a trick, the World Series. Raise and take it from HN.
Everyone ingesting their morning coffee. Her dad downing his morning coffee. Get the caffeine in. I think you're right, David. We these guys all finished early on day 1, but maybe they were up late playing that mix max.
As we see there, top right of your screen, 621. That is the number I led us to believe were there from the start, but actually it was a function of they popped up the number on the top right. That was the number of people who'd made it through, but a lot of people straight into day 2 as an entry.
Yeah.
So that's where those 30 people came from all of a sudden. That was the number I was working off.
Brought to you 2 kings in the cutoff. Nearly 100 deep. And again, he gets the second button, with the button being set out. Lovely little spot to be in. Sure, you lose some equity when you're in the small blinds, people are going to attack, but you gain it back with having 2 buttons. It is really fun, the things that can kick off with a player set out.
Definitely. I've seen it happen, actually. It caused my elimination from the Irish Open last year. Mr. Alex Kulev decided to flat the, I want to say, 6-9 offsuit from the button against my open because I was opening into a missing big blind. And let's just say I didn't fare well on the 7-8-5 flap.
Imagine Queen 10 of diamonds from number 1. That's always getting raised. One of our shorter stacks, but as this is the start of day 2, and in most tournaments, David, it'd still be day 1 because we only played short day 1. So we are very deep.
Yeah, very civilized way to play your poker, short day 1s, allowing for, yes, if you want to go play the mix max or maybe a turbo. There was a turbo on last night as well, but also just have an evening off, have a nice meal.
Yeah. Go to the spa.
100.
Go to the spa, have dinner, relax. As we keep saying, David, this is a beautiful place to come play. It's a beautiful place for the the other half to come along with you.
Was
So it's
lucky.
nice to be that accommodating. So if you do bring your partner down here, you can spend the evening together. And then if you're still in day 2 at dinner time, they kind of forgive you
Just kidding.
if you can't make it. Aichin flopping at second pair. Ishtamin with a gut shot to Broadway. And of course those backdoor spades. Both players with a fair amount of this board. Ace, Queen, 8, very coordinated.
Yeah, I wonder if HN will come with the bet here or just
reckon
check it, hoping to exert a little bit of pot control.
That is
All right, he is
going
going to
for
have
a
some complete give-ups, isn't he? The sort of pocket pairs
I
that
don't
perhaps
know,
he
you
opens
have
with don't really find this board. And then a lot of hands that do just want to get to a turn. All the Broadway combos, bar the ace-high ones.
Histamine, perhaps feeling like he's being pot controlled, decides to knuckle back, not turn the gutter and backdoor into a barreling candidate. HN feeling much better about his Queen 10 of diamonds now. After the board pairs the ace. Could come for some small value now. Could check again.
Right, yeah, can still check. Still going to have some hands you want to give up. It's kind of a nice one to bluff catch with. But like you say, can perhaps get some weaker to call.
Yeah, I feel
Some
like it's
draws.
a could go either way sort of spot. Does decide on an 8k bet.
Half pot. Makes it very hard, doesn't it, for these kind of hands, the gut shots to continue. But the king high gut shot, perhaps some nefarious intentions.
Yeah, with position here is to mean may find other routes to victory.
Well, most likely not on that card. I'm actually a little surprised by that call.
I am too.
They may just give up the king 10. No heart. Gonna have the jack 10s that can call the double gut shot, the flush draws. He's gonna have some queen x himself, even some ace x.
Yeah, given that the 8k bet was called on the turn, I wonder if HN now, little concerned he might be behind a queen jack,
Right.
a king queen,
Yep.
maybe even a very raggy ace.
Yeah, I think very hard to bet again here. I don't think I could advocate for it. And actually,
Unless you came with the like one big blind bet, which also sort of opens the door.
yeah. Very hard. I mean, it's not very hard to balance that. But people just don't seem to do it. Like the really weak lead here with a very strong hand. And Ishtamin was just thinking maybe my king high's good.
What's that?
Yeah, I got to agree with you there, James. A little optimistic on the turn, and given that the action was checked to him, I guess we know his thought process was that the king high could be good often enough, and I just don't think it is.
Yeah. It can be good, of course. The frequency at which it is.
Oh, so, oh, okay.
I'm serious.
Okay.
Is
For
there a
half
big
pot.
difference?
Yeah. 2%.
For half pot as well. There it is. It wasn't a small bet.
Exactly. Maybe just a teeny tiny misstep there. Put on we go.
You still don't protect it very good. If I can see it from here, if I'm
Morning
on the seat,
coffee
I
of
would know
choice,
it.
James. I'm imagining a lot of our audience here
Online
maybe firing up
professional.
the stream with a morning coffee.
But I can't see
Welcome
from
to you if
here,
you
don't
are.
worry.
10:30 in the UK, 11:30 in Central Europe. Yeah, I think that's 11's coffee time. Maybe a little biscuit to go with.
I mean, I was about to say how British of you, but obviously that might, you know, push
Where
the wrong
from?
button.
We've been going so well here, James. There's no need to spoil it.
You UK, huh? Young generation, GTO professionals. Both.
I haven't held 800 years of subjugation against
19?
you personally.
Wow,
I've only been responsible for
you couldn't wait
40
to
of
start traveling. Your father has big winnings in online poker?
Of course, James Dempsey, a very Irish name. I assume we're probably related if we go far enough back.
my father from Cork. But I prefer to lean into the Britishness and, you know.
Leaning into some straight draw and flush draws here, HN and Volkonski likely to continue in this situation. Istamine and Haddad, well, this board isn't in their vicinity.
Yeah, this is kind of a fun one. HM from the big blind peeling here does have some of this board. It's going to check back through a lot, and he's only got 7 high. And with those backdoor hots, may elect to just come bluffing here. I like this. I like this a lot.
I really like this too. This is exactly the kind of texture he can represent. He's obviously got the draw. He's got the backdoor hearts as well, like you say. Yeah, great spot to see that he can confidently
Maybe not
lead
the
this
best
spot. And
place
as
to
predicted, Volkonski, the man who will join him
Played online when I was
on the turn.
16.
Players confessing to some underage gaming online. There we go. All's forgiven now.
So you have a good
Tricky one here for HN now. Obviously, bottom pair pairing. He can have more 2x, and he can certainly have both in this situation as played. Can have straight. But Volkonski on the button, maybe representing something more like an overpair to the
Yeah.
board here, and will certainly get sticky on the deuce.
Yeah, he has all those pocket pairs, bar the highest ones, of course. Although some of those may elect to trap.
So an interesting situation here for HN. I kind of like it if he goes very aggressive
Yeah.
across 2 streets as the plan, or not aggressive at all.
Yeah, I think you're right. Kind of a
You don't want to do
big
an
bet here and
in-between
a jam on the river, or we need to check.
Yeah.
Or even maybe a very small bet here. Kind of set your price. There's an argument for that. Looks like he is pulling out 4 at least of those 5k chips, throwing on a couple of 1ks. So maybe we've seen him fire, or tending to fire twice. Big bet. Make it very hard for the queen high flush draw to continue. The board has paired. You do have queen high. It does have position. But like we say, I mean, HN's repping a lot of strength here. There's every reason to think he could have a full house already. And certainly a flop to straight. Yeah, I might get to have a lone deuce. Volkonski.
Wow. This is sticky.
Right, here we go. So he has left a little over pot. Well, that's a bad river in terms of our bluff equity, right? We want to say we've got 4s full. We want to say we've got 6s full. 4s being removed. But also, when we're trying to say we've got 3-5, which is a big part of our bluffing range, especially when we're holding the 5. That's kind of what we're looking at.
Yeah, combinatorically, the number of hands that we would come out barreling big with have gone down.
Right, and our prime value candidate at 3-5 is not wanting to bet too much here. It probably still wants to bet that because our opponent does have, like you say, just a lot of over pair combos. This is amazing if he gives this up, and then queen high wins regardless. He may still go for this right though, because Volkonski does have just over pairs a lot.
Do you think the better plan now is, we were advocating the go
Right.
big and big again, and now you've gone big. You can actually go kind of maybe smaller, maybe half pot, merge your range a little
Right,
bit.
because the 3-5 doesn't want to bet big here.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Basically trying to get a pocket 8s to fold right now.
Yeah. And this is just an awful, awful run out for him from the big blind, as played. And I like the way he's played it.
Interesting body language here. I almost feel like we're witnessing his internal monologue here. It was almost like he really gave the bet a lot of thought and then almost thought better of it. He's come back to the chips now. He is going to fire. Here we go. It's all
Goes
of
for
it.
all of it. This is always the plan, and he hasn't deviated just because the river came unfavorably.
Well,
Volkonski-
fortune favours the brave there.
Yeah.
He could still represent 6s, 6-4, 4 deuce.
Yeah.
They're still out there.
Yeah, there's plenty of hands. He has exactly that. He has the 2-pair combos that boated up. And your opponent just doesn't have them. You know, the only hand you're worried about your opponent having there is pretty much 6s at this point.
Check later?
Just flats the flop.
Was it interesting one to check later?
I can't check these pre-pots.
No, I mean, was it interesting one to check?
For you on the stream?
I should have that preferred.
Cove, smell a rat. It'll be interesting regardless of the hand, because of the way this one played out. But David, coming back to your point, you were referencing coffee.
Yes, I'm just interested to know what kind of coffee existence you have. I spoke to Ali about this. He's not a coffee drinker.
No. Well, I do love my coffee. Here I've got my little routine. So this morning I marched my way over
Be
to
careful.
the premium, the furthest property on the
Maybe now
property.
he can see.
Get in your steps.
Get in my steps, get a little air through the lungs, through the hair, you know. To feel the sea breeze.
Careful, but race, huh?
I went up to the little terrace outside the premium,
Beautiful spot.
went to have my coffee. But there were some people at my usual table, which was most upsetting. So I had to switch to the other side. But then I had to move from there because it was not safe for me to sit there. Because there were lots of repairs going to the roof there, the sort of small covered area, purely from the storm. I say the storm, the winds the other day actually did some damage to that roof, and they're up there
Oh, wow.
fixing the coverings. That's how windy it was here a couple of days ago.
60 something.
So I had to then move inside for my coffee, David. It's throwing me all out of sorts
You
today.
want all of them, huh? Check.
Cove from the big blind checking his king 6 suited. Karatiu. Again, a board that we don't really enjoy c-betting too much against a big blind. Oh, it's bet very small. This is curious, actually. This is, especially with the hand we've got King Jack, that I don't think really makes anything better fold. I don't think ace highs really fold here. Maybe some, like the ace sevens, ace eights of the world.
He almost feels like he's teeing him up for a call here and then maybe to go big on turn. In the end, Kolev with backdoors, king high, decides to let it go there.
Yeah, see, Colin made a reference a minute ago. Is this a hand I need to check in a minute? The big pot we just saw.
That's right.
But
I
I
didn't see
reckon,
your cards this time.
quietly, he's going to be, I want to see what this guy bet 3k with on that board texture against me.
You would see, you should call it.
No, I cannot call. I can only race with my hand.
This is true. I wonder when he
What,
checks that
man?
one out.
Shout out to
I had
Mr.
to-
Quinlan in the chat.
Me too.
Appreciate you stopping by again. I know you've been here for quite a few of the streams. Yes, I am in Dublin,
Your king
not for the
pound
full
better.
week. I'm going to miss the first day, I think, of the Irish Open. Here till Monday morning, so I'm going to be over there by Tuesday, I think.
One of the people's favourites on the tour, David, the Irish Open. I know, obviously, as an Irishman, it has to be your number one. But
Yeah, it's one of those can't miss. You always figure out when Easter weekend is at the beginning of the year, put it into the schedule. I'm very much looking forward to it being in the new venue in central Dublin now in the RDS. A little bit of a departure. It used to be over in the Burlington Hotel near Stephen's Green, so not a huge distance from there.
Prefer to start to
We missed City West though. I think it served us very well as a venue. Bit like this place actually, sort of hotel that's, you know, a bit more far flung, but you have everything you need on site. Great staff, some nice restaurants. Far inferior buffet though.
it's tough to beat this buffet.
Can't beat this buffet.
Very, very tough. Although, David, with our start reverting back to a midday event for us, we've been covering cash games and some final tables that have started a little later. So, didn't get a chance to get our lunch buffet in before work this morning. Very
Ye-
upsetting.
Yeah,
I'm all
yeah.
out of
You
sorts.
had your coffee perturbed, and now you've had your routine with food. I hope you're going to be okay today.
It's a bad way to start the day. All out of whack. This is a good way to start the day. 2 queens from +1. Push them in. Just throw in the single 5k chip, but announces raise. Let's go with it. mention his... Oh. I think Nemesis is too early, David. They play one pot, but...
Yeah, he's going to go for a cheeky little set mine here.
Ah.
Oh, but the dream for Laidlaw now with just 17.5 bigs.
Yeah. And you're going to have a lot of hands you want to squeeze jam with here with the flat behind. And that's a reason that Achan perhaps has to be a little cautious peeling here. I mean, I still would peel with the threes. I'm not saying he's made a mistake here, but these are one things to be aware of. But also, of course, Achan gets to have some traps here because of that stack behind. You are going to flat sometimes some of the sort of the strongest hands you wanted, sorry, the weakest hands you wanted the 3-bet for value. Kind of maybe you flat with them now because you get a little bit more information.
Great point. Classic race incoming here. We know Istamin going nowhere. Probably just trying to size up HN's level of interest.
Yeah, I guess we flat with range here, right? Because we can flat fold some hands. Can we? Can we flat fold some hands? We know we're not going to get over flat, are we?
No.
It's a third of our chips, or a little less than a third of our chips, I guess. What do we do with 9s and 10s here, David? Are we flatting and then folding if HN jammed? If we were trapped? Does he have a blended strategy here? Do we just jam kind of the ace-king and the jacks and queens, and then maybe flat the 9s, 10s, and the aces and kings?
Yeah, we can certainly blend our strategy here and have a few of the bigger hands protect those weaker ones and then decide, well, we'd like to avoid some flips with the others.
I like this. I like the flat. I guess if we're flatting queens, we're probably flatting everything.
Does feel like he's just
Strategy he's gone for.
Classic.
Yeah.
Probably what I go for. I like to keep things simple. I like to have one avenue. Less to think about. But as you say, David, it is the classic flip. Ishtamin won't be happy to see that.
Stack something.
Against that stack size.
Oh well.
Supposed to be in a pretty good spot. Still is in a pretty good spot. 2 queens, of course. We call it the coin flip. David, I'll run queens all day against you, your ace king. Especially on a queen 7-7 flop.
Well,
Ishtamin attacking the table. Just needing the runners. The very specific ones at that. Jack no use. You will have the option of re-entering if he so chooses.
On the flop.
It's only level 1 of day 2. Has 4 hours of late register.
It's a 7-6 something. What's
Very bad bluff. I had
what is you going all in pre-flop, right?
Fishing for info.
No drama. Just like this.
Tom Shamam in the chat asking how many people get in the money. Well, my friend, we don't know that yet because
registration.
registration is still open. We won't know that for a few hours. As Hassan Yashin has decided to make an appearance.
Welcome to the fray, Hassan.
Still got 72 blinds, having set out the first
Do you think he's been in the spa or in the bed?
50 minutes or so.
No. Look, something else.
I think he's been
Pick something nice about it.
yeah, but
out for a swim in the sea.
relatively early, so it's okay.
Braving these wins.
1:30.
The last 3 hands.
It was till the money or till certain level?
Huge thank you for those of you who've tuned in. We appreciate it is early doors across Europe.
So you had a good sleep, huh?
If you are there, could you
So
mash the like button?
Happened, Hassan? Where have you been?
I'm not speaking English,
Yeah.
sorry.
You don't speak English.
Yes.
Okay, no problem.
Doesn't speak English and can't tell the time, David. I jest, of course. Sorry, I cut you off there. I was very
No, no.
intrigued to see where he had been.
Yeah, no, there was an inquisition of sorts taking place. You were
Too
right
late
to
think about it.
point to it. I like how he said, I don't speak any English in absolutely perfect English.
Yeah. Oh, was that his alarm going off on his phone? Say, wake up, you got day 2.
That's the snooze. I think it's been hit a few times.
But yeah, I always convince myself, if something like this happens, that it's for the good.
Yeah.
There's been a few
You
times
avoided
where
a clash.
not normally this late for a day 2, but maybe something happens and you miss the first couple of hands. I convince myself that I'd have been dealt kings of the aces and turn it into a positive. I'm easy to bluff, David.
I hope he's not a backed player, and the fact that it's on the live stream has really caught him out there.
Yeah, wouldn't be great. Vagonski popping up the ace-jack from +1. Cove flatting with king-jack off on the button. And again, David, this is probably not a hand you necessarily want to be flatting against +1s, but, you know, deciding he wants to get in the mix in what, for him, will be perhaps a field he feels he has a bigger edge over than in some other games. we've seen Volkonski as well play a lot of hands, albeit legitimately so. So maybe he's thinking this man's a little too loose. But Volkonski coming out with a very nice check call on this deuce 3-5 board. May not be the soft spot that Kolev hoped he was, although does he follow up after betting so small on the flop, David?
Yeah, I think he's probably going to take pairs out of Volkonski's range and maybe attack some of the ace highs, the ace tens, the ace jacks.
Right, which will struggle to call a bigger bet on this turn. They will, of course, check call flop with overs and a gut shot. And here we go, nice size from Kolev, going 20 into 27. Making it very hard for this hand to continue, and others like it. And, of course, Kolev kind of gets to have some king, queen, some queen, jack. He has a king and a jack blocking those hands in his opponent's hand, although queen, jack, probably not a concern. Nicely played. But I don't think Volkonski's done anything wrong there either himself.
No, sort of bully boy poker there from Kolev. Like to see it in position.
Yeah.
Understands the power position on a board like that.
Приятного просмотра, друзья.
Maybe some viewers at home. We're getting to the bottom of where our man was.
The most interesting episode.
A language barrier for us, David.
I mentioned they're hitting the like button. If you could also hit that subscribe button while you're at it.
There we
The
go.
double. The daily double of button clicking that we would appreciate.
The like and subscribe. Yeah, it does help, guys. We're I build something here.
The beauty of the subscribe button is you get notifications then every time we go online. You get a little message to your phone, a little ding saying the boys are back.
There we go.
There's some PLO 100-200 action. There's a final table going on.
Yeah, I mean, this place is obviously no stranger to
You wasn't here?
big events.
You wasn't here? 2 minutes ago.
Speaking of big events, the next one's going to be the biggest of the lot.
Right, this is what I was going to say. There are often big events here with partners. I've had the privilege of being here before with Triton and with the MPP and with Party Poker. And they bring with them a whole host of eyes. Merit's own branded events, which try to really build them up. Get a lot of eyes down here. The tournaments are great. The venue's still the same venue as when it's the Party Poker event or Triton or EPT coming later in the year. These events are just as good.
Oh, I wasn't here.
And obviously, try to build up a following on our own channel. So it really does help if you do like and subscribe. It will encourage everyone here to continue on this quest of providing all this coverage here. It only works if you guys want it. So please do help out the channel. As Ishtamen peels from the big with King 5 suited. Volkonski opening once again. And Kolev once again peeling his man. Although this time with Ace 6 suited this deep. Seems a bit more reasonable. And an 8-7 deuce rainbow flop will most likely see 3 sets of knuckles, or in this case, fingertips. 7 pairs turn. Kind of the player with the most chance of repping this, but I don't think we need to be betting as wide as our King 5s. I want to have something if we're going to bluff here. Volkonski perhaps recognizing his ace high is probably good here, and if not, probably wants to see the river anyway.
That's you.
Does bet. And Kolev gets suspicious that maybe he's up against some of those Broadway combos that open that seat. Like I say, Volkonski, if I was sat in Kolev's seat, I would be thinking this guy's opening a lot of hands, he's playing too wide, but he's actually just had a lot of hands, or at least a lot of good starting hands. Albeit the Queen 8 suited peel maybe earlier we saw was a little loose, but not completely out of line.
No?
Kolev peels with that ace side, maybe thinking he's good, and now gets a river that, if checked to, I feel like is a pretty mandatory bluff with a hand that weak. Oh, Volkonski, what are you up to? I love this. Very, very weak bet, David, with the ace high. And how will Kolev react? Does he think this guy's got a hand like 5s and is just trying to buy a showdown? You'd want to give him 6 some of the time, and holding a6 makes it less likely. Does he think he's going to make this bet with just some ace highs? I mean, very peculiar spot, because it's not a spot we expect a player who's opened under the gun check through flop, bet turn small, being called, and then bet very small river. Not, I don't know what line to give, or what range to give him here, David. And he does just make the call. Oh, make the fold, pardon me. I thought I heard the word call.
Yeah, I think Cullen probably realising that an aggressive action there would have been a bit fishy from him, and maybe, just maybe, his opponent's not going to be bluffing at that sizing too often, and just decides. I think he knew he was up against an opponent with a weak enough holding there, but something stronger than he had. Maybe he just didn't think he could tell a good story. Just checking here on the outer table, Tula Berganoff has just won an absolutely huge pot from Claudio Florentiano on the Jack 3-10 3 spades board. Ace King with the ace of spades for Janu, but the flopped flush for Tula Berganoff. That's a 460k pot out there.
Oh, yeah,
Wow.
that's his big brain. Okay.
A big one. And a fresh player to our mix here.
It's been a good start for
He is
Danot
big blind.
Kizu as well. He picked up the aces against the jacks for a virtual double
He
up
was big
to
blind.
get to 130k. So he's on the comeback trail as well.
Не сделал. Okay, let's see what did I have.
I believe.
Oh,
Lady.
Angela. Angela.
I actually missed what happened there, David. A missed deal, nonetheless.
but I think it was suited.
No damage done.
I don't know, it just fell.
See, we do have some fresh meat at the table here.
Потом сможем посмотреть по записи, как
Believe.
так получилось, что батон проскочил. Okay. Прикольное слово, сдвинулся.
Why?
No, I mean, the word is good, but the
We go again. Ace-5 suited under the gun for her dad.
by itself.
So just to fold that, David.
Yeah, a little surprised by that. That's sort of the perfect hand to mix in to the early position opening range. Gives you a little bit of board coverage.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see it fold as well.
How much you playing, sir? Around 160, 75.
170.
Aichin popping up from +1. He's getting a little liberal here, David. We just saw the kind of tight fold from under the gun with ace-5 suited. Now we're seeing the liberal open the next seat. Karatu in the cutoff with ace-king. Very clear 3-bet, of course. Sizing, David, kind of this deep against an early position raise. Going a bit larger.
I guess I'd like to just go 3 times the raise that's come in. I don't like going much smaller. You can go bigger.
Yeah, I'm always a big fan of going bigger in these kind of spots.
James advocating the larger sizing. That is the choice.
Well, I feel like he's kind of gone in between. He's gone in between. I was thinking kind of a 4x this deep against an early position raise specifically. But I went 3.5. Like you go 3. David, I think you're a bit more confident post-flop than me. I like to really punish these guys opening.
I guess I just love keeping in the weaker aces and the weaker kings and getting to play in position against those guys.
Right.
Sort of don't fear the call, I guess is the truth there.
Maybe what you're saying is you're just a nit and you've always got it when you 3-bet. You see, I'm in there with so much AO, I need to...
You
Make
need to
these hands fold.
polarize a bit more. Do you know, you're probably right. Probably not attacking the early position openers often enough from middle position. It's probably exactly why I choose the 3x. Have to have a little think on that. Welcome to anyone who is just joining us now late in the stream. This is day 2 coverage of the Merit Series Carmen main event. As you can see on the top right of your screen, 655 players now. Plenty of re-entries in that. I think probably 150 or so of those are re-entry. ticks over to 657. 9 levels scheduled for today, and lots of familiar faces expected on the live stream as we see HN, who, as James mentioned, stepping out ever so slightly in the last orbit or so. Decides to come with an open king queen under the gun. Kolev happy to flat right behind.
Yeah, now Yalcin's got out of bed. He gets to play some hands. Pretty hard to play them from bed. And Volkonsky coming out with a 3-bet squeeze with ace-jack offsuit from the small. I like this, David, but I'm not particularly a fan of the sizing.
Got to agree with you there, James. Obviously, 2 callers, so 3 players already in. I think you can actually go quite big in this situation. I think you can go almost 30k.
Yeah.
If I'm honest, like 28k, 27k seems like the lower end. 17, very, very low, and actually could bring in all 3 players.
Well, on the flip of that, though, does Aichen have like a really nice candidate to potentially 4-bet bluff here?
He does, but I don't know if these guys are profiling Volkonsky as somebody who would maybe go for this squeeze. Even as light as ace-jack, we see, of course, that he does.
Yeah.
King-queen does toss it, and yeah, like it's a great price for both of these guys now with 7s and a suited ace.
And Kolev, therefore, probably just going to continue. And once more, these 2 play out of pot. Of course, Yalcin around the back, surely going to have enough interest to join them in this adventure.
Indeed, I predicted a potential 4-way here. We are going to have a menage à trois instead. And ace in the window.
Volkonsky with the top pair. Gut shot. Gut shot to the straight flush draw, has to be said.
Yeah, Kolev definitely not enough hand to continue here, but this could get interesting between Volkonsky and Yalcin with the same hand. Obviously, Volkonsky with that flush draw in the box seat. He also has the betting lead. Do you ever feel in this situation with the ace, jack of clubs that you've got the second nut draw, you've got a pretty good ace, but not brilliant ace, you're not that high up on your own range? Maybe you proceed cautiously?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird spot because we did 3-bet. Okay, 3-bet 3.5x, but that's a pretty small 3-bet size against the action we saw. You're going to get peeled quite a bit because you're giving up position to the rest of the field. It's very difficult to know how to proceed down these spots. I mean, we are trying to rep super strong. So ace, queen, 10 is us. We do get to have aces, queens. Probably not 10. Wow, here we go. Well, probably not 10s. We also don't get to really have any flushes on this board. We do, of course, have the ace, king with the king of clubs. It's 1 contender. Wow, he just rifles the whole lot in. No 20.
Well, Yalcin arrived late. He's about to face a hand he won't really want to see here. He's being free rolled.
Yeah, this is obviously he can't fault. Like I say, he knows he's not up against a flush with that 3-bet from the small blind. He also actually has the range advantage on the turn, but Volkonsky with the edge, the free roll.
There it is.
And sends Yalcin back to bed, David.
Maybe
Huge
back to the
pop.
cage, James.
Oh,
Maybe back to the cage.
Maybe.
A brutal one for Yalcin. Can't fold him. Obviously, he turns his straight there. Every reason to believe that his opponent could just have a set, could have top 2 pair, that kind of stuff. He's going to get in there. Can't be necessarily putting his opponent on a flush. But actually, the really devilish outcome is that you are facing the free roll, and there it is, the 8 of clubs. I don't think he's been eliminated. I think he's going to maybe have 10k left.
Oh.
But, yeah, fumes.
Well, a little accounting.
No, looks like he may be covered. Oh, no, yeah, 12k.
Tossed some chips. You were right, David.
That's right.
Huge and very interesting hand there. I can say I can't say I'm a fan of the turn jam with ace jack with the jack of clubs. However, it worked beautifully in this situation. Vadim Volkonsky up to 350k. What a great start to the day he's had here. And he really has been the most active player, David.
Yeah, he's picked up a lot of those middly strength hands and been very willing to play them. I think it's a sign of the times in this poker room, really, that guys are getting in there, as I said, with just a couple of pips lighter sometimes. I actually think he's had pretty much reasonable opens all the time.
Yeah, the players are discussing they've got 3 more levels of
Till the end of level 13, I think.
13, yeah.
buy-ins.
So next time you can call. It's my
Gamble, gamble.
This is yours. I have to.
Oh. We've got a lot of cards in there.
Museum, huh?
Too many cards.
Okay.
Not happen
Ah,
today.
come on, look.
Your dad's got the cigar out.
In a tournament as juicy as this, well, I have a question for you, James. You're sitting there, you're probably fancying yourself maybe as a man who's got a, I'm going to say maybe 30% ROI in something like this. Actually, let's come back to that in just a moment because we have a little bit of keeping the lights on to do here.
We certainly do. A prelude of what's to come, David. May 10th to the 25th at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa is, of course, the Merit Cash Game Festival. All sorts of juicy action running alongside, of course, the biggest series here, the Triton Super High Roller Series North Cyprus. The biggest names in poker will be doing battle in the biggest buy-in tournament.
I have an idea.
Or
Come
maybe
over
not.
here, get in the mix in the cash game, spin up 25k,
Online
and then
from
hop in
Europe,
one
I
of the
don't like.
Triton High Rollers.
I play, but Sundays.
You'll be more than welcome, David.
You won't see me do that.
Yeah. Very late.
Triton have been flirting with some of the lower buy-ins. How lower for them, I mean, is like a 10k or a 15k.
there was a 15k in Vietnam.
I know it's probably too early days now, but do you have a sense if that's something we'll see going forward from Triton, or was that sort of like just for Vietnam as a stop? Maybe they want to attract a few more people.
I'm not sure. I really don't know, David. Obviously, the Vietnam stop was the most successful in terms of numbers. Kind of where it's located geographically, maybe a big part of that.
It depends on the hand.
But it's hard to know with the future. There's a lot of options with Triton. It's in a good place. You
Okay.
can decide to experiment more, maybe some smaller buy-ins. It's weird because you can't really reference a 15k as entry level. You know,
No,
it's not an entry level tournament.
also doesn't feel great to come along if that's the only one you can afford.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
But that's why it's nice, perhaps. Cash Game Festival running alongside. Maybe people can pick on one of the smaller events. Of course, we have the GG Super Millions. It's the opening event at all those stops now. Maybe at 25k that people can qualify online for. Play that and then come down and play cash. If you don't get a score in the tournament, maybe they come down, have the one bullet. There's a 20k, of course, as well. We're experimenting with, I say, it's hard to call them slightly lower buy-ins. There is, of course, one tournament here
Thank you.
that may attract a different market. Given this place's position where it is in Europe, and the kind of players that come along here like to play the 4-card variant, there is going to be a PLO tournament at Triton, which is something that's not at every stop, but was enjoyed here last time out, as we see Vadim having won that monstrous pot with the old straight v straight with the free roll, running away on this table as your chip leader and the victim of that, David, down to just 5 blinds as we continue with day 2.
Look at this. I absolutely love this. We are putting the blinds up.
There we
We're
go.
not putting both of them up. Just the small one
It's a small one, I like it.
by
Basically,
500.
someone's looked at it and gone, you small blinds are following too much. Let's forward you to the mix. I also noticed a name there that we saw fill the vacant seat, Maxim Skripkin. The man who finished 10th in the warm-up, David. There's obviously a late entry here on day 2. Coming in with exactly the starting stack. There he is on the left-hand side of your screen, folding the queen 6.
Malta is okay. It's 1 hour difference with here, right?
Talking of your homeland,
My adopted country.
Malta.
Country
Very
of
popular.
residence.
Popular poker spot.
It's a
Both-
great spot for poker, actually. It's got the weather, much like Cyprus. It's a beautiful archipelago, lots of water sports kind of activities to do in the summertime. And yeah, probably pretty much every major poker operator brings a stop on their tours to Malta at one time or another, either in the Portomasso Casino or Casino Malta there in Patcheville.
And a lot of, for that as well, a lot of players moving there to play online. It's just a nice base to have, kind of a lower cost of living compared to some of the major cities in Europe.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, much better value than the Dublins and Londons of the world, great cities as they may be. Yeah, I think Malta just kind of offers a slightly more laid-back lifestyle, and definitely a better value one in many ways.
And connectivity, right? You have a direct flight here.
Yeah. No.
You direct flight to a lot of places.
Yeah, the Dubai flight, actually, the Emirates flight to Dubai sort of pit stops in Larnaca, so it's perfect. You can sort of grab hold of the wheel and as it's taken off and then jump off at the end. It works out great.
You have to make sure you remember to get off, though.
Yeah, that is true. That is
Probably
true.
the only place you can be.
So here's my question for you, James. I remember now that I had something very important to ask you. I'm going to ballpark you as somebody, if you were out there in the field, who has a maybe 30 to 40% ROI.
Oh.
That's what you fancy yourself as having.
Okay.
We're getting into that stage now where there's not too many levels of late registration left. Maybe we have an hour left, or I think it's slightly more than that, but let's say there's an hour left to go. How much are you changing your ranges if you are playing sub-starting stack? Are you deciding, well, this isn't a bad spot to be a little bit gamblier because actually firing that very profitable next bullet is something that I won't be able to avail of if I just grind the short stack?
So I hear exactly what you're saying, and I should have some thought of that. But at this point, I'm just playing my hands exactly as I would. As we get very late on, it may change. But again, it's not something I've thought enough of. I think I just play everything in isolation. We'll come back to that in a minute because interesting spot here. Karate opening under the gun. Wolkonski flooding again. And now Cove coming out with 3-bet. Now this is a sizing I'm much more on board with David. He's gone for the 5x, out of position against 2 players. Really make it hard to get peeled.
Yeah, also for 20% of his own stack, which I think places the 30k absolutely perfectly in what you want to do because you will have some raise folds here.
Yeah, some of those. Ace-3 suited. I'm going to get naughty with. Nice.
Good discipline from Wolkonski there.
Yeah, so I hear what you're saying, and I know there's probably some people who've crunched the numbers on that, like, okay, I should start gambling a little bit more later on because of the look to re-enter, but it's not something I've thought enough about, David.
All the French sides and all the...
Okay, here's another question for you then. We talked off-air, I think it was 2 nights ago, about your propensity for coming first in tournaments. You have a lot more firsts than you have seconds, thirds, fourths, or fifths. And you express the sentiment, ICM be damned. It's a conspiratorial invention by the German high rollers to make us all poor.
Yeah.
And there's actually something to that. There's a lot of talk online over the last couple of days from some of the game's brighter minds saying, well, that ICM model is a little bit broken. Actually, there's a lot more future game considerations should go into the equation, and actually we've been sort of working off a flawed model all along now. How do you quantify a future equity situation? It's very hard. Most of the solvers, even when you input that stuff, can only really imagine the next hand or maybe the hand after that. It's just so complicated, the game, to imagine future situations. But it does appear as though we're honing in on, you know, at least a kind of a template of how to factor that stuff in more. And I think it will probably show us that the ICM model does make the shorter stack players far too tight.
So what you're saying is,
You've been right all along.
you've all realised that I was right, yeah, and you've all been wrong. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying.
Okay, good. Got it in. Can someone clip that and send it to me? We'll come back to it in a second. Cove popping up. Pardon me. Ishtimin popping up with ace, queen suited. Cove peeling the button. Queen 9 suited. Little loose, but we're deep. I like it. Karate overcalling from the big blind. Both players flopping top pair on this queen 5-3. Very broken board. And this is where things get kind of fun. Ishtiman gets to have quite a lot of queen X, but as does Cove. Both have a lot of pocket pairs as well. Continue here, and of course, some airs. The King Jack suitors of the world, Jack 10 suitors of the world that might want to go barreling from either spot. And it's gone pretty small, 8 into 22. Yeah, you're going to be up against a fair amount of no pair hands. Betting here with the player. This bet puts a lot of pressure on Cove in the middle, I think, David, because it's hard for him to peel with those ace highs with the big blind behind on a 5-3 textured flop. So it's kind of a nice spot to bet. I think you almost get to bet a little bit wider here in a 3-way spot than you do heads up. There's some logic to that as we see a deuce roll off, complete the rainbow. And a card, David, I guess that Ishtiman would continue to bluff with some of those ace highs haven't picked up a gut shot to the wheel.
Yeah, I think another factor on the Queen 5-3 board 3 ways is when you go 3 ways in that situation, you can also go kind of smaller with your sizing too.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to worry about each other. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, his hand wants to bet, and his range probably wants to bet here. So I would expect a barrel here. Sizing will be interesting.
I'm about to say go a little bit bigger. He certainly does. 25 into 38. I like it. Really makes it hard for not the sixes. Sixes probably have an easier time of it, but the sevens, eights, nines kind of really starting to not enjoy life here.
Yeah, and putting a lot of pressure on the very likely and very plausible Queen 10 suited, Queen Jacks, King Queens now, which could find themselves, in quite a difficult spot come river.
So we do head to the river. Cove with 1.4 times pot behind it. Very bricky river at that. Repeating the deuce.
And again, I like a big sizing here.
Right, because Cove now, his range is very much defined down, isn't it, to maybe some of those sevens and eights folded. So now we're looking at the Queen X. So when your opponent has pretty much a range that's constructed of top pair, if you are going to bet, you have to bet big, right? With the nut queen, we are loving life.
I wonder if you can ever go for all of it here. It's
Right.
about 1.7, 1.6. I think if you had like 110k effective back, you could definitely consider it.
Well, Cove's only got 130. So we're only playing 130 effective.
Yeah, 1.7. Yeah, it's probably, as I said, if Cove only had 110, I think I might go for it. But you can still go for that sizing. You can just pick the sizing you like. I guess maybe more likely is we'll see something around pot, but I do kind of like it.
Sort of something in between. Sort of sizing a 2/3. Is this perhaps in his mind targeting some of those hands that still may have called the turn, the 8s, the 9s that just hate life here? Or does he perhaps even give Cove a lot more Queen X?
Belarus, huh? He's from Belarus, no? Russia?
Yeah.
Country profile.
Fishing for info. Wants to talk. Wants to try and get a read out of his man.
I love that he's doing this. Always great to interact with
Yeah.
your villain in a spot like this.
Yeah, because we put so much into the technical playing of the game, but we are playing live poker. There's a lot more going on. You can get a lot of information. Just the way the player puts chips in, the way they react if you talk to them. That's a big one. A lot of players, perhaps without the most live experience, as Cove, will give a little bit away by talking. But Ishtamin appears to be too smart for that. He's giving away nothing. Stoically seated behind those glasses. Good luck reading this man. But sometimes these set a baseline. Even if Cove likes to fold or call in this hand, he's going to find out the information later on, whether he was good. May see something now when he's studying his opponent that he can draw back on later. So sometimes good, even if you decide to fold here, to take a few more seconds just to try and get that baseline. I'm very hard to know what he's going to do here, David.
Yeah, Cove probably thinking to himself, King Queen may not have gone for 3 streets in this spot, or maybe just about to, maybe just about at this sizing. Obviously, aces and kings are possible.
Right. Cove doesn't block, unblocks those bluffs.
Yeah.
Right, the ace king, the ace jack, the ace tens that maybe decide to bet turn and then follow up on river. So the queen 9 suddenly becomes a bit more of an attractive call perhaps than the ace jack.
Yeah.
Queen jack, pardon me.
Queen jack, yeah.
So all sorts of things going on here, but then maybe the sizing. What goes 2/3?
Sizing just feels very
Value-y.
milky and value-y. Yeah, that's why I think we like the polar sizing, where you can
Yeah.
put some more of the bluffs into that bigger sizing and actually potentially confuse your opponent more.
And from Cove's point of view, Cove gets to have 5s, 3s, that would be, of course, his most nutted hands. But there aren't many hands other than that he can have that are good.
Cove looks like he is going to go for the call here.
He does. And we'll get the bad news.
Well done, Istamine. He found
Yeah.
his customer there.
Cove.
Not a bluffy line in general.
Even after the affair.
Sometimes you have it. Sometimes you have it.
Yeah, not giving away too much even after the event, David.
Another question for you, James. I love the almost dual main event of the warm-up 2K, main event 3K, high roller 5K. Is there room for a super high roller in future festivals? I feel like these guys fire the 5K. Some of them fire 3-4 bullets at it. They'd probably be happy enough to play a 10K.
Yeah, I made reference to this, I think, off stream the other day. That this is a very condensed buy-in range for your warm-up to your high roller. So I think there is room for even perhaps some more meat. You know, normally you might see that sort of buy-in range being like a 1-5-10 warm-up main high roller kind of. But 2-3-5. We get a lot of the same players. But the good thing is, David, with the buy-ins the way they are, it does perhaps allow players to say, well, maybe I play the 10K, but I can go play the 5K and fire 2 bullets, maybe.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think players do often sort of have a budget in mind, maybe when they come to a festival, and if they feel like they have a couple of bullets in a 5K, for example, when there's quite a lot of late reg to them as well. These are all structured to sort of maximise the opportunity for people to get in twice. I think they can offer a lot of play day one, halfway through day two as well. Regible.
Whenever we got a little spot here, Istamin, pardon me, under the gun. This time raising up Queen Jack offsuit. Skripkin deciding just to flat the button with ace 3, and now does Karatu with this particular hand, ace 3 suit. These are the ones we see quite often fall into the 3-bet bluffs. Against under the gun, he's deciding just to flat with this. Oh. Cool. Yowsin with
that's why.
buttons behind. This is working out perfectly, surely, for Skripkin. And maybe this is what he said. Oh, no. Maybe it's not what he set up for. Wow. I'm kind of surprised there, David, with Skripkin only having 85k behind himself. Be a great spot. And that's what Yowsin, I guess, was hoping for when he jammed.
No, the blinds have gone up to 153. So was it a closed raise?
Just wait.
Yes.
Was a
of course,
closed raise.
Of course. So you caught the deliberate mistake perhaps earlier, David, with the 1,500, 2,500. You're right, it's actually 1,500, 3,000. So yeah, he wasn't reopening action. That's a very good point. That makes a lot more sense, why these players all snap called. And Yowsin, though, doing a dreamy looking flop. Flops hearts. Istamin this time. He's on the wrong side of this setup, David. The top pair. The top pair. He's outkicked. And
Yeah, I'll see him sitting there with some hope, at least.
yeah, I mean, this is a great spot for him. Istamin deciding to c-bet this. And again, he's c-bet pretty small in a dry pot. I guess we don't have to go too big in dry pots because we've obviously got something with a better dry pot, right? We're not just c-betting air. Skripkin with way enough hand to maybe try and go with against our hand. Look at this. He knows the ranges are tighter in a dry pot.
Quick fold from Istamin.
Yeah, Yowsin with a shot, David, a quadruple up.
In a very good shape, eh?
Flipping.
The best possible. One of those.
Not the hand that Skripkin wanted to see.
And there it is. Well, it's not over yet.
It's not.
Never easy.
Never easy declared. The backdoor house draw. And the wrong card pairs, at least from Skripkin's point of view. Yowsin, the victim of the free roll, the victim of the faulty alarm clock. He's back up to 37k.
What time?
Yeah, and if you can get the spin going from that, it sort of feels good, particularly if you were willing to fire another bullet and suddenly you get yourself back to a starting stack. It's sort of
4 times. You did it 4 times.
good feeling in poker. There's a different sorts of experiences of stacks. Some people feel upstuck. Some people feel like they're free rolling in these kind of situations.
We are not.
Yeah.
Obviously, very important psychologically to just start from the stack in front of you each hand. But it is an emotional journey. Poker tournaments, live especially.
Yeah, I remember a long time ago hearing something Greg Raymer, of all people, once said. That he approaches every hand, or tries to psychologically approach every hand, as if he doubled up the previous hand. He looks at his chips and pretends he's in his mind that he doubled up, getting that positive frame of mind. Very hard to do, but it's a nice idea. I always think deep in a tournament. I always try to think of myself as like, when I say deep, I mean like semi-deep. Like I think, well, I start this tournament with 100k in this event, obviously being a main event, but now we're in the money. You know, average stat's going to be sort of 7 starting stacks, 8 starting stacks. I always think, well, if I'm down to 200k, I've got double what I started with, David. I'm loving life. Haddad. Cigar in hand, 6,000 chips over the line.
Yeah, it looks like a nice cigar, actually. Is it a little Cohiba, maybe?
Oh, you're a cigar man, are you?
Was a cigar man in a former life.
Okay.
A little Monte Cristo, perhaps?
Is that when you stopped winning?
Yeah.
You stopped your love affair with cigars, is it? Raw nerve? Okay. Hai Chen with a reasonable continue. King 10 suited. This is a lot of fun watching these guys play deeper stacked poker as Haddad flops top pair on the ace king deuce in a spot where he probably wants to bet a lot, but it's not like Hai Chen doesn't have some of the strong ace x himself and strong king x. Haddad checking back at his hand here, looking at the jack of hearts. That's the card he was checking for. Do I have backdoor hearts? And I'm going to come back to that in a second because something I heard Dara Kearney mention this morning in a certain video I watched. But we'll come back to that. Hai Chen, with that king, kind of not loving life against range.
No.
So Haddad open from +1, but too much hand, of course, to fold for now. The 10 into 20, the half pot sizing of Haddad. And 7 diamonds on the turn. Haddad's got to feel pretty good. I mean, sure, we can be up against maybe some ace-queen, but for the most part, ace-jack's going to be good here. And that card is very bricky. Gone very small again.
I like
milky.
that, I gotta say.
Right.
No, I like that. I think you want to go small sizing again
Right.
in this situation.
Because we have a lot of it, right? We have a lot of these aces. We have kings, we have aces, we have the ace queens, the ace jacks, the ace tens. Small bets put a lot of pressure on hands like this, right?
Yeah, I think this bet definitely targeting another sticky call as we do see it is a Cohiba. Excellent choice. King queens, king jacks, even the king 10 may be tempted for 15. Good fold, HN.
Yeah, nice all round there from Haddad. But yeah, I want to come back to that because Dara made the point. You see that with a lot of players when they've played an offsuit combination, that they sort of, a couple of hearts come or 3 hearts come. They check back to sort of see if they've got, did I have the heart? Can't remember. Kind of telegraph that perhaps it's an offsuit combination. Not that I'm saying that's what happened here, and you can obviously balance that by always checking back at your cards, but it's just something that lodged in my head earlier from Dara, and dare I see it right there.
O'Carney is a font of knowledge, font of advice. I'm very fortunate to work so closely with them all these years and just sort of by osmosis receive a lot more strategy advice than anyone else, I think. It's, yeah. Dara obviously joined us for the Western series. He was with us the whole week, or actually the whole fortnight, offering tremendous logic for lines taken and maybe some lines not taken.
$311 remain at the 670 who began, but that 670 number is going up at about the same rate that 311 number's going down.
Who is your go-to guy, James, over the last, decade and a half or so that you've been playing? Mormon, I know you were close.
Yeah, Mormon would be the one.
Nice to have Mormon in the back pocket for the... what do you think of this line?
Yeah, less so now, Mormon, just because well, he lives on the other side of the pond.
I
But
thought you were going to say because he's just so far behind the curve these days.
but also, I feel like now, with the advent of solvers and training sites, the game's a lot more solved, so things are easily sort of checked by yourself, whereas back in the...
he was the oracle.
The 2000s, the early 2010s, none of that was available, so you kind of just went to the most successful players, and I was fortunate enough to be in the circle of Chris Mormon, who was, I think, anyone in that era would have said was the best player, best tournament player in the world for a number of years through that period.
For sure.
10-8-4, which I mean, from the small blind, having the best of this one against Volkonski's ace high. He's going to bet very small again. I kind of like this. Volkonski's throwing in some funky Little bets here and there. Not one I advocate here, David, betting
Yeah.
this flop with the ace high, but it's part of an overall strategy of kind of going a little different.
Yeah, he's a prober.
I
It's
like
fair
that.
to say. I guess to try and find some merit for the bet from Volkonski, I guess it services as an equity denier, and it might get some value from weaker holdings too.
And I guess quite often will allow you to see a river. Used to mean, well, on this turn, I was going to say this kind of may be the best turn for him, the 10 of diamonds, because he's going to have some flush, he's going to have some 10x. He doesn't want his opponent to check back with a lot of his hands like this. Wow, look at this.
Whoa.
Volkonski for the 8k. Again, very small sizing these two are playing out in this blind-on-blind encounter.
So Volkonski clearly thinking his opponent has some draws. Wow, would you believe it? That will be quite an unexpected holding in the eyes of Istamine here, who may well go for very thin value of his own. He might decide to fire out a little
Blocky.
a blocky kind of one. Also might decide to check call, feeling like his opponent might have just
Yeah.
a decent diamond in his hand and decided to float him.
Yeah, and Istamine's still going to have some pretty strong hands here. And yeah, that's why Volkonski just happy to check back. Istamine's going to be surprised, like you say, to see that he loses to that combination, not necessarily that he loses in general. And
Do you like a thin value bet there from Volkonski on the river? Now that you've got there, and it's sort of unlikely.
well, when the bet sizes on a flop and turn are so small, I think I do lean that way because
Yeah,
we have
me
much
too.
wider ranges involved. Yeah. And of course, David, what we're not privy to in here is previous history. These two players, the way they're chatting, strikes me that they kind of know each other. So there may be a lot more at play. It's always the danger when you're in the booth in these events is you're not aware of previous history.
Чего получается?
But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Against if that had been a more traditionally sized pot on both flop and turn, then I would be less inclined to perhaps bet the ace, certainly that ace. But as played, I think we can try and get a little value. But you never know; these guys can be wily. You bet they're small, and then you get check raised, and you end up folding the best hand, getting greedy. Now Shin, with 12 blinds and deuces, just going for the min. Is he trying to elicit action, David, because this is a rebuy or the re-entry period still, as opposed to maybe just jamming it in? Well, he's going to get action in the next seat. Istamin with a pretty clear 3-bet against most stack sizes, cut off the button, but certainly here wants to take the action on for his shrapnel.
Yeah, it is a strange open with the ducks. Obviously, no blockers here. The kind of hand that would like to c5.
Wow.
Oh, it's
Well.
an interesting spot has emerged from this
Yeah.
now. Yeltsin maybe considering the possibility that he could get isolated and there's a bit extra in there and maybe just maybe he gets lucky and finds the ace, king, ace, queen portion of the range. No, doesn't actually get away.
Yeah.
So
I was-
interesting way to navigate there already.
I was about to say one thing to note here, Istamin going for the small 3-bet size makes entirely a lot of sense because you're 3-betting a 12 big blind stack on the button. Volkonski overcalling with 10s in the small. Again, very reasonable, but I'm almost surprised to see the deuces fold for 8k more, but given that this is the re-entry period, we can call 8k, we see the direct odds of 5-1 with some chips behind.
It's actually an okay set mine spot because
Right.
if you do make your hand, okay, yes, you could get set over set, but you're probably going to get paid. And as you say, 8k into 48, sort of getting the price already.
Right. Istamin with a pretty big advantage on ace-high boards. Volkonski doesn't have too much ace-x peeling from the small to this action. Does have, though, I guess, some 9s, maybe 7s.
Yeah,
But the
he's-
speed at which he called pre-flop kind of makes it look like it's a pocket pair to me, anyway.
Sure. He's right to be sticky with the 10s for that price over 1 street. It is a tricky one to continue with, and I guess he'll be hoping for a check back from Istamine. Maybe, just maybe, he has the winner right now. 7 of hearts doesn't help his backdoor potential, so probably just a fold facing further action now for Volkonski.
All right, Istamin, like I say, enjoys seeing that card. It does remove some potential quads. The set of 7s now, of course, being quads. One of the hands you're really worried about being behind to. Yeah, I guess she's got to go big or bigger on this kind of.
I think crucially as well for both players, they have to assign each other very strong ranges because Yeltsin was in there opening off 12 bigs. You're not going to isolate that guy more often than not, expecting him to get it in with you without a real hand. So, like the lighter portion of the range, unlikely to be in there.
Yeah, and he does go for the bigger sizing now on the turn at 32k. Setting up to potentially try and get 3. There are, of course, Volkonski can have some ace-jack suited, some ace-10 suited that may be cool. Going after those down at least 2 streets, perhaps 3. Seems reasonable. More history developing between these players. Wonder what would have happened if he had just opened jam the deuces. The ace-queen flat the next seat, I guess, for 12 blinds. No real reason to reopen the action. Oh, to ISO for 12. It's not that you're going to get called liberally behind. And then 2 10s.
2 10s have an interesting spot there, whether they want to jam it themselves or flat also.
Yeah, I think Mr. Min's saying something to, something along those lines. Would have been a far more interesting hand had he open jammed for those 2 10s. As it is, that one playing out fairly standard. But not often I advocate peeling a 3-bet off 12 blinds with deuces, David, but that might have been the spot.
Yeah.
Here's our man again. He's 6 suited in the cutoff. Now up to over 100 blinds.
Yeah, nice hand to keep in the mix here. Not too many 6x in your range. This is one of them. Gives you a bit of board coverage. Obviously, suitedness always nice. Haddad could go both ways here. Definitely seen some players flatten this situation this week.
Yeah, keeps in some weaker.
And that may well bring in a Chen here with the suited 10.
Right, that's the bad side of peeling here from the small, isn't it? That you do allow the big blind to come in, and when you've got an offsuit combo, it's you'd always rather play heads up. He does cool and get a very favourable looking ace 7 deuce with a couple of hearts.
Yeah, Istamine, assuming it stays in flow, have an interesting choice of whether to bet or not. Oh, it looks like Haddad is going to dunk lead.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by this. I mean, Istamin just does bet ace 7 deuce a lot. Kind of want to play your good hands and your bad hands the same here, I would have thought. And leading is a little peculiar.
It's an interesting spot here for Istamine because his hand would like to just flat, but actually maybe his range wants to raise a lot into this unusual dunk lead.
The ace kings, the ace queens. It's just it's something because you allow Istamine to just fold here when he's got a lot of hands that may most likely would have barreled ace 7 deuce.
And Haddad can't be feeling too comfortable about his ace 10 right now. Obviously, he has been flattered. He will be ahead of a decent chunk of hands here, but he's out of position. He's probably just going to keep coming with the small bets.
Yeah. I thought the bet was bigger than that, pardon me. He has gone, like you say, small. Interesting, because it doesn't really... I mean, actually, this is quite nice because Istam is in here with the 8s, the 9s. Like a really tough spot here. Dad's going to have some flush draws, perhaps, that play this way that now picked up gut shots. Maybe even the Queen X of Hearts, so he goes for a small bet, a little mergey, little denial. Not denial, but saves himself getting bluffed, as it were.
Yeah.
And River completes the board, the 5 of spades.
And I think he just goes small again now, as played. It's an unusual line. I'm trying to put my head into
Quarter pot.
this line that I wouldn't have taken personally and don't have a huge amount of experience navigating. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense to just keep coming with the small bets. He may as well target the weak aces. Present.
He kind of knows it's a funky looking line, but maybe thinking, maybe my opponent's got, convincing myself my opponent's got a queen high flush draw. They're block betting. Very weird hand, but this is the beauty of these events, where we see some unorthodox lines, and
And exactly what you said earlier, James, which is that, yes, we've come in on the day threes and on the final days, and it's great because it's exciting. There's ICM, there's a lot of money up top. We're seeing decisions, we're seeing flips for huge amounts of equity. That's a brilliant part of poker that, of course, we're ultimately going to boil down to in this one as well. But this day two coverage I particularly like because it is a fascinating phase of the tournament. It's that sort of, in this case, just before the re-entry period ends, all the way up to, you know, we're not going to get to the bubble tonight, but it's a period where we're 50 big blinds and deeper, and we're just seeing much more interesting poker hands.
Certainly are. Very much enjoyed seeing these kind of hands. As Skripkin looks down at ace queen under the gun. He likes seeing that sort of hand with his 31 blinds, having entered on this level. Although one imagines not for the first time. Just, I mean, 2 threes now against 30 bigs under the gun. Against a very capable opponent. Hard to continue. He does let that go. I think he may have called that against some players, especially deeper, but Haddad with the same hand on the button. But again, this is where things get a little awkward. You're up against under the gun, playing 30 bigs. You don't really want to be 3-bet calling off ace queen. You don't really want to be 3-bet folding it.
No, I think it's a great spot to actually just flat with basically the best hand you would flat on the button and sort of use that bit of deception post-flop maybe to get some chips back.
And here, HN, I'm about to say, with a hand that you don't really ever want to call with the small, but a prime candidate to 3-bet fold with, that King Jack offsuit. I'm not saying you should, but I'm glad to see him fold rather than call. I think, I mean, I'm a spewer. I'm 3-betting there. Putting the under the gun opener under a lot of pressure, especially with Haddad peeling. But I'm glad he chose, in my mind, the second best option.
Well, we've got a very interesting flop here. Ace, 5 deuce, 2 spades. Obviously, Kolev, he's got middle pair, he's got the gutter. He's not going to want to go anywhere to one street of action, or at least one bet. Shripkin probably going to go bet call, and then Kolev will call as well. So we're going to have a big pot here on the turn, one suspects. Unless Haddad drops the hammer right now.
Yeah, and again, a fairly small sizing, but that, I guess, makes sense on ace deuce 5, right? Leave open under the gun. He gets had the biggest aces, but probably doesn't have an ace. Big blinds. Got to have a lot of just give-ups. And a bit like earlier, you kind of leverage the big blind being in the pot, putting the pressure on the button. Makes it hard for them to peel wide.
Well,
he's raised.
Haddad does make life easier for Kolev, who would have been put in a very kind of wonky spot given his just 20 big blinds behind. Shripkin now, very difficult to get a read on this man, Haddad. He's fairly high up in his own range here.
Yeah, question of whether, I guess, to flat or just jam here and run it against maybe some flush draws.
He will like that 7 of diamonds, as you say. No flush getting there, and that's the one he would have been a little bit worried about. Haddad likely just sticks him in here for 80%-ish.
Yeah.
No, maybe slightly less. It's just going to go for...
No, he's gone for... Yeah, I mean, effectively putting him in, David.
Here we go.
Skripkin.
There will be no blood.
And like you say, I'll just chop up what's in the middle.
As he gnarls down on that unlit Cohiba. Hoping for all that pot, but having to feel okay about half of it. I guess it could have been worst case scenarios. Could have been behind.
Yeah, I think Skripkin actually, when he jammed turn there and Haddad sort of flicked the chip in, he gave a kind of reaction like, oh. Because I think he is worried. There are some 5s, some deuces.
For sure.
There's some ace 5 suited, ace 2 suited. Maybe he was up against in there. You kind of, you want the person to be, oh god, how much, you know, you kind of caught me here, but I'm committed. So a happy result for both, perhaps. If you are just joining us, this is the Merit Poker Carmen Series main event day 2. We are in frame 1. Late reg still open. 674 entries thus far. 305 of those remain, so our average is a little over 200k. which is very deep considering the blinds are only 1,500, 3,000 as Yaushin, surely the shortest stacks in the room. Again, just going for a min race, David. Just wanting to get some action, I guess. Wanting to double up or bust.
Yeah, it's unconventional. Obviously, it allowed him to get away with the twos the last time. So, interesting sort of situation. I guess it's a raise fold or a raise call if you just want to gamble. It works as a raise and take it on this occasion. The modern player looking to get a little bit more play from his short stack these days, certainly fair to say.
Plan of play today is 9 levels. Let's get in the books. And then that a feature, David, of course, of the Mix Max completing later today.
Yeah, 48 players come back to play 6 Max tonight.
There'll be some conflict, of course, of those coming through the day 3 of this and being in day 3 of that. So today's play relatively short, 9 hours of poker, 1 hour levels. That makes way for the big stuff to happen tomorrow. Moving day.
Yeah, it is moving day. It'll be moving evening tonight, I suspect, as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think when we come back from the second break today, the moment late reg closes, there will be a fair few last-minute entries. Then there's 100Ks. A flurry of all-ins, no doubt.
I don't wanna see like pocket kings or pocket aces. You're gonna
Clash of two of our familiar faces in the room here. Roman Kolotyuk, I'm sure everyone knows that man, and Recep Aydemir, who I mentioned, came into today. It's a very healthy stack, 554k, spun all the way up to about 700k, took a little step back in that hand versus Kolotyuk just a few moments ago. He has now 620k, very healthy. Thank you to Poker News and their excellent reporting, allowing us to bring you coverage, not just of this feature table, but a little bit of what's going on in the room.
Yeah, it is nice. Poker News ever present.
Our high roller champion, Alexander Hurst, who I'm sure many of you watched claim victory here a couple of nights ago. He's building a stack as well in the outer tables, 335k now.
Ooh.
Loved watching him play. That was a fantastic display of elegant endgame poker from Hurst. Proper beast, that lad. A reminder, if you do want to catch up on any of the action here at Merit,
Yes, 25.
the YouTube channel does save all the videos, so you can go back and watch as live. Do recommend watching that high roller final table if you haven't already. Bit of a masterclass from hers.
Yeah, it was a very impressive win. It was Cove. A bit very small on this King 8-5 board as the pre-flop raise up. And of course, Yaushin peeling off a very short stack.
Yeah, and that sizing, obviously a function of the fact that he was up against a short stack who he's willing to get in against. But also, you can, when you go that small sizing, you can bet all the way down to your bottom pairs in that situation.
Right. I'm surprised maybe the Inga even goes smaller. I think bet 5, minimum's 3. I mean, we're really splitting hairs here, but could go all the way down to a blind.
You could try and get away with the less than a full big blind and see if anyone spots it.
You see, huh?
I see, huh?
Where do you come from?
France, and you?
Ah, c'est français alors.
Selection of other notables out there in the field. Jack Sinclair, 420k right now. Fausto Tantillo, love that man, 340k. Ranelani, 300k.
Pas confondre.
Edward V Barsagian, 280k. Merit Poker Western Series warm-up champion, Paul Brown, Sorry, he wasn't the champion,
Oh.
but he was involved in the end game. He's out there with 250k.
Needles. Volhonski popping up 2-3. He's getting two deuces to fold. Script with ace-5 suited in the cutoff.
What
In
premier
30
fight?
blinds. See how he wants to
Premier
take
fight,
this. Volhonski's been playing a lot of hands, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him 3-bet here, and that's what he does.
Je viens de Lyon.
De Lyon, hein, d'accord.
J'habite à Malte.
Ah, d'accord.
Déjà là en France.
In a 3-bet, we'll get round to that opener under the gun.
Il y a un boulot.
I like just the sizing as well. He's gone a little over 3x. Doesn't have to go huge because he is 3-betting off 30 bigs and exhibiting a lot of strength
Travail.
against what should be a tight range, but we've seen this man in a lot of pots, and even if the players haven't seen the cards, they'll be aware that he is playing a lot of hands. With threes, I think I would like to see just a fold, but
Il y a un groupe français.
very, very hard to play this hand out of position
Vous connaissez. Entre
against the
armes.
cutoff range.
Entre armes. Vous connaissez le groupe entre armes?
Yeah, very cheeky
Entre
use
armes,
of the ace-5
entre
suited here. I absolutely love it. Nicely done, sir. Take a bow, Shripkin.
amis. Go ahead.
Short stack ninging his way
Histoire.
to a starting stack once again.
Ben joueur.
Big news, James.
No. I like news.
We have crossed the 2 million mark in the prize pool.
Bosh.
Just there over the last couple of minutes.
Wow.
2 million
I'm feeling safer about how I guaranteed that the series has been bigger.
for the next one.
Oh, was it the next one?
It's
I
the
did?
classic. You've guaranteed 10 million in the prize
Wow.
pool.
Right.
Yeah.
I was trying to get out of that by
No,
maybe
no,
claiming
I
this
wrote
one.
it down. I have record of it.
Okay.
I actually clipped a bit of sound audio of you saying it, so no one will forget.
If anyone out there has some money I can borrow, please don't hesitate to get in touch.
And if you don't have any money, the least you can do is hit the like button.
Quoi, votre
There we go. Like and subscribe.
la messe?
Kolev having a peek over the trench with his 2-3s. Yachin, well, just flatting. I'm trying to work out exactly what the strategy here is for Yachin. He's just trying to get in as many multi-way scenarios as he can, but then they fold the deuces, so I don't really know.
25
It's funky. It's very, very funky. He's finding more play off this short stack than I would have thought possible.
And Volhonski coming out with the squeeze. I mean, I would have preferred just the jam, but I mean, it's effectively the same thing. Lovely hand to wake up with ace queen. Yachin says, "Come on then, you took most of the chips. You may as well finish me off." And that's what's looking likely. He does need to find a jack up against the ace queen of his earlier foe.
Yalcin on the brink not that long ago. Got the quadruple up with the king deuce of hearts in a four-way.
Yeah, 10-6-4. Not much use to him. Just the 3 direct outs as he heads to the turn. That's the situation heading also to the river. And it will be off to the cage if this man wishes to continue his quest to win the Carmen Series main event. Volhonski having a wonderful start to the day. Wins yet another pot.
Yesterday I played cash game. I had the craziest run of premiums of my whole life. In 1 hour game, I hit 3 times aces, 4 times kings, twice ace queen, 3 times ace king. I'm not kidding. I was right.
Did you win money?
Volkanovski up to 123
I love
big
this guy.
blinds now.
I told myself it's a sign. that
Massive
it's good.
stack
I
at this
it's
stage.
great. I was like, this is not possible.
More than double average,
You
I
lost
think.
every hand or?
No.
He played bet.
Just 2 hands. 2 big hands. But this is so sick. Like,
What was the biggest?
I was looking the first card ace. I was like, no, come on, not again. And it got, oh.
I hope it's never gonna happen with you again.
I wish it was on stream so people think I'm not lying.
Kolev
Was it 25-25 or 5-10?
25-25.
going to try and get one through with ace-8 from +1.
Like,
Again,
16
maybe.
something, okay.
Just playing that a little bit looser because it is a re-entry. wants to get something going. Exactly what you were asking me about earlier, and I didn't give you an answer to. He's clearly of the mind. I mean, we did see him playing pretty loose earlier as well when he had more chips, but wants to get something going
I mean,
in these first 4
No,
levels.
the organization was.
Yeah, I know.
Well, he's picked up a customer in his old foe, Istamine here.
Wow. Picking up on this. He's
Wow.
picking up on the Cove
How much?
opens.
Why that much?
Maybe seen some. Why that
What
much?
that much says had with the Django's.
He hadn't seen them when he said that, surely. If he has, that's so good. But I think he said, why that much? Then looked down at the kings and probably regretted having opened his mouth. But yeah, I mean, not going to work here from Istamine, but I love that he's picked up on Kolev and 3-bet him as wide as his Jack 10. That's great. 3-bet.
I don't love friends.
Ace king, eh?
The 4-bet
Kings? Ah,
was a 3x, but
you fall to my
at that point, we're shallow enough. I like it.
I wasn't sure what I'm gonna do, but I didn't have a good hand to show. But maybe I will show.
Best to go back. 15.
I don't like to fold, you already saw.
No, I didn't. The first time we play, no? Ah, you mean on that hand? You probably had a queen.
I had a queen.
Hard to fold it.
I probably had kings.
In some spots it's not hard, but
Still re-entering.
it's good reason to make decisions.
Referencing the ace queen queen 9 hand. Kolev and Istamine played earlier. And also, both making reference to the situation we find ourselves in. Re-entry still open. Levels upon levels, David. And here's our man once more. Ace 10 in the cutoff in an unopened pot. He's going to
Hello.
Hi.
move things up a floor or two. Volkonski, okay. I've seen a couple of liberal hands, albeit we've seen him with a high frequency of V-pipping. A couple of them perhaps liberal, but this one is now getting a little out there. King 8 offsuit flat on the button. HN with 5-6 off in the big. Yeah, peeling from the big becomes less attractive in 3-way spots, but certainly with a hand with connectivity like this, and one would assume a kind of clean board around him, unlikely to be dominated on those cards. Does make the call.
Yeah, coming back to Volkonski's flat here, the solvers have certainly informed us that flatting hands like King 8 suited is now pretty reasonable on the button in situations such as this, but King 8 off, definitely too loose.
Queen 5 deuce the flop. We'll check round to Volkonski, who elects to check back. Jack puts that second Broadway card on board in a 3-way pot. Very hard for HN to think his 5 is good here or likely to elicit any folds. Should he bet to try and protect it? He doesn't like to check. I mean, with that gut shot to Broadway now, may look to bet here and do exactly this. Put HN's 5x and deuce x in the hurt locker. 8 into 22. Yeah, this is just grim now. Yes, we can be ahead. We see we are here, but when we're behind, we're very far behind. When we're ahead, we won't always get to showdown. Facing a second barrel on the river, potentially. The only, perhaps, leaning positive towards a call would be the size of the bet, 8 into 22, but even then, HN folds. I like to fold.
I think
Yeah, I like the fold too. I don't think you can proceed
have
in
to
that
say
situation
that
against
this
range.
card
We see there, obviously, Istamine at the light side of... Oh, maybe a marked card there.
Yeah, well,
But
as we
neat little play there from Istamine.
come towards the end of this level, we're going to take a little look at what's coming up after the break, David. We do have a fresh feature table. And I do gather, there we go, in seat 2, Recap Edemeyer, the chip leader in the tournament, a familiar face
Wow.
on the streams. We've had him on the feature table this week already, I believe. A deep run in the warm-up, if memory serves. He's flexing his muscles in that event. Chip leading here, so that's who we've got coming up after the break. Of course, we still have a few minutes left at the 1500, 3000 level with this cast. And Fedor Dedalov joining the fray. Also, I noticed, with exactly a starting stack. So as we get close to the late reg closing, more players getting eliminated, coming straight back in. Coming in with these shorter stacks, coming in 33 blinds though. As you register now, it is of course though Vadim Volkonsky leading the way on this table. But maybe getting a little too confident, David, as we see him feeling with the King 8 against Alexei Ishterman, who's perhaps having the best end to the frame. Very involved.
Yeah, that hand just a little bit sloppy, I would say. I think he's played really, really well over the session, and I think he's probably maybe just feeling a little bit splashy.
Emboldened.
Emboldened.
I like it. Gonna go with the flow. Start to feel good. Start to push the edges. Karatu, 2 3s from +1. Again, kind of, yeah, I like that. Just, we'll get into a situation where there are some stacks that are going to jam. You've got players playing a lot of hands. Now, if everyone's overfolding, suddenly raising 3s seems like a good idea, but if you're opening in hands like King 8 are potentially calling, we don't want to be opening 3s. Ishterman, though, certainly does want to be opening the Ace-Queen. And he's had a couple of times now. 3, I think, once he won that big point against Kolev. And well, Kolev with the same hand in the big blind. I guess it's just going to be a jam. And it's funny because I had a little back and forth over the last hand when he raised forward the Ace 8. How much they ask. Kolev likes hearing that. You like hearing how much, because your opponent's snapping Ace King, snapping all the pairs.
Fuck.
Obviously, he's going to snap this Ace Queen once he sees how much it is. And, not going to lose any chips, but has lost something. Maybe a phone to the floor.
I think he may have broke some of our equipment.
Realized it's 5 minutes left.
Oh no, he's got his own camera. Oh look, that's
Are you
how
stream or what?
he's an influencer.
I do gather, yeah, he has his own channel here, vlogging from Merit
Brilliant stuff.
on the regular
I don't like
It
this.
is.
Reroll.
4 of
at
hearts. is
Holla
okay.
BCN.
Will there be running clubs here for some drama? No.
Nice hand.
Yeah, please do check it out at Holla BCN. Tag is Alexei Ishterman. Big title is coming. Confidence. Vlogging his life, both in and around poker.
Do you watch many of the vloggers?
I don't. I feel like I should. I kind of got when it first started becoming a thing. I remember sort of getting captivated by the likes of Andrew Nemi. I remember in particular getting into it. And then it almost became. The thing is, I'm such an addictive personality. It almost became there was too much, and I'm one person. I can't really just dip in and out something. If I start watching it, I've got to watch it all.
Sure.
And to kind of to protect my time, kind of had to stop watching because too many of my hours were getting taken up by it. Some of it's so slickly made these days. The ability of people to edit these videos on laptops and put out great content is.
Yeah, the means of production are kind of cheaper than they ever were, and I guess lots of people have their own visual style as well. Jamin Burton stands out to me as one of the guys who has really taken that medium on another step there with a lot of almost comic book graphics and animated segments to the show. A lot of talented people out there in poker looking to flex their creative muscles as well.
Speaking of flexing muscles, you should have been doing that exactly here against Karatu. Opening under the gun, he's in the next seat, and I like this with Ace Jack offsuit. It's not a hand we really want to peel with the rest of the table behind us and against an under gun open. But it's also not a hand we really want to fold. So he's just putting it into that 3-bet bluff category. I would prefer a slightly larger sizing. Again, I hate to keep harking back to this, but in these early position scenarios, we're repping a lot of strength against a lot of strength. So you do want to go that little bit larger. Again, nitpicking, but I would like to see
I feel like
3.5x as a minimum.
Again, this, you
Yeah,
know,
I understand.
same ace coming. But now I'm sure nobody knows it's this guy.
Referencing the
Before
marked
it was
ace,
scary.
perhaps.
Like, who knows that the ace
Indented
of clubs?
ace.
Did you know the ace of clubs was
But I haven't
marked?
said all that. The ace jack, 3-bet there. Does elicit the fold from the offsuit
Now
combos.
it's not.
Did you
At
have
3x.
ace of clubs in the ace queen hand? The first one? Because if I knew and you get it,
Right, you could just fold.
no, I will call more if I know this.
Really?
He's referencing, of course, Queen
you
9
think
ace
I
queen. He
mu-
said, "Did you have this? Did you have the ace clubs in that hand? Because I would have called more if I know you had an ace. Because exactly that, the bluffs were the ace tens, the ace
Maybe
jacks,
with
the ace
ace,
kings.
maybe with king jack. I
He was
don't know.
worried, like you say,
Maybe you
at
never
that
bluff, that's the
sizing
problem.
about king queen being part of the range.
It's all the time, basically.
Sometimes you're learning.
Now under the gun. How much does he want to play the rush?
How come?
He thought about it, David.
Maybe
Yeah,
six,
another
seven,
borderline
six.
one if he is deciding to step out here.
I like the fold in the flow of the game because you've just won a few pots. Kind of looks a bit
I know.
Never played.
fishy.
I know in general, but
I like to tighten up if it
I'm
looks like you're
so
playing loose.
confident about myself.
Dead love. His first foray into the
online
pot
ranges you play,
on
huh?
this table.
You see now, tight fold. With the gun,
Ishtamin, referencing that tight fold.
check.
Well,
In the stream.
tightish. Had. Finding two queens. Going to be more than happy to try and take on the
I
33
need to
blinds
learn
of the
to
opener.
fold sometimes. But I have problems.
He's gone for a 2.5x 3, but I believe he said 15.
Excuse me.
Or
Can
18
you kick
perhaps.
it off? Now it's a break.
Does 3x it. Kind of like this. You make it very hard for these stacks to continue with a lot, but you do incentivize them if they do continue to continue with 4 bets in the shape of jams. This instance, just going to take down what's in the middle. I'm going to be sad to see these guys go in a few minutes, David. We've only got time for a couple more hands with them. It's been fun.
Yeah, it's been really fun. I think the theme has maybe been unorthodox lines winning out. The two more unconventional players have actually made significant inroads over the course of the last couple of hours.
The main event is the last hand of this round. At the end of the hand, you have 10 minutes break. 10 minutes break in the main event.
There we
So
go.
we're playing our last hand, as you heard there. Just a 10-minute break.
Very short break.
Very
Yeah.
short break. I guess we did start a little late. Maybe they're penalising the guys.
Of course, the tournament has to finish in time for the mixed match.
Exactly.
To resume, so maybe shave off a few minutes of the break. I hope they've had big breakfasts. Okay.
Haddad back in the action here. Ace Queen certainly qualifying. +2.
Yeah. Will be the last. As you see players dart off.
15 minutes.
Ah,
15 minutes.
there you go. It is a
break in
15-minute
the
break,
main
David. Not a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
See you.
As Karatu peels from the small with the suited king. Hands that we've been talking about a little bit of late. Well, trouble perhaps on this Queen 6 board. He flops, well, reckons to be a good hand. And look, that's Haddad checking back. David with the ace queen.
Yeah, setting the trap here. And he's got just so much of it, I guess. Maybe feeling like the 6x, not too many 6x's in Cartio's range here. So not much to target for value. Obviously, he can target the small pairs. That makes sense. But, you know, maybe just thinking there's an opportunity here to let a card come off. A card that maybe hits Cartio and gets him paid.
Yeah.
We see that Cartio does have a 6. One of the more likely 6 is the King 6.
And he's gone quite a large sizing given the flop action, because I guess Haddad has a lot of showdown, you'd imagine, when he checks back Queen 6. He's trying to get called by the ace highs.
Very trappy here from Haddad. No raise here on the turn. Just calling.
He's almost unfortunate he's up against a hand here, because a no hand may be inclined to fire a big barrel here. Of course, peeling from the small does get to have some Queen X himself, the Queen Jacks, the Queen 10s, the King Queen suitors of the world.
The interesting development here could be Cartio coming with a small blocker sizing and then getting raised and then being quite confused, I'm going to guess.
Yeah. Very much a reasonable line here, but it looks like he's actually going for more like a... Well, he's 50, yeah, he's gone 1/3.
Oh, We just get a snap
Snap.
call.
Wow.
Very surprised we don't see a raise there. One of the best possible hands Haddad could ever have. A furrow of the eyebrows from Caratio, who probably expected to be put into a much more difficult situation there.
Yeah.
And getting away with it in a way.
He's probably not completely shocked to lose the hand. Probably a little bit surprised to be snap called and lose the hand though, because you would expect maybe the 7s plus to bet the flop. And of course, those queens to go raising. But that is the final hand with this cast of characters, David. And it is Vadim leading the way. But look at that, Haddad with that last pot, taking himself up over the 3 starting stack mark. When they come back, Kolev will be the one trying to spin up as we bring you guys back into the booth. Just before we go on break, David.
Yeah, Kolev, I suppose, maybe a victim of his own heroics at some level. He's going to have to get a spin going pretty quickly or get back over to the cage before it's too late. I think the theme is unorthodox lines, and I think we saw a lot of contra-flow plays there in that last segment. We saw the unconventional Volkonski pulling in pot after pot for a while. We also saw Haddad doing a little unorthodox stuff of his own. I suppose that last hand, maybe where he could have extracted more value, but also the hand that comes to mind is the one where he donk led and went small, small, small across 3 streets. Got maximum value in the end against a very curious ace-6.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, we keep saying it. You see these main events as opposed to the super high rollers, and there are far more unconventional lines, and it's more exciting, I think, more fun for the players playing as well to try and deconstruct what's going on here. What's he doing when he has these small bet, small bet, small bet? We see him checking back a queen here and just calling. It's rather funky.
Well, look, we're going to go on a very short break, probably just 12 or 13 more minutes until we're back in the action. We saw the cast of characters going to be joining us. Looking forward to commentating on those guys. Please do join us back here for the Merit Carmen Series main event, day 2. We'll be back shortly. Queen 10 of diamonds now. After the board pairs the ace. Could come for some small value now. Could check again.
Right, yeah. Can still check. Still going to have some hands you want to give up. It's kind of a nice one to bluff catch with. But like you say, can perhaps get some weaker to call.
Yeah, I feel
Some
like it's
draws.
a could go either way sort of spot. Does decide on an 8k bet.
Half pot. Makes it very hard, doesn't it, for these kind of hands, the gut shots to continue. But the king high gut shot, perhaps some nefarious intentions.
Yeah, with position here is to mean may find other routes to victory.
Well, most likely not on that card. I'm actually a little surprised by that call.
I am too.
They may just give up the king 10. No heart. Gonna have the jack 10s that can call, the double gut shot, the flush draws. He's gonna have some queen x himself, even some ace x.
Yeah, given that the 8k bet was called on the turn, I wonder if HN now, little concerned he might be behind a queen jack,
Right.
a king queen,
Yep.
maybe even a very raggy ace.
Yeah, I think very hard to bet again here. I don't think I could advocate for it. And actually,
Unless you came with the like one big blind bet, which also sort of opens the door.
yeah. Very hard. I mean, it's not very hard to balance that. But people just don't seem to do it. Like the really weak lead here with a very strong hand. And Ishtamin was just thinking maybe my king high's good.
What's that?
Yeah, I got to agree with you there, James. A little optimistic on the turn, and given that the action was checked to him, I guess we know his thought process was that the king high could be good often enough, and I just don't think it is.
Yeah, it can be good, of course.
We've been going so well here, James. There's no need to spoil it.
You UK, yeah? Young generation, GTO professionals. Both.
I haven't held 800 years of subjugation against
19.
you personally.
Wow,
I've only been responsible for
you couldn't wait
40
to
of
start traveling. Your father has big winnings in online poker?
Of course, James Dempsey, a very Irish name. I assume we're probably related if we go far enough back.
my father's from Cork. But I prefer to lean into the Britishness and, you know.
Leaning into some straight draw and flush draws here, HN and Volkonski likely to continue in this situation. Istamine and Haddad, well, this board isn't in their vicinity.
Yeah, this is kind of a fun one. HM from the big blind peeling here does have some of the support. It's going to check back through a lot, and he's only got 7 high. And with those backdoor hots, may elect to just come bluffing here. I like this. I like this a lot.
I really like this too. This is exactly the kind of texture he can represent. He's obviously got the draw. He's got the backdoor hearts as well, like you say. Yeah, great spot to see that he can confidently
Maybe not
lead
the
this
best
spot. And
place
as
to
predicted, Volkonski, the man who will join him
When I was
on the turn.
16.
Players confessing to some underage gaming online. There we go. All's forgiven now.
So you have a good
Tricky one here for HN now. Obviously, bottom pair pairing. He can have more 2x, and he can certainly have both in this situation as played. Can have straight. But Volkonski on the button, maybe representing something more like an overpair to the
Yeah.
board here, and will certainly get sticky on the deuce.
Yeah, he has all those pocket pairs, bar the highest ones, of course. Although some of those may elect to trap.
So an interesting situation here for HN. I kind of like it if he goes very aggressive
Yeah.
across 2 streets as the plan, or not aggressive at all.
Yeah, I think you're right. Kind of a
You don't want
a
to do
big
an
bet here and a
in-betweening
jam on the river, or we need to check.
Yeah.
Or even maybe a very small bet here. Kind of set your price. There's an argument for that. Looks like he is pulling out 4 at least of those 5k chips, throwing on a couple of 1ks. So maybe we've seen him fire, or intending to fire twice. Big bet. Make it very hard for the queen high flush draw to continue. The board has paired. You do have queen high. It does have position. But like we say, I mean, Agent's repping a lot of strength here. There's every reason to think he could have a full house already. And certainly a flop to straight. Yeah, I might get to have a lone deuce. Volkonski.
Wow. This is sticky.
Right, here we go. So he has left a little over pot. But that's a bad river in terms of our bluff equity, right? We want to say we've got 4s full. We want to say we've got 6s full, 4s being removed. But also, when we're trying to say we've got 3-5, which is a big part of our bluffing range, especially when we're holding the 5, that's kind of what we're looking at.
Yeah, combinatorically, the number of hands that we would come out barreling big with have gone down.
Right, and our prime value candidate at 3-5 is not wanting to bet too much here. It probably still wants to bet that because our opponent does have, like you say, just a lot of over pair combos. This is amazing if he gives this up, and then queen high wins regardless. He may still go for this right though, because Volkonski does have just over pairs a lot.
Do you think the better plan now is, you know, we were advocating the go
Right.
big and big again, and now you've gone big. You can actually go kind of maybe smaller, maybe half pot, merge your range a little
Right,
bit.
because the 3-5 doesn't want to bet big here.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Basically trying to get a pocket 8s to fold right now.
Yeah. And this is just an awful, awful run out for him from the big blind, as played. And I like the way he's played it.
Interesting body language here. I almost feel like we're witnessing his internal monologue here. It was almost like he really gave the bet a lot of thought and then almost thought better of it. He's come back to the chips now. He is going to fire. Here we go. It's all of
Goes
it.
for all of it. This is always the plan, and he hasn't deviated just because the river came unfavorably.
Well,
Volkonski-
fortune favours the brave there. He
Yeah.
could still represent 6s, 6-4, 4 deuce.
Yeah.
They're still out there.
Yeah, there's plenty of hands. He has exactly that. He has the 2-pair combos that boated up.
Vita, do you have Ali?
And your opponent just doesn't have... Does throw in the single 5k chip, but announces raise. Let's go with it. Imagine his... Oh. I think Nemesis is too early, David. They play one pot, but...
Yeah, he's going to go for a cheeky little set mine here.
Ah.
Oh, but the dream for Laidlaw now with just 17.5 bigs.
Yeah, and you're going to have a lot of hands you want to squeeze jam with here with the flat behind. And that's a reason that H-hand perhaps has to be a little cautious peeling here. I mean, I still would peel with the threes. I'm not saying he's made a mistake here, but he's one of the things to be aware of. But also, of course, H-hand gets to have some traps here because of that stack behind. You are going to flat sometimes some of the sort of the strongest hands you wanted, sorry, the weakest hands you wanted the 3-bet for value. Kind of maybe you flat with them now because you get a little bit more information.
Great point. Classic race incoming here. We know Istamine going nowhere. Probably just trying to size up HN's level of interest.
Yeah, I guess we flat with range here, right? Because we can flat fold some hands. Can we? Can we flat fold some hands? We know we're not going to get over flat, are we?
No.
It's a third of our chips, or a little less than a third of our chips. I guess. What do we do with 9s and 10s here, David? Are we flatting and then folding if HN jammed? If we were trapped? Does he have a blended strategy here? Do we just jam kind of the ace-king and the jacks and queens and then maybe flat the 9s, 10s and the aces and kings?
Yeah, we can certainly blend our strategy here and have a few of the bigger hands protect those weaker ones and then decide, well, we'd like to avoid some flips with the others.
I like this. I like the flat. I guess if we're flatting queens, we're probably flatting everything.
Does feel like he's just
Strategy he's gone for.
Yeah.
Probably what I go for. I like to keep things simple. I like to have one avenue. Less to think about. But as you say, David, it is the classic flip. Ishtamin won't be happy to see that. Against that stack size.
Oh well.
Supposed to be in a pretty good spot. Still is in a pretty good spot. 2 queens, of course. We call it the coin flip. David, I'll run queens all day against you, your ace-king. Especially on a queen 7-7 flop. Ishtamin tapping the table. Just needing the runners. The very specific ones at that. Jack, no use. You will have the option of re-entering if he so chooses. It's only level 1 of day 2. Has 4 hours of late register.
It's a 7-6 or something. What's
Very bad bluff. I catch.
what is you going all in pre-flop?
Indeed, I predicted a potential 4-way here. We are going to have a menage a trois instead. And ace in the window.
Volkonski with the top pair. Gut shot. Gut shot to the straight flush draw, has to be said.
Yeah, Kolev definitely not enough hand to continue here, but this could get interesting between Volkonski and Yeltsin with the same hand. Obviously, Volkonski with that flush draw in the box seat. He also has the betting lead. Do you ever feel in this situation with the ace, jack, jack of clubs that you've got the second nut draw, you've got a pretty good ace, but not brilliant ace, you're not that high up on your own range? Maybe you proceed cautiously?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird spot because we did 3-bet. Okay, 3-bet 3.5x, but that's a pretty small 3-bet size against the action we saw. You're going to get peeled quite a bit because you're giving up position to the rest of the field. It's very difficult to know how to proceed down these spots. I mean, we are trying to rep super strong. So ace, queen, 10 is us. We do get to have aces, queens. Probably not 10. Wow, here we go. Well, probably not 10s. We also don't get to really have any flushes on this board. We do, of course, have the ace-king with the king of clubs. It's one contender. Wow, he just rifles the whole lot in. 120.
Well, Yeltsin arrived late. He's about to face a hand he won't really want to see here. He's being free-rolled.
Yeah, this is obviously he can't fold. Like I say, he knows he's not up against a flush with that 3-bet from the small blind. He actually has a range advantage on the turn, but Volkonski with the edge, the free roll.
There it is.
And sends Yeltsin back to bed, David.
Maybe
Huge
back to the
pop.
cage, James.
Oh,
Maybe back to the cage.
Maybe.
a brutal one for Yeltsin. Can't fold him. Obviously, he turns his straight there. Every reason to believe that his opponent could just have a set, could have top 2 pair, that kind of stuff. He's going to get in there. Can't be necessarily putting his opponent on a flush. But actually, the really devilish outcome is that you are facing the free roll, and there it is, the 8 of clubs. I don't think he's been eliminated. I think he's going to maybe have 10k left.
Oh, right. Because Cove now, his range is very much defined down, isn't it? To maybe some of those 7s and 8s folded. So now we're looking at the Queen X. So when your opponent has pretty much a range that's constructed of top pair, if you are going to bet, you have to bet big, right? With the Nut Queen, we are loving life.
I wonder if you can ever go for all of it here. It's about 1.7, 1.6. I think if you had like 110k effective back, you could definitely consider it.
Cove's only got 130. So we're only playing 130 effective.
Yeah, 1.7. Yeah, it's probably, as I said, if Cove only had 110, I think I might go for it. But you can still go for that sizing. You can just pick the sizing you like. I guess maybe more likely is we'll see something around pot, but I do kind of like it.
Sort of something in between. Sort of sizing a 2/3. Is this perhaps, in his mind, targeting some of those hands that still may have called the turn, the 8s, the 9s, that just hate life here? Or does he perhaps even give Cove a lot more Queen X?
Belarus, huh?
Oh.
He's from Belarus, no? Russia?
Country profile.
Fishing for info. Wants to talk. Wants to try and get a read out of his man.
I love that he's doing this. Always great to interact with your villain in a spot like this.
Yeah, because we put so much into the technical playing of the game, but we are playing live poker. There's a lot more going on. You can get a lot of information. Just the way the player puts chips in, the way they react if you talk to them. That's a big one. A lot of players, perhaps without the most live experience, as Cove, will give a little bit away by talking. But Ishtamin appears to be too smart for that. He's giving away nothing. Stoically seated behind those glasses. Good luck reading this man. And a very warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino here for continuing coverage of Day 2 of the Carmen Series main event. I am James Dempsey, and whilst David Lappin has stepped out, I am very happy to bring Ali Najad into the fray. How are we doing this morning, Ali?
We are doing wonderfully, as whilst you and David were anchoring the top part of today's coverage, the first frame, yours truly was having a steam in a sauna.
Oh.
Which, given that I played till 5 a.m. in a slightly smoky environment, was a welcome respiratory relief.
Well, whilst you were doing that, these guys were building chips, because look at the chips here we have.
Indeed.
Recap Idemar, Mehmet, Korgu leading the way here, over 200 blinds apiece, 7 starting stacks apiece. More importantly, during the re-entry period, still alive. There is our man, but was deep in the warm-up, as well as, of course, playing our cash game, our Hold'em cash game.
Bit of a fixture in terms of all forms of streams in and around Merit. Given the number of trips I've now made here, both between Triton and Merit streams, starting to get familiar with a few of these faces who really have distinguished themselves as being part of the upper crust, as the new feature table just getting their feet wet here on Day 2 of the main event here at Merit Poker. And something that I'm not sure that we've alluded to adequately, James, is the idea that across the 4 day ones that are available to players before the field combines, Blabea here with a couple of 10s on the button going to work, is that Day 1A and Day 1B are 60-minute levels. But Day 1C is a semi-turbo with 40-minute levels, and then Day 1D a full-fledged turbo, 25-minute levels. Really love that idea in terms of giving people who may not want to sit and grind for a full day and just kind of spin or be out the door the option to play in that fashion. And Day 1D strikes me as being the best of the times with which to do that. Not the best of times, though, with Ace-4 for Habib, who has 3-bet to 27,000. Kolu's King-Queen into the muck as a result, but Blebea's 2-10's unlikely to be headed for the same place.
Yeah, always fun when we come into these frames, mid-session as it were. These guys have played 2 levels already, so dynamics would have built up. Here we see Blebea obviously going nowhere with the 10s. Question of whether he's just going to full bet go with it against the small blind, whether they're going to flat. It's all predicated on the perceived range of your opponent. So we're joining these guys midway through, so it's hard to know exactly what he's going to do. But with the rebuy portion still open, Ali, I think you can kind of... Everything plays a little faster. There's reason to believe he's going to want to full bet jam. It's a lot more.
Time will tell off of 122,000 back.
Yeah, I mean, with 40 big blinds, button with 2 10s is monstrous.
Curious level, by the way, 1,500, 3,500.
Yeah, just letting things creep up slowly. We just played 3K big blind, now 3.5, next 4. That allows, of course, the 2.5K, 5K level to be the first one after re-entry. So if you max late reg, you've got 20 bigs.
Blebea really in the tank here as he
okay.
deliberates. And I think very much, James, as you touched on, it was the decision on whether or not to put the 4-bet in here during the rebuy period.
Yeah, and like I say, it's all down to how these guys have been playing the first 2 hours as we see an A7-4 flop roll off. Blebea not liking that one. But Ali, a board that Habib obviously has range advantage. 3-betting from the small blind. He has the biggest aces. We now kind of know Blebea doesn't because they do 4-bet jam those hands. But in reality, Habib has a way higher, way stronger hand than he's supposed to have on this A7-4 board with 2 pair. And doesn't have to go big here. I like this bet size, Ali, 22K. Like I say, you've got all the strongest aces, and your opponent's going to have a lot of the Jack, Queen suiteds of the world that just can't really continue on this board. He's going to peel back down and see the 10 of clubs. I think it's going to give him enough to continue for at least 1 bullet. That's going to get very awkward on turn and river. Yeah, I'd love to have seen... If we'd seen the first 2 hours of play, only at this table, I would have been able to, I think, come with a lot more confidence of how best to play this hand. And that's why it's fun. You come, and this is also why it's fun. And when you recognize, as a player, when you get moved to a table halfway through a day, and you don't know the dynamics.
Yeah, you got to work it out for yourself. Kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together, as Blebea will attempt to do upon having called this 22K and seeing the turn, which delivers a second overcard.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, most cards are a brick on A7-4. It's not a complete one though, because there are some backdoor diamond combos that Habib maybe 3-bet from the small. I don't know. It's hard to give him too many of those. Blebea though does himself have some backdoor diamond combos: the King Jack, the King 10, the Jack 10 of diamonds. Hard to see that one calling, but the former 2 certainly would call flop. So they'd be interested now. And obviously a very shallow stack to pot ratio now. Just 81K left, and he's gone for not a weird sizing if we were deeper, but kind of a weird sizing the way this one's playing out. I think you're either going to go very small here or just bet the 80% pot, which would set your opponent all in.
I think that 45 was basically Habib having kept an eye on Blebea's remaining stack and kind of decided that the best way to try to get all of it in there was in 2 streets instead of 1.
Yeah, I think...
As Blebea does put the 2 10s into the muck. So a nice pick up there for Habib.
Yeah, an interesting first hand for us to lay eyes on this table with. I think Habib knew his opponent was kind of in there with the ace-4 offsuit. With any kind of frequency, probably would have just been happy to rifle the 10s in pre.
Sure.
Although, having said all that, you kind of... It's nice to have big hands when you flat the button. The board to come a little more favourable. Could have perhaps won some more chips down the streets. 689 players now in the field. Just 293 remain.
Pretty staggering numbers that are being posted here with each successive series, James. We touch on it time and again.
See Killer Turek with the eye roll there, looking down at his 80K and finding A6 offsuit. He's just like, let me get this 80K in. Try and get something going. Blebea, another nice hand, this time in the cutoff King Queen offsuit. But yeah, you're right, Ali. I mean, I've bravely David keeps reminding everyone that I said this, and I guess I've got to own it now, but I've bravely decided to guarantee the August 5 million festival at 10 million out of my own pocket. They're going to smash that guarantee. They're going to double it.
Wouldn't that be something? Feels like there's definitely a live draw aspect to that prediction. Although now that you're guaranteeing the 10, that perhaps everybody gets together and decides.
Oh, they do me dirty?
Yeah, just get those Dempsey bucks in play. Though you do reserve the right to file bankruptcy.
I mean, yeah, people doing that have got to have a lot of confidence in my solvency. Far more so than, any normal person does.
My stock brokerage has got to have a lot of confidence in my solvency. Ace, queen, 6 here, as not one but two players have flopped this queen. Of course, advantage Blabea here with the better kicker in a three-way affair where he was the party starter.
Yeah, interesting spot. I mean, Kolgu perhaps a little liberal on the peel. He's got a lot of chips. I can see him want to play, but the effective stats against Blabea makes it perhaps a little less enticing. Big blind, of course, coming along for the ride, the other big stack. Blabea just has a lot more of ace, queen, 6 has played. I think might not bet entire range here, but he's opening off 25 blinds, is tighter. A lot of those hands coordinate with this board. I wouldn't be surprised to see him bet range. So a C bet here with king, queen would be very normal. He's gone very small, which I do like, because you do want to keep him a lot weaker here. Kolgu, I even calls with the 2 5s. This is one of these I'm not really a fan of, because you've got the big blind behind him. I say Blabea's going to be opening reasonably tight. But for such a small sizing, I'm not sure Idemir can go anywhere just yet, even though he won't like the fact that the small blind has come along.
Now he can close the action for just 5,500 here. And is going to do so, taking that price and the turn.
That's
Jack of Hearts.
That's quite a bad card for Blabea to see. He's got to be worried about, the king 10s, the queen jacks, as of course all the ace X that has continued thus far.
Yeah,
so
lots of Broadway combos.
Yeah, he won't enjoy seeing that card. One of the worst ones he could see in this instance. Oh wow, is Kolgu going to do something here? I don't advocate the peeling with the 5s, but if we do, we've got to do some funky stuff, and repping that card particularly would be kind of fun, because he does have the king 10s, the queen jacks. But he does go for the far more conventional line. I'm not advocating just taking off every time we've somehow got a bad hand in this spot. But it would be a good understanding of board knowledge if he did.
Yeah, you could definitely lean on the middling aces.
Yeah. And these hands, I mean, king, queen would just be in a coffin if you came out betting. And yeah, some of those weaker aces. As it is, this one, the way it's played down, no surprise to see Blabea check this back.
Yeah.
Does have a lot of give-ups. And
pot control.
Ooh, interesting river card. Obviously, his king now nullified. And then 6s with an ace. Kolgu, he doesn't really have anything worse than this. And generally, when you've got the worst part of your range early, you want to go bluffing. He's going to have king 10. Yeah, he does. I haven't liked how he's played this hand up to now, but all of a sudden, Ali, I'm a fan.
And this is a line that could be very plausibly tethered to an ace X.
Easily. He can definitely have an ace here. He probably doesn't have the strongest ones, because he would have 3-bet them against the shallower opening stack, but he can certainly have the ace 10s, maybe even an ace jack that's got the... He could have the king 10, as I mentioned before.
Is there some suited 6X, given the depth of his stack, that might also be a part of this?
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Idemir's call makes quick work of Blabea's king-queen. And poor Blabea. Back-to-back blows to his already withering stack.
Yikes.
Kolu got caught bluffing there.
I want to see Blabea's face.
I don't. I feel too bad for him.
Idemir just putting his man on a bluff. I mean, there we go. He's like, really? I have a 10s and had to fold turn. And
I got a guy barreling that can't beat a queen on the river, and another guy calling with a queen. No respect for my range.
I guarantee you, when Idemir called on the river there, Blabea's like, oh, I'm so glad you called. Save me having to toast off chips, potentially toast off chips. I think he might have folded, to be honest. I would have folded the king queen in that spot. They'd be shown 2 worse hands up front.
That is pretty brutal.
But incredible. Idemir just like, yeah, I know you've got some pocket pairs, perhaps, that just bluffing here. I'm not letting get away with this. Idemir, of course, the one player in the pot who could have a 6 in that spot. Unlikely he'd overcall it, but it was a very small c-bet on the flop, so a very interesting hand for what was a relatively small pot, Ollie. And a great setup for this table, for this frame. 2 interesting hands to kick things off. Idemir, of course, the man who came 19th in the warm-up. 9k for that. He's maybe got him warmed up. Get his juices going.
Dialed in. Could be some customer dependency there. But note, Kolu didn't land on over 660,000 in his stack by not taking some unconventional lines. When you see a man who has that many chips in front of him at this stage of a tournament, James.
But does he have that many chips in front of him?
Doesn't appear that way, does it? I'm just kind of
given
benefit of the doubt.
Are we out by a factor of 10? He's popping up here. Idemir is going to 3-bet him from the small blind as it comes right round to Cove, but it certainly looks like he has far less than perhaps we thought. We'll get that figured out.
Unless there's a 500,000 chip in play that I just kind of always give benefit of the doubt to the graphics as being completely accurate, but we are off by 500,000 apparently. So 153,000 and a begrudging reaction to this 26k 3-bet as he puts the king jack into the muck. Idemir once again dealing him a blow, and I believe his chip count is far more likely to be accurate.
Yeah. You can see that Idemir is the one with all the tokens, and it's a good word you use to describe that, Ali. Begrudgingly fold.
Yalan da söylüyoruz. Kamerada görürsün. İyiyim. Aslında 50.
Little look there. Noira. He's still in the mix max, this chap, Ollie. A decent stack. 12 for 48. So he'll be playing today, hopefully bagging up, running over to the other side of the room, unbagging, and trying to advance his way through that tournament.
I mean, when you think about major tournament series, I can't think of another that creates that sort of opportunity for players, where you don't have to forego participation in one event just because you've made a deep run in another. And I think the players appreciate that. Because when they travel here, their intent is to play as much poker as possible.
Well, that's the beauty, because it gives you the 2 options. Myself and Dave have mentioned this earlier. If you have come down here and decide to make this one a little bit of a holiday, you bring the other half, maybe you bring the kids, you have the option of playing those shorter days and then spending the evening with your friends and family. But if you do want to carry on playing poker, there is the option of playing that second event. So it's the best of both worlds, and it's pretty novel. I like it. I think it's something perhaps other venues should look at doing. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense.
I don't disagree with you. Blabea likes the ace-queen as he opens to 8k. Habib. Ace-jack. Put it into the muck. Or did I miss something here? Did Habib flat this ace-jack? I would have to imagine.
Yeah, there's chips in front of him and cards. There we go. Again, you can go both ways here. I think I like the flat, but there's certainly an argument for... Oh, I think he has raised it. Okay.
Oh, yeah, action back to Blabea, no flop.
Yeah, just your opponent's sub 20 blinds. You're like, come on then. If you've got a hand, let's go. And Blabea had been put through the ringer so far. This one will surely be the line that he's willing to die on. If he knew it was ace-4 a little moment ago,
that's right.
Certainly would. He didn't get to see that, but he
would have been. There is the jam.
Yeah, Habib's not going to love this, but
asking for a count. It's going to be another 34,000 for him to call. Clearly, he's deep enough to be able to do so.
Yeah, 19 blinds. You can't really be 3-bet fold with me. So you don't, again, it's one of these spots, you don't want to peel with it. You don't want to 3-bet fold. You kind of have to 3-bet call. You're in okay shape against some of the hands. This is just a factor of stack size. If his opponent had 25 blinds, could perhaps 3-bet fold flat. If he had fewer, it'd be a lot easier. Right in that sweet spot for this ace-queen to get in good against ace-jack.
142,500 in the middle, and that flop is the sweet spot for Blabea, who's got his man out-kicked. No clubs to worry about. Turn is clean. Just got to dodge the jack and then the king for a chop. Aces and queens on the end.
Yeah, a few little chop outs there. Obviously, an ace or a 4 would have been the dirty way.
Oh, yeah, I hadn't even thought about that.
King would have... I hadn't actually spotted the king myself, Ali. There you go. So it's a good thing we're both in here to pick apart the potential.
Between
as it is,
the two
though,
of us.
A double. Kind of... It feels about right for where Blackbeard's been in this tournament so far.
No kidding.
Since we've seen. So he was in a good spot with the 2 10s. Great spot with the king-queen against the queen-8 on an ace-queen board.
Fairly impressive hand and mob on Julian Remus Blabea. 226,000 in career tournament earnings, his best live cash. 97,000, and over at the Western Series, he did have a second place finish in that Mix Max event that we were just talking about, James. That was good for $39,400. Also cashed in the main, as well as in the warm-up. So the man knows how to bag. High roller event finished 8th. That's another final table for him, so got a nose for all of it.
Markov, first look at him, although it'll be a brief one as he finds 9 for offsuit under the jump. This is early on, still the Merit Poker Series, Carmen Series, day 2. That number creeping up our way. We're just shy of 700 entries. They have this level and one more to find the $3,300. I'd admit, by far the chip leader with what'll be, Ali, average for the money. 767K. Finding the hands to go with the chips. Kolotuyuk, 10-9 suited from the small. This is a hand for 20 blinds. There are options. If Idemir is opening a lot, it's actually not the worst hand to 3-bet jam with. It's also plenty good enough to call. You don't love allowing a big blind into a pot, but it's a hand that does okay.
The 10 and the 9 are both clean, as are the spades. So Kolotuyuk's flat allows Noira to set mine, which he does unsuccessfully on the Jack-9-4 board, where Kolotuyuk will check middle pair, which is the best hand. Noira does the same. Idemir, 2 overs, backdoor hearts, and a gutter.
Yeah, this is a fun spot because Kolotuyuk gets to have a lot of this board. And with 3-way, Idemir has plenty to go bluffing with here. And actually puts these kind of hands in a lot of pressure because he is c-betting this 3-way. He's gone very small though. I'd like to see a little larger sizing because you're targeting the small blind on some of this board. You want to put these hands, the 9-10 suiteds, in the blender. You want to put the big blind with a 4 in a tough spot. I don't believe that size actually does that. Having said all that, Ali, you don't mind seeing a turn card when you've got the king-queen. And you can now fire a bigger barrel on the turn with those 2 overs.
Sets himself up nicely to actually continue to apply pressure to this 9.
Yeah, this is a really nice spot for him to continue. You can be fairly sure Kolotuyuk doesn't have super strength when he flats the small there. I think he's going to 3-bet most of his value. So you are kind of looking, oh, I love this. Wow, has he just actually ripped it? Wow, he's gone for the full max pressure. Idemir. This actually works better slightly if he'd bet a little bit larger on the flop, but hey, it came a little late, the max aggression, but I'm all for it. And really hard for Kolotuyuk.
Now, obviously, we're just playing 58,000 effective here on this Idemir rip.
Yeah, way over pot. He could have gone a smaller sizing and then kind of set up for 3.
Might that be weighing on Roman's mind here, though, as he's kind of suspicious? But for all your remaining chips, One couldn't fault him for thinking this was a bit too much on ask.
Yeah. He may be thinking, like, does my opponent do this with some of the weaker jacks? Are we now leaning more towards some draws? It's a brave guessing game to play, though, Ollie. Your opponent does have a lot of jack X. May just decide to shut down. Because, this is what I say, I think I would have preferred it if Idemir had bet a little bit bigger on the flop to shallow out the stacks to make the turn jam much closer to pot. But it doesn't mean this is like an easy spot. I think he's thinking, like, okay, I can rule out more than one pair. He's thinking if my man's got a set, he's going to try and milk me. He's trying to get a little bit more. So he's thinking, what jacks does he do this with? And then what draws does he do this with? Try and piece together that range. And if he thinks it's a lot of hands like this, the king, queen off.
No bluff, right?
Wrong. Semi-bluff.
Oh, I love this. Idemir gives nothing away.
Credit to Kolotiuk, though. For being suspicious, he recognized that something smelled fishy about it.
You've seen camera anyway.
Okay.
If you see on the TV.
I think you just got to fold there. It's a little nasty. The arguments for calling Ali, we don't have a heart, you want your opponent to have hearts. Kind of do have a 10. I suppose you want them to have a 10 some of the time, the queen 10s. Or the king 10s. We see the king queen in this instance making that play. But very hard to call there. Well played by Idemir. And I'm starting to realize why he's got 8 starting stacks.
Man can play. You want to talk about players with impressive Hendon mobs? Let's walk through it.
Yeah, deep run here, as I say, 19th in the warm-up. It's stressful already.
382,000 in career earnings. 15th in the high roller at the Western Series. 2nd in the warm-up in the Western Series. 28th back in this very main event at the Vintage Series. So he knows how to bag, and he knows how to cash. Doesn't miss many of these series, by the way, here.
Yeah,
at Merit.
Just looking through that now.
Does play some World Series of Poker online events as well. Actually popped up to our sister property, Merit Poker, up in Montenegro, in Budva, back in 2020. A couple of results there.
Hmm.
So we see Blabea. King 6 suited, putting the new chips to work. Kolotiuk on the button. Jamming, taking it down. What did he have? We don't know.
We're a fan of the jumper tied around the neck, Ali.
It is simply incredible that you would bring that up just now, because had you waited not but a second and a half longer, it is the immediate topic of conversation that I was going to zero in on. And I got to tell you, nothing screams, I'm not from the United States, like that look there. I shouldn't even say that. I should say screams, I'm from Europe.
Yeah, he just stepped off the sailboat.
It is very much sailing chic. I'll give you that. Trust fund chic as well, if you're in America. Kind of denotes that.
I think if you've really got the look, it's the no tie. It's just the drape.
Yeah. I think, and you know what's funny? I'm just thinking to myself as I was focused on the look. Why has no fashion house developed a scarf that's simply cut out in the shape of a jumper that one can drape over themselves? Yeah, just a template, right? And that's how you wear it. You don't have to have the actual jumper.
Gets really sweaty here.
I'm actually slightly worried that we've been here too long, that thoughts have become that parallel.
Need to clean.
A little bit
same
longer.
page. It's been Maybe it's time to go home, are we? Have a break.
Be serious. Can't pry me away from this place. Not until the festival's done, and even then, with objection.
This is a great place to be.
No doubt. King Jack suited off of almost 800K now, a great place to be as well as Idemir opens to 7,500. King Queen for Anton Markov. He has been dormant thus far.
Yeah, I think a spot we just want to be peeling with most of the time from the small blind. You can throw in the occasional 3-bet here. I think a bit more attractive for someone else to peel in between to 3-bet, but he gets the desired effect, which is the big blind folding, taking it to heads up and flopping 2-pair on the ace-king-queen board. Although, it's kind of like the worst 2-pair, if you know what I mean.
Bottom 2, and obviously, given that pesky ace in the ranges that we might be assigning to the likes of an Idemir Open, Markov checks it over and faces a c-bet of 8,000 into 22. And these board textures for hands like King Queen can be complicated. Looks like Anton's flatting. Turn card is a 5 as Idemir does not complete the Broadway draw.
Yeah, kind of a spot. I think we just want to try and get to showdown now. Maybe
that now, obviously, that option is not lost on Idemir, but I think he's basically targeting 1-pair ace-x's with this bet.
I think this bet sort of accomplishes a few things. It allows him to get to the showdown. It, maybe makes it hard for like the queen jacks and the queen tens. Wow.
Oh, wow. Now the 10 on the river. A third check from Markov after he called the 17K turn bet from Idemir. Would have been nice to see how he would have proceeded on the river unimproved, but now that he's got the nuts, we know unequivocally that he's going to be barreling into this 72,000. Just north of 1 SPR for Markov.
Yeah, so it's going relatively small here, which I do kind of like because we are effectively saying we have the nuts and we bet here. So don't have to go big. Don't think we're expected to bet anything else, really. Maybe second set rather than top set, the conversing that you hope your opponent's got some aces up, but they don't have too many of those peeling from the small. Most of those are going to 3-bet pre. So we are saying we got the nuts.
What a gross spot here for Anton Markov, who had a stranglehold on this one, and now is feeling...
Yeah, nice fold. Very good fold from Markov.
The
very unfortunate, because I hear what you're saying, what would have happened on the river. I think if a brick had come, most of the time Idemir was just going to knuckle back and give up. Give up / still hope to win against maybe something, I don't know. And I could be wrong, he could have barreled.
I like what you pointed out, though. By going with a 17K sizing on the turn, he effectively, without any change in board texture, earns the ability to check back on the river unimproved versus face a potentially larger bet from Markov on the river and maybe not even be able to get to showdown.
Yeah.
So,
have to guess.
Much like chess, we are thinking moves ahead, or we should be. Markov, by the way, 330,000 in career earnings on Hendon Mob. Joined us for both the Vintage Series and the Mediterranean Poker Party. Retro Series before that, as he kept a full slate in 2022 here at Merit Poker. Best result was a first place finish in a 1K seniors event.
8-5.
That was back in March of last year. Good for 10 grand.
Here comes Kolgu. Now with his correct stack. Opening to 8,500 with ace queen and Kalev. A couple of seats down. Far superior ace king.
Indeed. Yet to see him in a pot.
Okay.
Well, you're going to see him now, Ollie.
Yeah, no doubt. Now it looks like we've got that stack of Kolu remedied here.
24-5.
And Kalev is looking to remedy the open with a 3-bet to 24-5.
Yeah, this is kind of awkward for Kolu. I think we just have to proceed mostly with calls. Again, we're not familiar, we're not aware of the dynamic that's built up in the first 2 hours of play, so there may be other forces at play. We've got way over 50 blinds. Ace Queen kind of does okay against the 3-bet bluffs. You're going to see some, you're going to dominate some of the Kalev's 3-bets still with this hand. You're going to dominate none of them if you 4-bet. So I would like to see a call. He does. Kind of a fun part because Kolu's got a very strong hand.
Yeah, can't blame him for defending against the 3-bet with Ace Queen.
Yeah, he's gonna have some weaker hands that continue. So it's nice to have these really strong ones to continue with as well. And
on this King 10-9 2-heart board, he
Right.
does have the Gutshot Broadway draw and the backdoor hearts as he checks it over to Kalev with top pair.
also, Ollie, he has all the pocket 9s, all the pocket 10s, all the Queen Jack suited. He has some King Jack, King Queen suited that continue. Okay, Kalev has Kings, Aces, Ace King, but I'd say the sort of board strength here is pretty equal. Certainly Kolu's weighted more towards the strongest of hands. That's not to say Kalev shouldn't bet. That's what he's done here, but it's a very, very scary board to be up against a +1 peel. And that's why perhaps he's gone the smaller sizing, looking to probably try and play this as a 1 maximum 2-bet hand. 2 streets bet, I should say. I see Kolu with the Ace of Hearts you mentioned, Ali, and the gutter to Broadway, obviously going nowhere just yet. This could get really interesting.
Board pairs on the turn after Kolu check calls the C-bet.
Yeah, again, it's a card that Kolu has with some frequency, the Queen Jack, the Queen 10 suited that maybe peel the 3-bet. Not too high, though. So there's probably some people out there who would advocate for you can potentially lead this card, but I don't think we really need to. Kalev, again, I could see him go small bet here, I say, to make it a 2-street hand and check back rivers, or even just check back here and elicit some bluffs on the end. The 2 spades, 2 hearts combo maybe makes it more likely that he comes out with a bet here. I think maybe if that was the 10 of clubs, I'd be more inclined to check. I'm assuming a small bet again. Again, just buying that showdown almost. Yeah, 37k into what, 95?
Third potish.
Yeah, I like the sizing. Again, he's really not liking this hand. It's not a nice hand to have.
Well, it's quite a bit nicer than Ace Queen at this
Yeah.
juncture.
Very hard for Kolu to continue now. For all the reasons I just gave, he has the 9s, he has the King Queen, the King Jack, the flop straights. And, believe it or not, Kalev's just happy that he folds though. He's like, okay, that was easy. I just win the pot. No need to see a river. No need to have a difficult decision. Now the dealer's given us some fun spots.
The deck has given us some fun spots.
Come on.
The dealer simply administered them.
Come on now.
I don't tether the dealers to what's going on, bar a misdeal, which, as we both know, is a very rare occurrence around these parts. Truly spectacular staff here at Merit Poker. Shockingly, whenever I have conversations with a lot of them, and they come to learn that I live in Las Vegas, and the presumption is that Las Vegas must be one of the meccas of poker and gambling, the quintessential sort of talent pool of tournament staff, dealers, players even, and hate to break it to them, but many of them deal far better than your average dealer in Sin City.
Yeah, there's definitely... I think that spreads all the way across Europe. The big events, the standard of dealing is flawless. And it's one of those things, I always say, you know, you shouldn't notice the dealer.
Yeah.
It's like...
Well, to be fair, the costume department here at Merit makes it a little difficult not to notice the dealer. So beautiful, so striking.
But you're right, the frequency with which mistakes occur is next to none, and they're all very familiar with the rules and the technicalities. I think sometimes you get some weak dealers. I think we had a hand the other day where a dealer just instantly called a string bet on a player, and it was only a marginal one, but they're like, that's the rule. I know the rules.
Right.
I'm calling it.
Yeah.
There was no need to call the floor. Everyone just respects what the dealer said. The dealer's right. And yeah, that standard is enviable as Sabre.
And
pops up ace-5 offsuit on the button, though. Are we trying to just nick the blinds? But Habib.
Hard 8. Rolls the dice, comes up empty on an all-diamond queen high flop. Couldn't be less interested in this one. Let's see how Mr. Sabre decides to proceed.
He looks back at the hand there, Ollie. He remembers he had ace-5 off and it was red. He had to look back and see which way around it was. There's a big difference on this all-diamond flop.
Sure.
He elects to check back. I mean, look, the hand's bad enough that we're not going to look to continue against bets on the turn. So you can elect to bet this, and if you get blasted off it, you don't worry because you've got a 5 high diamond draw, but also just find a check it back.
Picks up the gutter on the turn as the run out does not help him, and Habib has the best hand with a couple of 4s and 21,000 in the middle. Doesn't feel like he needs to turn it into a bluff. Checks it. Let's see if Sabre gets frisky. The answer is no, obviously, as the 4s are on their back, and how disappointing is that going to be? All he had to do was sneeze and take it down.
Yeah. He's looking at that board going, how do I not beat 4s?
Putting a button on that thought that you had, you kind of brought up the anecdote about the dealer calling the string bet. I also find that players here at Merit also have a lot of respect for the dealers, perhaps more so than the average player across the pond out in Sin City. Nothing average, however, about the Merit Poker Classic Series. Mark your calendars, 10 days, over $5 million in guarantees. And, of course, the guarantee being personally doubled by James Dempsey. Void where prohibited. Some restrictions may apply. Mr. Dempsey does reserve the right.
Management reserves the right, yeah.
To go into administration if we do not meet the 10 million personal guarantee. But $5 million, more than enough to give you an excuse to book your flight, book your room today. That is certainly among the most popular of the series that we've got going. And given the trend, James, of bigger and bigger fields each and every time we hold a series here at Merit Poker, as word gets out, you can expect that guarantee is going to be smashed. Queen 10 suited getting smashed to the tune of 7,500 by Mr. Kalev.
Yeah, pretty easy hand to open with here. Blair with a decision on the button. He's had a few of them. He's in the 30-odd big blind range. Finds that ace-10. I don't want to continue, but against +1, maybe this hand serves better as a 3-bet. I can see all 3 here, to be honest. He does go for the call. And that will invite in the big blind. And Kolgu, I think Kolgu.
10 high flop is a problem for Kalev, the opener, as he's got the inferior kicker. Big blind did not come along.
Oh, he's in there. He's in there. He has come along.
Okay.
He has come along. And
there
so
it is.
I was wondering if Leblair, that's part of Leblair's decision making there, was we saw Kolgu kind of appear a little bit light with the 5s and small on the 4, maybe thinking about whether to 3-bet pre because he knows this man comes a lot, but maybe he's happy for it to go 3-way with ace-10 off on the button. 10-8, 4-2 diamond flop. Certainly a dreamy one for Babea. Maybe a little surprised to see his opponent c-bet this board. Kind of doesn't have too much of it opening from +1, and Babea certainly has more of it peeling from the button. But the bet is just 10 into 27.5. Again, we saw some of these hands when David was in the booth. We've seen a couple with you where it's three-handed, and kind of by betting as the opener, you do leverage the big blind still being in the pot, making it harder for the player in the position to carry on. And a dream card on the turn for Blabea. If he wasn't sure where he was, he knows now he has the best of it. Almost unfortunately for him, though.
Yeah,
Ali,
yeah, exactly,
Kalev,
because it's the scare card.
Right. Kalev would perhaps have gone barreling here if he had a hand like Queen Jack or even King Jack. Repping that ace, but he has that now medium strength hand in a 10 with Queen Kicker that is going to look to try and get to showdown as best it can. And he's going to be a tough spot when he checks this and Blabea comes betting. Because Blabea's not necessarily been too inclined to try and get ace-x of diamonds into a bloated pot here. Certainly doesn't want to bet forward with that hand, so he's going to check that back most of the time. So the aces that he does have are few and far between. It's actually a much harder spot for Kalev than it may first appear, especially when he bet a relatively small sizing of the flop, 10 into 27.5. It allows Blabea to still be in here with some fairly weak holdings. I'm going to say it again, Ali. Steel has been kind, giving us some fun spots.
Well, it's a lot more fun for Blabea than it is for Kalev as we await Julian's decision here with 109,000.
Yeah, it's really hard because the only real aces he wants to bet the turn with are the ace 10 and maybe ace 8 suited, but with queen 10 of spades obviously and a heart and a diamond board, there's only ace 10 of clubs as the suited combos. I think the ace 10 offsuit's going to 3-bet some of the times pre-flop.
As we can see, not on this occasion. Blabea comes out swinging 33-5.
This is much harder for Kalev than it looks if you're just tuning in the way this one's played out.
And remember, if Kalev were to click call here, somehow suspicious that Blabea's range after calling on the flop does not include ace-x, then the pot will come to 114K, and Blabea's only got 75 back. So he can expect to be facing that kind of bet on the river, and that might have been on his mind as he correctly clicks fold.
Yeah, great fold. I'm not sure I could have made it, Ali. Really, really good fold.
Well, this is a man who understands tournament poker. You know how I know? How about an 8th place finish in January of this year, a final table appearance in the 25K PSPC main event.
The biggie.
Good for $621,000, James.
Ali, if I got 600K burning a hole in my pocket, I just call and go to the desk.
Bulk of his 1.16 million plus in career tournament earnings, of course, coming courtesy of that cash. But given how recent it is, and given the talent level in a tournament of that scale and size, James, which attracts really the upper crust across the board, you can imagine that Petar Kalev knows when he's beat.
He knows when to hold him, knows when to fold him.
There you go. We actually played a little bit of Kenny Rogers and some Johnny Cash.
Was this whilst you were playing Cash?
Game?
Okay.
Yeah.
How'd you get on, Ali?
Played some Elvis. It was cool. I couldn't believe the kind of musical wherewithal that my international grouping was privy to. By the way, producer Milbutas, rather. Sorry. You got me saying it the other way. Milbutas, yes.
Milbutas.
He was among the players. And by the way, basically a vertical graph directly into the stratosphere. Not since NASA have we seen something thrust into orbit like his one buy-in was last night. I believe he hit quads multiple occasions. Also managed to not hit when he was drawing dead. That was part of the formula as well.
Are you just...
He's not here for the producer paycheck.
Do you know you just...
That's his side gig, is helping us here in the booth. His main gig is No Limit Hold'em. I can tell you that for sure. Man can play.
Sounds like you found a soft game, Ali, if you're in there playing the 2-card variant.
I found a soft heart, by the way. He's gushing over our headset right now saying, "Oh, thank you." I'm just setting him up for tonight.
Unfinished business. Finish ad. He's got unfinished business later this evening. You're just joining us. The man with a mountain of chips here is also sitting on a very healthy stack in the mix max.
That's right. Mahar Nuida. King Jack activates.
I'm throwing it out there to every tour operator. Poker tour operator that is.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at, Thompson Holidays here, but this is the format I like. Short day ones, short day twos, secondary event running alongside. That way, everyone can either play poker all day if they wish, or spend time with their loved ones and friends if they so wish. Genius idea. Merit.
You can play the day shift or the night shift.
Merit figured it out. Everyone else, you need to catch up. Every now and then, there's like this sort of transforming idea.
I still think that having multiple day ones where you have different blind level lengths across the different day ones is also a fantastic idea. And it should be descending in terms of day one, day two can be the big ones, and then the last one leading right into the day two should be the spin kind of super turbo.
When we got the big blind ante first appeared in poker, and then it was like, oh yeah, this is great. Let's just all do this. This is it for tournament series and schedules. This is what I want to see.
Yeah.
This change. As Kolgu says, he wants to see this change, but Ali, he's gone a very small sizing.
I want to see you begin to acknowledge the silent G in Turkish. I'd
Kolu.
love to see that. There it is.
Kolgu.
Blabea suited and connected. Lone man standing after this 3-bet on the button.
Yeah, but it obviously got the open to fold, but this bet size is just too small to ever get everyone to fold. So Blabea has to continue for what is just 12k more, albeit maybe not loving it with this particular hand and this particular stack depth.
Almost 4-1 on the call.
Right. I mean, don't get me wrong, Kolu's hand plays really well when it gets peeled. Ace-Jack, suited.
I think, conversely, Blabea's hand plays very well in terms of lacking any murkiness post-flop.
It gets difficult
often.
if he flops one pair in these kind of spots.
Yeah, sure.
That's where it's really hard.
Which is, of course, the most probable outcome in terms of board connection. And here he is on an ace-queen-3 board with the flush draw. Top pair for Kolu, checking with the flow of play. Is Blabea 57.5 in the middle? One would expect the follow-through, and it has been announced. Just 15K.
I like it. Your opponent's going to have lots of pocket pairs below the queen that don't really want to continue. They also don't have many flush draws, Ali. Now, obviously, this is where it's kind of fun, because Blabea doesn't really have flush draws here. He's going to be peeling a lot of the opens and the 3-bets with the sort of suited Broadway combos. Obviously, with the Queen of Hearts on there. Doesn't get to happen. So it's really funny. He does have a flusher in this spot. Really far less likely scenario. Of course, there are some. Like, I mean, he's as wide as 6-7 suited, but maybe you're thinking like the 8-9s, the 9-10s, the Jack-10s of the world.
After Blabea does click call, another 30 slides into the middle, almost 88,000. Just north of 1 SPR for Kolu, and after a second check from Blabea, he barrels. Again, the very milky 30.5.
Yeah, but I really like this because he's leaving only 60 back, so he's really shallowing things out. But this makes it very difficult, Ali, for queens. So we can have some bluffs here. Because what is a queen going to do to this action? Facing 30 with another 60 back, we'd be going into a 150k pot on the river. And obviously, people are saying, why are you worried about trying to make queen fold? We got the best of it. But I am talking his range bets here. If he's got a king-jack kind of hand, a king-10 kind of hand that's 3-bet light, repping the most strength here. As it is against this kind of hand, again, Blabea's getting 4-1 direct, plus you've got to think there's a very good chance you get the remaining 60. So it does continue with just 7 high. It's never great to be calling out of position on the turn with 7 high, Ali.
Of course not. But credit Kolu for keeping this hand in there, and unfortunately, credit the deck with downing ace-jack as the King of Hearts rolls off and gives Blabea the best hand. Is he going to look to check and induce the shove?
I think just because there's only 60 into 150, he may
he just does his own bidding?
Yeah, I mean, if you check, you'd still expect Kolu to bet with, you know, the ace-queen, ace-king, aces, kings, queens, all the strongest hands would still bet. So it's a question of what you think he's going to do if he's got a hand like this, ace-jack. He's probably going to check it back. And also, if you jam here, those 2-pair plus hands are always going to call you. There's just so much in there. So he may elect just to jam here. Of course, you do lose some equity with your opponent's bluffing that they might not bluff, but I don't think your opponent bluffs with too high frequency on this river once they've put that turn bet on, because you've knocked out all the Queen X. But it's definitely a peculiar spot. Once more, I love these main events, Ali.
Oh, Kolu's.
Day 2 in a main event's a fascinating time.
Every street, every hand. Every hand, every hand.
Kolu's reaching for the Java.
They go beautiful for TV, but
Wow, he's gone for the... Wow, he's gone like 35? This is a bizarre sizing. I didn't consider this, Ali.
Look at Kolu shaking his head as if to say, I know this ace-jack is beat more often than not.
Yeah, terrible card for him to see, but again, your opponent is not supposed to have many flushes here.
It could be a block bet with an inferior ace, obviously, but...
Wow, yeah, it's just a bizarre bet size. I need to think about this. I didn't see this size coming in. I think what you're saying, is it that kind of thing? Is it a... It's supposed to be disguised as a block bet, but... Because I suppose it is a spot where he doesn't have many flushes.
Just look at the price he's getting late. He hates his hand, and yet he understands the math. Means he doesn't have to be right that often for it to be a profitable call.
This is a genius bet size against this hand. Against those 1-pair aces. Very hard to see how Kolu gets away from this.
Oh, man. Just holding the call in between his fingers.
It's okay. You can think.
Thank you.
Right. It's the turn bet. The thing is, the turn bet knock. Some obvious bluffs here, Ali, would be a hand like Queen Jack, Queen 10. They're the kind of hands that make sense as bluffs, but then that turn bet makes a lot of those hands fold. So now you're looking at Babea having some weaker ace-x, and does that turn into a bluff? Wow! Incredible stuff from Kolu, Ali.
That took real discipline, James, and I think it's a real deviation away from what the math would dictate clearly.
Wow.
It was over half of his remaining stack.
Yeah. And I think, like I say, it's a factor of the turn bet. This was a 3-bet pot, remember?
Yeah.
His man's peeled the open, peeled a 3-bet. Check called flop, check called turn when it was a kind of committing bet, albeit laying great odds. If the flush draw was in there, the flush draw was still sticking around on the turn. I think that's important to note. So though there aren't that many flush combos, they would all still continue. And then you're looking at what are the natural bluffs. Those really sticky Queen Jacks. Yes. Do the ace-x bluff? I don't think so. So maybe it makes sense that we can find a fold there, but still very hard to do in practice.
We're not going to find a fold with 2 kings. If we're Anton Markov, who also ran into a difficult spot. Last time he entered a pot with king-queen, bottom 2, ran into what was ultimately Broadway for Recep Aydemir. Got away from it as well, as we've seen some really good river play. 8K raise here, and poor Kolu's got king-jack. Gonna flat in a bad way. Now Aydemir with a couple of 6s on the button. He can grab his miner's hat.
Yeah, he's got the 800K. Now he gets dealt into situations where he's got a pocket pair on the button, a raise and a call in front. This is when days are going well, Ali. You know, you kind of find the easy spots. Kulatiuk with a raggedy ace in the big, a little over 10 behind, and an expression on the face that says, I don't really like my hand. I think just has to give this up. Yep. Nicely done. Turns down the... Sometimes it's easy to make the mistake they're appealing with the price, but ace
James, please. I help you with pronouns.
Kulatiuk?
Kulatiuk.
Kulatiuk.
Da.
Kolotio.
Jack 8-3. Kolu in real trouble now as he's got top pair, just 53K behind. And Markov has him by the throat.
Yeah. Jack 8-3. Again, we're seeing a bit of out in position of 2 players. Yeah, if we're going to have some bets, kings are certainly in there. Going to have a lot of checks on this board as well, so we do have to check sometimes with a good hand, but this hand going to get a lot easier for both Markov and Idemiras.
Yeah, no more decisions left for Kolu as he jams.
Line in the sand, Ali. She made a great fold a minute ago, kind of been dealt into a rough spot here.
I think we can safely invoice Idemir for each additional second that transpires from this point forward.
Look, he made the hero call earlier with Queen 8, so I'm not
But
ruling
that's like
anything
7 seconds he owes me back with 2 6s there. Markov makes the call, of course, with the 2 kings.
Ali, how much do you charge for a second?
I have never distilled it to that point in time. I know someone did the math on like Bill Gates, how much he makes a second or something like that. It was obscene. And he still plays $3, $6 limit hold'em when he plays. I don't know if he's still playing poker. 8 on the turn, as Kolu very well might not be playing poker much longer unless he finds a jack in the deck in this 137.5 pot. And instead, it's an ace on the river.
Yeah,
good sportsmanship on display there, but bad outcome.
Pretty rough ride for him. I wasn't a fan of how he played the first half of the hand with the 2 5s, but made what I thought was a really, really good bluff on the river, and Idemir just picked him off pretty quickly. I was really shocked. It was a good bluff as he gives us a wave. And then that ace jack there, again, I would like to see him raise a little bit bigger pre-flop. But then he played it down the street so nicely, got the very bad river, managed to get away with just a few chips remaining. But he's going to have a chance, Ali, if he wishes to re-enter. Walk over with his 3,300.
Rebuy still available as Markov taking inventory, 160K plus in front of him now. It is interesting that you zero in on that sizing for Kolu in the ace-jack hand, because in turning to the YouTube chat here on our Merit Poker channel, where you're all joining us at present, and we thank you for doing so. Click like if you like what you see. Click subscribe if you want to see more of it. Nianik.
Can we help you with the pronunciation, Ali?
Too small turn bet. He just let him get there.
Yeah, again, this harks back to what I was saying at the time. The 2 hearts that are on board with the ace and the queen, which reduces the sort of combos of flush draws your opponent can have when he's called an open, peeled the 3-bet. So, yes, he does price in those flush draws, but they are a much smaller part of the range than they would be if it was the ace and the, I can't remember what color it was, the deuce of the hearts on the board. So he's targeting more of the queen X part of the range when he's betting turn. But yeah, you're completely correct. He did price in the flush draw. If he bet bigger, he would have won the pot. But
yeah, obviously.
We got to gamble in poker, Ali.
He was looking to make the maximum with his ace-jack, and sometimes it's a careful what you wish for scenario. As Markov wasn't wishing to get 3-bet with these 2 black 9s.
Yeah, I like this sizing from
Mr. Saber.
Saber. Markov's open under the gun. He's the next seat. They're both repping strength. No messing around. Takes up to 4x. This is where I'd be very happy to see it go, because we're playing 50 big blinds effective here. You just got to make these bets bigger. You want to shallow things out. You put max pressure on Markov's hands like this one. Like, it's really hard for him to continue with the 2 9s here. If you've gone smaller, yeah. See, this is it. This is bet sizing in a nutshell here. Choose one. Yeah, pulled the face, but it's an honest bet. I'll wait.
Can I get an assist here, guys? Can we get the chips over to the gentleman? The 9s into the muck there. A little bit of respect being shown by Anton Markov. Quite a decent amount of hand, but as you mentioned, some sizing and some recognition that Makram Saber isn't out there dancing around. Minimum, as they like to say in the cash games. Ace-King, 74 bigs for he and Kalev. Well, little cluster there between 4th and 6th.
Ali, the small blind's gone up, the big blind hasn't. I believe that may be a typo. I think we'll be going to 2K, 4K now. Will make the most sense. So it's shallowing out slightly. If that's the case, we're now into the last level.
Producer Butas stepping in to advise James that it is correct.
Ah, nice.
Snail's pace
Well,
here on day 2.
So that would mean that the next level is a 2K, 4K, so max late reggers get 25 blinds, which is nice. Get that little bit more play with the last minute reg. I like it. An unusual level though, Ollie.
Yeah, not one you see every day.
But it makes a lot of sense. Again, credit to Merit for trying something different, Ollie.
Listen, when you say the words merit, as Labea looks down at a couple of aces, it isn't an entity without human beings behind a lot of these decisions. And I feel like we'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the efforts of Ms. Songul, who is a president of Merit Poker, Mr. Ashkan, Miss Angela, even Jeremy, who handles the cash games, all of them.
Even Jeremy, that's backhanded.
Well, he's not part of the tournament part of the equation, but obviously a lot of guys come here and they want to splash around there. I mean, and that's just a handful of the names, by the way, that come together to make each and every one of these festivals a great success. And they are on hand straight through the wee hours of the night as
going much nicer for him now. And got a tiak.
I don't know what that word is that he just said, but I would imagine it's not the kind that you would be stepping into your home and greeting your mother with.
Perhaps not, are we?
Even Blabea's sympathetic chuckle and a sympathetic flop. 8-3 deuce, 2 diamonds. Flush has been requested, but not yet delivered as the board pairs. 90K in the middle. 8 outs one time. Can Mr. Kolotiuk get there? Yes, the jack of diamonds.
Here we go.
That's sick. He called for the jack because, hey, one of those 4 jacks would win for him. He called for exactly the card he wanted, in effect, Ali. Put the sails down. The boat's staying in harbour a little longer.
Keep the microphone on.
I'm a mastermind.
A more immediate piece of advice.
There was me saying Babea had been put through the ringer a little bit to start the day, but things starting to go nicely for him. And then aces cracked by king queen. I apologise, Babea.
You rode the broom there.
It's good to be back, yeah?
You should get a job haunting houses. You spooked that
Because
pot.
of Flash new deck, right? Okay.
Note, by the way, that the Euro jumper was not removed throughout the process. No. He left it on his shoulders.
Yeah.
He knew it would have been premature. Not premature, though, especially given that we are right around the corner from May. Little over 5 weeks would be getting on your computer, booking your room, making your call, sending a message over to your junket operator, your contact here at Merit. Do what you need to do to get yourself down here for the Cash Game Festival and Triton Super High Roller Series. Double trouble comes your way, 2 weeks of it.
David was suggesting perhaps coming down for the Cash Game Festival, having a good first few days, and then spitting it into a Triton buy-in.
It might take some very remarkable payouts during that Cash Game Festival to spin your way even to the leanest of buy-ins on the Triton Super High Roller Series. It's not an overstatement.
We were speculating, though, in the last frame. Triton very rarely have PLO events. They have one here in September last year. Going to have one here in this one. Game that's played quite regularly in the cash games here at Merit during the Cash Game Festival.
The biggest of the games that gets played in the room.
Right. So we may see perhaps a few faces just dipping their toes into the Triton waters in that PLO event.
If history is any indication, we've got some candidates on our hands, as Idamir's got an ace-king on his, and opening 7,500. Looking for, as the locals call it in the cash game, mushteri, means customer.
Mushtari.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
All right.
Class is in session, Dempsey.
I think Idamir's already booked his room for May. He'll be here.
You kidding me? Idamir's going to ask what the monthly rates are. Just move in.
Very favourable scenario here up against the King 8 offsuit. It's one that you could fold from the big blind, I think, against +2 on a full table, but
Just north of the minimum. Saber deciding he wants to take a peek, and the Jack 10-5 is a bit merciful insofar as he hasn't paired, but he does have the King of Hearts working as he faces
I think I'd call
second barrel.
I think I'd call with the King 8 pre-flop, but it is close. And very hard against Idemir as well, especially. Tough opponent who's probably high on confidence.
What makes you say that, James? Could it be the incredible mega complex that he's developed?
He's building faster than the guys put up the diamond here.
That really was an architectural feat, wasn't it?
Welcome.
We were here for a Triton series, and the very next time we showed up, the whole place was built and ready to take customers. I mean, that was something else.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I remember staying here for the Party Millions that took place here 2021. And I was staying in the Royal. I had a room facing out towards where the diamond is now, and it was like very basic level of construction. I mean, it wasn't basic. Obviously, the foundations take a lot of time before the architects come at me in the chat and tell me I'm wrong. But it looked like a project that was going to take a long time.
Yeah.
And then it's come back, and it's like, oh, there it is. It's up. Like, you what? How? Amazing stuff.
I'm not looking to deplete the local economy of its engineering talents.
That's good.
But I'll tell you right now, if you want to head on over to the States and line your pockets a little bit, putting a project up at that pace, there's quite a few developers that could use you.
Maybe LA, they could sneak your swimming pool in before anyone notices. I know you are
The second card.
upset at what was available to you at your own house.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Don't want to touch a
James.
raw nerve. But
For those that have absolutely no clue, understandably, about what it is that James is alluding to, yours truly has been limited to building a swimming pool of 600 square feet in the desert of Las Vegas, courtesy of a new water conservation initiative. It's nice when your neighbors have much larger swimming pools, but because you didn't get yours going in time, just like a poker player would, now I'm going to have a puddle. Another King 8 popping up for Saber, this time from the small blind, is, again, very similar kit on the board. 2 hearts, Jack 10, and he fails to improve, but does come out swinging against second pair for Blabea. And I suspect that the field has a bit of a bead on Saber as maybe being pretty tight. If Markov's fold with the 2 9s is any indication pre-flop.
yeah, the 2 9s kind of force into that fold. I think we just see him.
The sizing wasn't that big, was it?
4x.
It was 4x?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
It was where I like to see it. It made it impossible for those 9s to continue. Really, I mean, they'd have to be very confident.
Nothing impossible about the continue on the flop for Blabea, which was made, and now the 3 of hearts delivers the lone flush draw to him in this continuing heads-up affair. Looking like a shutdown here. Check back from Blabea, keeping things snug. Might that embolden Mr. Saber?
Yeah, I may do see this King 8. Very hard to win at showdown, but can put some pressure on medium strength. Like the hand is up against here. A weak 10. Blair's not having it easy. I know he's won some pots, he's lost some pots, but he's had no easy decisions. If any part of him looks at the 6 of hearts and thinks, ooh, let's get devious. Perhaps flip this hand into a bluff.
16,000.
You know you're against a strong 10 or a jack, you can make them fold. So it's not out of the realm of possibility.
You're talking about doing something devious with the 6
Yeah.
of hearts, and instead, Saber able to credibly represent the strong 10 or top pair, and Blabea not interested in putting his man to the test. So perhaps I should stand corrected, James. Or perhaps Mr. Saber is leveraging what he deems to be some perceptions that are exploitable in the rest of the field.
Just looking around, some big stacks forming in the room. I'm checking out poker news. And Ali, I'm going to butcher pronunciation, but
I'm sure of it.
Tule Bergenov up to 670k, having just knocked out Ryan Mandara, the man who finished third in the warm-up. The former's King Jack holding against the straight and flush draw, pardon me, of Mandara. Jam turn. And yeah, another big stack growing. Those over 500,000, very happy with rebuys still allowed. Come on, pronunciation, where am I going with that? Are you going to give me that one?
I actually was immediately going to come to the defense of your pronunciation and suggest that it actually was right in line.
All right.
With how I would have pronounced it.
That gives you, of course, no confidence that you're correct then, surely. Given I get everyone wrong.
That's fair.
You must be. Ah, Kisu and his famous hat return.
Never far.
A fresh stack though, Ali, 100k. Well, I can only presume he's just brought in.
Been delivered to the feature table here, courtesy of a rebuy one would expect, given that 100k that he took a seat with here, and he puts it to work immediately with pocket threes up front. Sabad, fresh off of the bluff, with over $250,000 in front of him on the button, is going to flat.
Yeah, Sabre likes to see a flop with this hand. Put away from the small up. Folds the king nine suited. I can see why. Don't do very well against the button peeling range. Don't do particularly well against under the gun either. Maybe in the sort of field we're in here, we're seeing some deviations. Might just play a little looser myself to try and build a stack, and he sees the king 9-8 flop and we'll feel a bit sick about that. Perhaps, you know, if we're playing against the Jason Koons and the Kita Bazgokuskis of the world, then of course we fold, but the play here, it's a little
different.
Yeah, I think.
Look at Jesus making an example of exactly what we were just alluding to with a follow-through of 13,000 on the King High Rainbow board. Sheds the ace-4. Now back around to Habib, who's got bottom pair here.
Yeah, but this is such a pretty grim spot because exactly what you said, he's open under the gun, bet into 3 players, one of them being a button peel, and button peels do continue with quite a high frequency on King 8-9. All the Broadway combos, Ali, have a piece of this board in the form of a gut shot or a pair. So it's really hard to give your opponent a weak hand here. But with a pair and backdoor straight draws is going to have a look at least one card. And I wonder how much factors in with, well, Kiza's obviously just rebought. Maybe he's trying to spin it up, playing overly aggressive.
Look at this turn card here. On the heels of the call, Habib does pick up an open ender.
Yep. Oh, wow. He's going blasting. Ali, this is great. Actually, this is a great hand to do it with. Obviously, we just taking off. You kind of unblock all the kind of hands like Habib has.
And note that Habib has to expect that that last 50K is going to be headed his way.
This is awesome.
And the other problem for Habib, by the way, James, is whether or not he thinks he's going to be able to get paid off on a river where in all likelihood the 6 shows up, the jack shows up, and your hand can't really disguise itself.
No.
If it comes out betting.
Wow. Non-believer.
Not just a non-believer, but a check raiser.
He just says, let's run the equity. This is... Okay, every single street, Ali, in this hand has surprised me. He says, come on then, let's just run it. Maybe he denies the diamond draw equities, but wow.
What a fantastic play there. And sheds a little bit of light, James, on this Hendon Mob page for Walid Bou Habib, the Lebanese.
Like Jack 10.
Looks like.
Looks like.
Banner on his page, just shy of $2 million
I cannot lie, you will see it.
in career tournament earnings.
Well, Ali,
Gets around.
I saw Babea was glancing down at his
think I have
phone as
better.
the turn action took place. and
Okay.
Wasn't privy, perhaps, to how it finished. But in half an hour's time, when he sees sees the starting hand selection of all the players involved, and sees the way in which the hand was played, he may start thinking, okay, maybe I need to start overcalling with King 9 suited.
Yeah,
in the
what
small
exactly
blind.
is going on out here might be the thought.
Yeah, and maybe you've got to get into the reads with these guys a little bit more. Again, I'm perhaps being overly critical. There's not often I'm going to be advocating calling with King 9 from the small blind, but if you see those hands, and of course how liberal they are post flop, and then you probably want to play some more flops. Fun hand.
7.
Kolotyuk opens to 7,000.
Kolotyuk. I'm learning, Ollie.
Slowly but surely, James.
Not
Each
fast
successive
enough.
festival,
Yeah.
we'll get that tongue sorted. Now, Jesus jamming the ace-6 out of the big blind. This should get through.
Wow. This is tough because Kolo has just been put through the ringer. I mean, he stepped out a little bit here with the Queen 8 suited. Wouldn't necessarily have a cut up in this. He's just gone ace-6 offsuit.
Yes, sir.
For 12 blinds effective. I'm
Yes,
just going to
the
rip this
gentleman
in. It's
says
like,
we'll
really?
see it on TV.
Can you see my hand? That's a bit of a sand in the face
I will
3-bet.
I'm not watching TV. Choose any ace with whatever you want after minute of thinking. So okay. Ace for sure.
Mountain of chips in front of Merit regular. As we do play the last level for buy-ins.
Yeah, re-entry period will come to a close. There were 4 levels of it coming into day 2's play.
The witching hour. Neura.
Ace-9 suited. Goes to work. Been very quiet here at this feature table so far. Content to sort of sit back, let the game come to him.
Yeah, hands haven't necessarily given him enough impetus to get involved, but I think we'll be looking at the action on this table knowing, hey, if I catch a little bit of heat here, there are a lot of chips in this table, and these boys aren't afraid to move them across that line.
They certainly aren't. Dan Gisu, perhaps the least fearful. Idemir defends the 9-5 of clubs against the 8K open. Comes up completely empty on an ace-queen-jack board where Moira's got top pair.
Yeah, this is a range bet, Ali. Opening from +2, we just get to have all of this, and the big blind PL has loads of garbage, so really small with every hand is all the play here. Oh, he's actually gone big. Wow, he's gone 10K. Huh.
A little different.
Yeah, you can just bet one blind there.
Outcome stays the same.
Yeah, it does. I guess we're deep. Those two are very deep, so you do perhaps then have second raise sizes. But I wouldn't think maybe ace-9 factors in as one of them. Like maybe if you've got the really strongest of your range, you can bet really big, like maybe a flop straight. But then throw that in with some of your bad diamond combinations. That would make sense, but I'm confused a little bit with the big ace-9 bet. I would have gone for one blind.
I'll tell you what doesn't have me confused. The over 720 players that have ponied up for this thing.
Oh,
722.
It just keeps creeping up, Ali. Every time the one number on the left goes down, one number on the right goes up one.
9-7 suited now for the tremendously accomplished Walid Bouhabib. Suited one gapper. Goes to work.
Yeah. Very nice hand for this very big stack. Idemir, look at this. He's getting a little curious with deuce 4 suited from the small. Does it like to fold at the end, but clearly wants to play. And Kalev. He's going to defend from the big with an ace, of course. So far, Ali, all pretty standard. And an ace 10-7 flop. One that both players have a piece of.
Yeah, the big blind defending and checking with the flow of play, mindful of the possibility that he is outkicked with this ace-3. Follow through of 5,500, downsized from the open here with bottom pair.
I was going to say, you can go two ways on this. Ace 10-7 obviously has some connectivity, but you're against a big blind pill, so they do have just a lot of give-ups on this board, so I'm all for a small bet. Ooh, that's an unlikely card to have vaulted Kalev up the hand rankings.
Yeah, aces and threes now as he can really hope that Habib continues to barrel away.
Yeah.
And hope even more that it's connected to a big ace.
As played, Habib with the small C button, the flop. I think we just can check back here. We could bet again, kind of equity denying those backdoor diamonds and the heart combos and some of those gut shots. That's clearly what he's going for. It's a great spot for Kalev to come with the check raise early with such a rich board. The ace 7-10, so many draws, 2 different flush draws. And especially against that sort of half pot sizing. Kind of getting up against a lot of the strong aces that don't want to fold. And yourself, you want to deny equity to all those draws. Could be out there, so I'd love to see Kalev come in with a big raise here. Maybe scared of getting it in there.
Oh, and that's not a great card for this ace-3. As the backdoor diamonds get there, king, queen gets there.
Yeah.
Maybe some better aces up in the mix and a full shutdown now. Something he took his 2 swings at it.
He does take 2 swings at it. We got to consider firing a third at it. He snap checked back. I'm not saying I would, but I'd like to see him think for a minute on it. Bit of diamond, I feel like we've got to have a third bullet as played.
Well, I touched on Kalev's resume. Very accomplished multi-table tournament pro, finishing 8th in that 25K PokerStars Caribbean party main event for $621,000. But also, back in 2022 at the EPT Prague, he had a 7th place finish for $164,000. Been around, James. And faced some stiff competition as well.
It's got some stamps on that passport, it sounds like Ali. Some stamps on the Hendon mob. Yeah, an eclectic mix on this table. That was another hand that could have gone all host of different ways. Key suit. Ripping in his half starting stack, having just brought back in. A man, I understand, Ali, who's no stranger to the bright lights of TV.
Not at all. Applies his trade in the television industry as a producer. Cash the warm up for 6K.
This one is very bad.
Here he is.
But I gather, Ali,
jamming his way through
Good one.
the whole field. Go on, James.
I gather his talents also lie in opening envelopes.
They do indeed. At the EPT Paris this year, He actually opened up a $75,000 mystery bounty envelope.
This is
And
good
if
hand on blackjack.
he thinks he's running hot
Double.
in the envelope streets,
But not
good news for him is we'll have our 2K
Just
buy-in
like-
mystery bounty event starting tomorrow here at Merit Poker
think I need
with
a couple more
150,000 guaranteed, but expectations and predictions centering more around a $300,000 prize pool for that one.
Maybe he already.
I want to get
played
into mystery
blackjack.
bounties, Ollie. It looks a lot of fun.
Possible, yeah.
I want to open an envelope
Against blackjack.
and then
I'm
feel a bit
going
of
that
disappointment of finding a small number.
Yep. And can't surrender.
But I think I don't want to do it if you're the one emceeing the proceedings.
I'll tell you what, if my entire career was simply handling mystery bounty envelope drawings, a fulfilled man I would be. I miss my calling as a game show host, James.
You really have.
This is my water on.
Maybe we can talk to Dan and he can put something together for us.
Yeah. What if I just became a Romanian game show host? I mean, he is a screenwriter. I'm sure he could whip something together for me.
Sure we can figure something out. I'm sure we know some people.
Going to work with the ace-7 from the hijack, and Idemir can well afford to flat with queen-jack suited here behind him.
Nice.
Decides to 3-bet instead, taking it up to 25,000. Action player is Idemir. Stack that big suggests that he hasn't been sitting around staring at pots. Finished 19th in the warm-up, as you've mentioned on a number of occasions. James played in the 5100 No Limit Cash game on stream. And Idemir pushing him off that one.
Great rule of Idemir.
Yeah.
That's my new goal in life, Ollie, is to get you into a game show host role.
If I can't be the host, I also think I would make a terrific contestant on a game show. Not necessarily because I would win the game show, but damn if I wouldn't make it fun. For sure.
I feel like we'd have to have one that has a very specific, finely balanced line of both mental and physical challenges for you to be competitive.
I don't know how well I'm going to do in the physical challenges. You've seen me on the back end of a sprint, James. It takes a long time for me to recover.
Maybe if there's a underwater swimming segment.
As opposed to an overwater swimming segment,
Well,
James?
you know. You got some capacity in those lungs.
That's true. Don't mess up my spot. Idemir opening with the king-6 suited, showing the power of his big stack. As Kolotiuk off of 74,000, showing some power of his own. Ace-10 suited. 3 bets to 22,500.
Yeah, like this. Obviously way enough hand button against the hijack. Idemir's opening very liberally. As well he should with that stack. And of course we don't mind even picking up a custom when they've got this ace-10 suited. Plays very well post-flop, especially against those peeling ranges. Dominate the 10x's that continue. And at some point you've got to get something going, Ali. He's on a short stack. We're coming towards the end of the rebuys. So if you do want to get something going, now's the time. King 9 4-flop, though, is not the one for him to see. 2 diamonds and a spade does give him that backdoor draw. You can't be thrilled with that. Opponent going to have a fair amount of King X here as the peeler. We do block those aforementioned Jack 10, Queen 10 kind of hands. Wouldn't be surprised to see him check back here. Also wouldn't be surprised to see him bet. If he does bet, going small, and then we have to jam on some turns. ones that pick 'em up some equity. There we go, 15k, I like it.
Into a pot of 54,000.
Yeah.
Idemir hanging in.
That's not one of the ones he's going to get to jam, one would imagine.
Ace 10 of spades was looking for the backdoor equity. Didn't manage to pick up any, of course. And how will it react to a third diamond, just 37k behind? The shutdown appears imminent, but then suddenly the ace of diamonds on the river. And let's see if Idemir feels compelled to turn his hand into a bluff here.
Difficult. I hear what you're saying, Ali. You're worried that you're just being outdrawn.
It's just 37,000.
Yeah, and realistically, what offsuit high diamonds do we have? I think this is going to get picked off purely because it's very hard for Idemir to have the lone queen of diamonds, jack of diamonds kind of cards. Yeah, and he calls pretty quickly. Well done there. You've got a Turk.
No respect to my free bet.
And a wry smile from Idemir. But yeah, that was a good call. Like I say, it's very hard for his man to have the queen or jack of diamonds on its own. Kind of, you'd think ace, queen, ace, jack even might just jam pre. They're the only two serious contenders. The queen, jack offs of the world, we're not calling that 3-bet. Having said that, Idemir was in there liberally with king 6 suited, but that is a different beast.
Very fortunate run out there for Kolotiuk to be able to spin his stack forward. As you pointed out, James, it's been a very rough go of things for Roman, whose nickname is Romaha. And I don't need to walk you to an explanation on that one. Apparently he likes to play double board PLO bomb pots.
Who doesn't?
I'll tell you what, it is so much fun. Every dealer change, we do it in the no limit game that happens here with the staff tucked away.
Yeah, I donated some wages a couple of days ago, Ali.
Yeah, to be fair, they were my wages that you donated, James.
That's true.
As the juice is running on that 500 I let you borrow.
Okay.
For Hisu, the 59K is running straight toward the middle with ace king suited. No customers thus far.
Yeah, I might pay you back. It depends how my my guarantee promising ability goes.
I'll tell you what.
You may be last in the line of a long list of creditors. We may pay the smallest debts first, though. You know.
First in, first out.
Yeah.
We haven't even started that series yet.
It's not quite how that works. We always try and make the little guys whole first, though. So.
At Dempsey Guarantees Incorporated?
Yeah.
Now, where are you off to after this series? James, you going to pop onto a couple of planks in France?
I am. I'm obviously we're leaving Monday, and I'm swift turnaround at home, popping down to the delights of Val d'Isère in the Western Alps, Eastern France. And either a week or two of skiing. I'm undetermined just yet. Depends how the weather goes. I've got the first week booked, floated the idea to the other half that maybe if I in the second week. She swiftly changed the booking for our parking to the extra week as if it's a guarantee. I was like, hold your horses.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see what the weather does. But it's looking very promising out there. What was a bad mid-season in the Alps has certainly turned into a strong late season. A lot of snow forecast over the next couple of days. So we'll see. But very much looking forward to that. Balancing some poker with some skiing. After all, when the summer comes around, Ali, from May onwards, things are getting very hectic in the poker world with a couple of Trident stops, the World Series of Poker, the Merit Classic. Going to be very busy, so got to get the R&R in when you can.
I haven't skied 2 weeks in 10 years. Must be nice, James. That's not an inexpensive hobby. And it looks like things aren't going to be inexpensive for Dan Gisu, who continues to be frisky here at this feature table on this occasion.
Yeah.
On the heels of an ace-king suited jam, he opens to 7,000 with jack-9 offsuit and promptly gets 3-bet by Nuida.
Yeah, this one a little too liberal for my liking, Ali, and Noira going for the 2.5x sizing again. A factor that keeps us opening off just under 20 bigs. You don't have to go particularly large.
18.
It does get a peel out of that sizing. This is kind of a great spot for Noira. You're not expecting too many of the hands you dominate to peel, though. You're kind of thinking some Broadway combos here. Well, neither player is going to be thrilled by the ace, queen, 7, all diamond. Keith, you reaching for chips? Surely not, Ali. He bets here, he's my new hero. Okay, he does jack. Noira hates that flop himself. Hard to think of many hands you beat on that kind of board. May bet very small here to fold out some, you know, black card combinations. Okay, does bet 2 blinds. Gets what he's after there. Makes the hand a little easier to play. Yeah, Ali, I'm looking forward to 2 weeks of French food, French wine, good music, good skiing, sunshine.
I don't remember getting an invitation, James, to this.
You didn't. That's why.
Have you had enough of me already?
Never.
Good answer. We'll keep you on the roster.
I saw you play the cash game the other day. I'm keeping you close. It's actually surprising to see you in the big bet games, you know?
Yeah, not
normally
usually
hide behind
the mixed game plaques.
Right. Everyone says, oh, the mixed games are more fun and making out there doing it. It's just because you guys are cowards and you don't like seeing big bets.
It's not true. Honestly, No Limit is intimidating when, on the surface, but really as played, it's a limit game where you either bet quarter pot, half pot, 3/4 pot, full pot, and every now and again 2x pot or something like that. That's all it is.
Yeah.
You don't get the insanity of yesteryear with the likes of Tom Dwan blasting away. Remember those days? No one had even contemplated that sort of stuff. Idemir now, 7-5, the 1-gapper. Big stack on display, and a king-jack suited here for Peter Kalev.
Yeah, this is a really nice hand to have as a call. Idamir's opening up a lot. Got a very, very playable hand. Don't mind inviting some others into the pot when you've got this hand. He does peel. Normally, Ollie, I'd come with a little bit of sort of criticism maybe of opening 7-5 suited from +1, but he's got the table dancing to his beat.
Sure does.
And whenever that's happening, I always say, make them stop you. That's my rule.
I like
So
it.
if the book says to do something, well, hang on, these guys let me get away with it. I'll just carry on doing what I'm doing. And Habib with kind of an awkward situation here with 2 10s in the big. Such a strong hand, but you don't really want to play an inflated pot out position against these 2 other big stacks.
Yeah.
It's so nice. He has just called. I like this. It's not always about the strength of your hand.
Super deep poker here. As the flop comes ace, 9-3, and Habib didn't want to see that ace, but he's going to check and find out what's what behind him. Complete whiff for Idemir, who could look to represent.
I think given he's the one who's open from +1 and he's got backdoor spades, it's a potential to bet. But he just decided to check over to Kalev, who won't like that board and does have a lot of the kind of hands he has. And without a club on board, I think it's also best served with a check. The turn brings a 6, so Idemir does pick up some equity. Habib's 2 10s are best. He may kind of go for a real small block here, Ali, because you are worried about all the picture cards. And he does check.
Indeed.
Also plays well as a call against the second barrel. If Idemir bets here and gets a fold behind, he'll call. If it goes bet call, he'll probably fold. So Idemir does stab that gut shot. Delayed c-bet. Kalev just can't really do anything in that position with the big blind still behind. And Habib, nicely played here. He's got his opponent to commit 9k with 18% equity. Although he is kind of blind into what the good cards are on the river, Habib. He won't be expecting a 4 to be danger. Oh, I thought it was a 4 for a second there, but it is in fact a 5.
Credit to Habib, by the way, for sticking around here.
Yeah.
Sensing something could be off.
And
about this Idemir kit.
Idemir may just convinced himself that he beats some 3x. There's not a lot of it. And that the 5 is enough to show down. Otherwise, he's trying to bluff a 9 off. Maybe a how like 4-5. Although they probably just lead turn rather than check calling. He convinces himself his opponent calls with maybe a 7-8, but I can't think they bet. Oh no, he is gonna. He's reaching for chips early. He is fully aware of where he is in the hand. Knows this 5 is very unlikely to be good. But it is hard to tell the story that you can beat a 9 the way he's played it on an ace-9-3 rainbow board when you check flop.
Ooh, what's the sizing here?
Round half pot.
21,000, and it is the kind of thing that feels a bit milky.
It does. But again, what does Idemir have that checks flop on ace-9-3 and then wants to go 2 streets for value? Doesn't make much sense to me. But then I'm looking at the cards, Ollie, and sometimes we get a little bias in the booth. It's natural. Sitting there in the heat of battle, and you're thinking, well, maybe he just raised with a hand like ace-4 and wasn't sure on the ace-9-3, and now it checked through, knows he's good. Certainly a weak ace makes up part of this range. And what are the bluffs? Oh, he does make the call. Well done, Habib.
What a great sense of sniff there as you really begin to understand how it is that the CV attached to this gentleman on Hendon Mob is as robust as it is.
Yeah, caught him speeding there, Idemir.
Sure did.
Someone was going to get him at some point.
Big stack doing big things. That's how it goes.
Some big stacks forming elsewhere, Ali, of course, as we head towards the end of the buy-in period. Alex Papazian, who we saw earlier in the week on this feature table, he's just short of 1 million in chips. Right atop the counts. It'll be dangerous if he gets going. Uri Reichstein, who we also saw on this table, he's up there with a stack not dissimilar to Idamir's. Maxime Chilod, Corey Korkmaz, all these players that we've seen already on our feature table through the week are up there. Gurkan Gungoran, my hero. That guy was putting on a show on this table. He's got 500,000 in chips. That'll be fun if he can start pushing these guys around.
Sure will.
Again, if you are interested in who else is in this field, who we may have coming up, please do head on over to Poker News where you can get all the updates on the action. There are some phenomenally exciting potential lineups, Ollie, in this field with some of those players mentioned. And, of course, some we wouldn't have had eyes on up to now. Some very exciting players. So numbers keep on rising, 734. Of course, it won't be too long after that end of buy-ins that we do reveal the prize pools. Wow, what a flop we have here, Ali. Ace-5-3, Kisu defending Deuce-4, and Kolotiuk. I said he's kind of getting bashed around. Obviously, 1 King, Queen, the aces, but he's not going to believe his luck here. Flopping top 2, having opened Ace-5 off.
Simply incredible that Kisu was able to hit this board. And he's got the only heart as well.
I can't wait. I want to see Kolotiuk's face. Come on, give it to us. He's like, really?
Nice hand.
Well, Kisu rates to be the kind of guy that you can expect the unexpected from here. Oh, my goodness, the 5 rolls off on the turn, but yes, I know. Kisu not drawing dead. The deuce of hearts would give him the victory. A pure 1-outer. But it's not there as Kolotiuk fills up not once but twice and showers the remains of Mr. Kisu's most recent barrel. Bullet, rather.
Maybe with it, go your chances of Romanian TV fame, Ollie.
Yeah, unfortunately.
No, your ticket.
Mr. Kisu bids adieu
Unstoppable today, my
to the
friend.
field.
Yep.
I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today.
Oh, a singing career, I hope not in the future of that man. But
Omaha, play Omaha.
poker
Omaha.
career, maybe.
Double full.
Ran down the aces with king queen. Runs down the flop straight with the flop 2 pair. Maybe, just maybe, his day.
One never knows.
Of course, he's done nothing wrong, Ali, in either hand. I'm not saying he's lucky. Well, he is lucky, but I'm not saying.
Oh yeah, he's obviously.
I thought
He was just
running
forced into
good.
the situations.
flash from the flop, but I don't care. But so brutal.
Yeah.
Perfect flop.
It's like flush
Yes.
for your hand.
Yeah, I know. Me wait. Huh? Yes. You said my turn. Okay. Yes, okay.
So onwards we march. -1 Dan Gisu with 256 remaining in the field. King Salmon on the button for Walid Bohabib.
You want to give me a penalty for 200?
I'd have been in one big blind scenario, looking at a very strong V range, ace-9 offsuit, but electing just to play it as a flat. They are very deep, I would
But you see on me and say it's my
do
turn.
exactly the same.
And chips laying here, so. Sorry.
Queen Jack 3 with a couple of diamonds now.
Yeah, Habib can just bet very small here with range. And that's what he's done, betting 5,500. Oh, 6,000, pardon me. I'd admit, even with ace high, you're just going to find it hard to continue there. Let's it go. Nicely played, Habib. Nolly.
Glance at our next featured table. Somebody's working the Rubik's Cube there.
Yeah, that's Nikola Minkov, I believe, who actually just won a very nice pot. Raising River. Checking the information over on
Is that Michalak there?
Poker News. Ah, it is Michalak, you're right. Some others. So you'll have the joy of calling the action on in the near future.
Looking forward to it. As Kolotiuk looks at the 2 9s, declares raise.
Sorry, that was Hala Karam. Apologies. She was the one. I gather she solved the Rubik's Cube just as the camera came over. It was a challenge thrown to her.
Nah, that was a stunt cube.
Yeah, I'm not believing it either, Ollie.
I've never solved one of those things. Granted, I've never really tried. But when you see people do it behind their back, with their eyes closed, or that you just hand it to them and within like 8 seconds it's done. I mean, come on.
Yuri Reichstein was on that table as well with a mountain of chips. I mentioned him a moment ago.
Yeah, how's his Rubik's Cube game?
He'll be coming in there. Kolotiuk popping up 2 9s. Now getting a bit more comfortable stack. Idem is stepping out here, Ollie. Peeling with ace-5 off from the small.
Coming up empty on the 2 7s, 2 diamonds, and a 3 flop. Does check it. Sometimes these paired flops, James, as you and I well know, can create some interest.
Kolotiuk snap checking back with the 2 9s. Really surprised by that.
Yeah, as am I.
Idem picking up a gut shot now to go with his ace high. I'm at a loss to explain this one. You're up against a lot of pocket pair combinations that peel from the small blind, as well as those broadway combinations you wanted on equity too. So you would have expected a hand like 9s to be, okay, you're going to have some checkbacks on 7-7-3. You have to be balanced, but I think those are going to be perhaps the aces of the world. With the occasional 7x pocket threes that maybe you open with. But his 12k bet on the turn does get called. Idemir has the lone ace of diamonds in hand, and another diamond has fallen on the river. I mean, he elects not to turn it into a bluff. Colotiuk, pretty tough to get value now as played on that third diamond. Would be over-repping, I think, if you bet now. Having checked back to flop. I think you just want to try and turn over the best hand at this point. He
No
does.
flush, please. No flush.
Kind of like how Idemir played the hand actually on the turn. Thinking about it, checking, allowing his opponent to maybe bet with some of those broadway combos. So especially the ones with the big diamond in, because he's got that hand drawing very badly if his opponent's got king jack with the king of diamonds. Really bad shape. And a little bit of disguised action on a 4 as well, of course, given the wheel. Yeah, very convenient that we came over just as he supposedly solved the Rubik's Cube. I mean...
Yeah, what was that about?
Come on now.
I don't buy it.
Alan Najad, he's a man from the TV industry. He's not falling for that.
Yeah, I'm a skeptic. Let's face it.
Let's see us solve it on the table, aren't we?
A little bit harder.
Yeah.
That feat.
I don't think I've ever done one.
No?
I don't think I've ever...
Have you tried?
Tried, yeah. So
I mean, I don't really hang out with people that own Rubik's Cubes, if I'm being honest. I'm a bit removed from junior high school. No judgment.
Sounds like judgment.
Seems like a bit of a distracting thing to have with you at a poker tournament, James.
Yeah.
Takes a bit of brain power.
I hear you, but it keeps the brain ticking. Better than scrolling the Instagram reels, which,
Oof.
you know.
That keeps something else ticking. Deuce 3 as Makram Saber.
I delved into your Instagram reels and how the algorithm targets you yesterday, Ollie, and
Yeah.
was surprised to see a mix of marine life and aircraft.
It's
And
the
dogs.
difference between bet
I mean,
16k and fold, right?
you're a varied man.
I saw you take a 16, then put it back.
Simple creature.
Yes, yes. I think you want to raise 16, no? Okay, never mind.
Well, man, does want to raise it as a beat with ace-9 in the cutoff.
Button folds. Over to call it small.
Eight? Eight.
King 7-7, Kolotiuk. Defending the big blind, flopping trips, checking over to Habib.
Yeah, huge flop.
Yeah,
board.
just lying in wait here with the trips.
Yeah, I like Habib's bet size once again. I've been very impressed.
Yeah, just
with his
5K.
sizing on that board. Yeah, he's betting range. So again, it's a lot scarier now. We can still be ahead, and we can certainly make some weaker hands, some stronger hands, pardon me, fold. But just go check, check. King pairs on the river.
Seven's full. But given the turn action here, Kolotiuk might very well suspect that he's got a winner on his hands.
Yeah, it's just a question of how you get more chips in this pot. You bet small here, maybe get some of those ace highs to call. Do you check and allow them to bluff? Kolo's going to have some natural bluffs himself as well. If he's defended here with, you know, a pocket pair and now it's turned into garbage, he's going to want to bluff with those. So, and that's what Habib's thinking here. Right, I can beat all those hands. I can beat all the pocket pairs that called the flop. Beat even maybe some queen high that stuck around. I chop with some ace high, so he may get curious here. Obviously, he loses to all the king x and 7x, which all continue past the flop. 13 to 30, he may think it's worth the price. And he's going to have a lot of garbage himself that just has to fold. So I think it's a hand we kind of have to stick around with.
The guy forget here, the Turkish guy.
Good sizing there from Kolotiuk to keep the ace-9 in as played.
Yeah.
As he continues to ride the chip roller coaster, and on this occasion, it's the upswing.
Oh. He's got so many, he can't stack him, Ali.
I don't know if he's got that many, James. He's got some. But they seem stackable. That was kind of a tabloid headline with respect to his stack. Slight bit of embellishment, if I'm being honest.
He knocked them over. He was struggling to actually, you know, have the
Nothing
talent to
about
stack
that
them.
man says to me struggling. It's the jumper over the shoulders. Screams solvency.
Yeah.
That screams the look of a man that could make the 10 million guarantee.
Yeah.
Safely. From
It's not
perhaps
a
the
man you
bow
wanna-
of his yacht.
It's not a man you want to be bluffing. The man with the jumper over the shoulders. Sabre. Don't want to be bluffing him in this spot, Ali. He's got the rockets, the boots, the nuts.
It ain't the nuts until the river shows up. I've learned that the hard way. Habib with the king-queen and the hijack.
Wow, he just folded it to the open.
Put it into the bin.
Wow.
Unexpected.
Wow, what a fold. Again, there's a lot of history between some of these players, Ali. We keep referencing this place as the world's biggest small poker room.
Yeah.
And maybe that ringing true there. But it's got an idea of where Sabre's at. Although we've seen Sabre step out of line, Ali, so I'm a little surprised.
Certainly have.
Kalev flats the button with the 9 of spades. Kolotiuk peels the small with 9-10. Neura with an easy peel from the big with deuces.
A little bit more company than I suspect that Saber was hoping to have with these aces, James.
Ooh.
8-5 deuce. Bottom set for Noida. And a big problem for Saber.
Yeah, such a broken flop as well.
Yep.
Saber looks like he's going for third pot on this 8-5 deuce. I mean, Kalev's not necessarily dead here, right? We got the 9 of spades. It stands to reason. He may have the 8 of spades or another 9 behind there. Even if he's got 9-10 of spades, may look to take one off here with the deuce of spades on board. Would be a little liberal in a four-way pot, but wouldn't rule it out. Neura. I think just with the stack depth here, Ali, we need to start building this pot. I think 2.5k, 3.5k. Sorry, 2k, 3.5k. They are very deep.
Break, forget.
And of course, Ali, the beauty of bottom set over, say, top set is you unblock the top pairs. You unblock the 8s. You unblock the hands you want to continue. So these are the best hands to come in with the raises. It's obviously maybe counterintuitive to think the weaker hand is a better hand to get in, but Sabre kind of still loving life here. Up against that big blind squeeze. I think you're best served as a call here, Ali. You don't really want to over-rep the hand. You don't want to only allow better to play against you. You want to allow the bluffs to continue. Sabre's going to have a lot weaker than aces here. So we'll go heads up with 110,000 chips in the middle.
Just look how dry this board is, too.
Yeah, not many scare cards.
They're both pretty deep. 7 on the turn doesn't rate to be really of any concern.
Yeah, it's some of the bluffs, maybe a hand like 4-6, 6-9. I think the 4-6 probably just leans more towards calling, going multi-way. But if you are looking for bluffs, maybe 6-9's one of them. But also maybe some deuce X. Maybe starts bluffing flop. It's hard to give a players enough of a frequency in these spots. Looks like he's continuing for around half pot. Like you say, Ali, just such a dry board. You never really have to size up here, and this is setting up perfectly, of course. If he gets called here, which he will do. He's going to be jamming what, 150 into sort of 240. Perfect 2/3 sizing.
Credit to Mr. Saber for kind of having his wits about him with these aces.
Yeah, I don't think... He's not hating it, but he's not enjoying it, Ali.
Just 2 outs, and that's not one of them. Deuces full on the river.
Yeah.
The 5 might seem attractive.
It's a good card.
Because the 8-7 gets counterfeited.
Yeah, the 8 deuce gets counterfeited, not very likely. There's less combinations of 8-5. There's fewer combinations of 5 deuce. There's fewer combinations, of course, of pocket 5s. So it's a quite good card for Saber. And of course, all those straight draws, Ali, that were bluffing have missed, bar the one that got there on the turn. So this is one of the better hands, one of the better river cards to call off against. The deuce perhaps would have been the best card to see. Well, I suppose Ali, if we're picking, we'll probably choose an ace to see, but after that, I think a deuce, then a 5. Saber thrown into the tank. This is not easy. So it is one of the better cards for him to call off with, but you also just have to remember the hand went 4-way pre-flop. Neither check raise the turn, or check raise the flop 3-way against a man who's open under the gun and continued to barrel. Saber's hand's kind of face up. I mean, he's obviously got the best pocket pair, but he knows that his opponent knows that he's got sort of one of these big overpairs. And it is just how many bluffs do you give Neura?
I mean, 9s through kings didn't play this hand this way.
Correct.
Wow, if Saber could find the muck here off of this 142K, I mean, look at the price the pot's laying him.
Yeah, like I said, it's just how many straight draws do you give your opponent when he check raises the flop? In my mind, it's not that many, Ali, because they do just get to call on the flop a lot. But then again, we're playing deep. You check raise straight draws, you can make big pairs fold down the streets. Becomes very attractive. I'd love to know their personal history between these two. Obviously, we know Neura's clearly pretty successful, has a stack deep in that mix max later tonight, and has a big stack here. You feel so exploited if you fold these aces here, though. It's like, well, if I don't call here, what am I calling with? Maybe you can make an argument, Ali, that kings are an ever so slightly better call. You want your opponent maybe to have an ace-3, ace-4.
Credit to Mr. Sabat for just really sensing that these aces aren't going to earn him this pot.
This is unenviable. I don't like being in his seat here. Facing calling off the last hand as well, Ali, that he can call and rebuy if he wishes. I wonder if that's factoring into his mind. It's going to be very hard to get away from this. Well done.
And he does it.
Fantastic fold.
Truly fantastic.
Mr. Saber, take a bow.
Tremendously impressive there.
Yeah.
Nuita might feel a bit cheated once he gets a look at the stream on the delay, as he does not get paid off with those set of deuces which filled up on the river by Makram Saber, who lives to fight on.
Yeah, blinds will be going up to 2K, 4K. Anton Markov will be the shortest in this stack, but you can see everyone with above the starting stack. There'll be a whole host of players coming in this break, Ali, who busted out in that last frame.
Well, we know we've got a Rubik's Cube inbound, Mr. Dempsey, as This crew will be subbed out. The Recep Aydemir Show, looking for other pastures within the room. Back inside the broadcast booth here at the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Resort, and Casino. Ali Najad alongside James Dempsey. And while Aydemir was the stack that we were focused on, I would say the story from that last frame is what we just bore witness to right there. And that is Saber, who showed us some different looks. Originally, I thought maybe he was on the snug side, then opened up, had some bluffs in him, and found a very disciplined fold, which I think anybody streaming right now might ask themselves, honestly, deep down, if they would have been able to make.
Yeah, you have to be pretty brave to fold there with the aces, Ali. The pot swelled to a very considerable size. You fold, you leave yourself with just over 35 blinds. Obviously, you call you're out, and it doesn't look like your opponent can have some strong hands, of course, peeling from the big blind, but very, very hard to make the fold in the moment when you're looking down at those two aces. But
to be fair, he could have made the fold and then gone in and snuck right in before the re-entry period did close, and I thought that might be weighing on him. But in the end, not forced to reach into his wallet, and instead, he is going to live to fight on, as we have well over 730 entries. Not sure how many we'll have once we tally them up on the backside of this break, but stay close. Just about 15 minutes time, we'll be back to continue coverage here from day 2 of our main event at the Marriott Poker Carmen Series. To 8K, Habib. Ace Jack. Put it into the muck. Or did I miss something here? Did Habib flat this Ace Jack? I would have to imagine.
Yeah, there's chips in front of him and cards. There we go. Again, you can go both ways here. I think I like the flat, but there's certainly an argument for... Oh, I think he has raised it. Okay.
Oh, yeah, action back to Blabea, no flop.
Yeah, just your opponent's sub 20 blinds. Like, come on then. If you've got a hand, let's go. And Blabea had been put through the ringer so far. This one will surely be the line that he's willing to die on. If he knew it was ace-4 a little moment ago,
that's right.
Certainly would. He didn't get to see that, but he would have
and
been.
There is the jam.
Yeah, Habib's not going to love this, but
asking for a count. It's going to be another 34,000 for him to call. Clearly, he's deep enough to be able to do so.
Yeah, 19 blinds. You can't really be 3-bet fold these. You don't. Again, it's one of these spots. You don't want to peel with it. You don't want to 3-bet fold. You kind of have to 3-bet call. You're in okay shape against some of the hands. This is just a factor of stack size. If his opponent had 25 blinds, could perhaps 3-bet fold flat. If he had fewer, it'd be a lot easier. Right in that sweet spot for this ace-queen to get in good against ace-jack.
142,500 in the middle, and that flop is the sweet spot for Blabea, who's got his man out-kicked. No clubs to worry about. Turn is clean. Just got to dodge the jack and then the king for a chop. Aces and queens on the end.
Yeah, a few little chop outs there. Obviously, an ace or a 4 would have been the dirty way.
Oh, yeah, I hadn't even thought about that.
King would have... I hadn't actually spotted the king myself, Ali. There you go. So it's a good thing we're both in here to pick apart the... I'd like to see a little larger sizing because you're targeting the small blind on some of this board. You want to put these hands, the 9-10 suiteds, in the blender. You want to put the big blind with a 4 in a tough spot. I don't believe that size actually does that. But having said all that, Ali, you don't mind seeing a turn card when you've got the king-queen. And you can now fire a bigger barrel on the turn with those 2 overs.
Sets himself up nicely to actually continue to apply pressure to this 9.
Yeah, this is a really nice spot for him to continue. You can be fairly sure Kolaturk doesn't have super strength when he flats the small there. I think he's going to 3-bet most of his value. So you are kind of looking, oh, I love this. Well, has he just actually ripped it? Wow, he's gone for the full max pressure. Idemir. This actually works better slightly if he'd bet a little bit larger on the flop, but hey, it came a little late, the max aggression, but I'm all for it. And really hard for Kolotuyuk.
Now, obviously, we're just playing 58,000 effective here on this Idemir rip.
Yeah, way over pot. He could have gone a smaller sizing and then kind of set up for 3.
Might that be weighing on Roman's mind here, though, as he's kind of suspicious? But for all your remaining chips, one couldn't fault him for thinking this was a bit too much on ask.
Yeah. He may be thinking, like, does my opponent do this with some of the weaker jacks? Are we now leaning more towards some draws? It's a brave guessing game to play, though, Ollie. Your opponent does have a lot of Jack X. May just decide to shut down. Because, this is what I say, I think I would have preferred it if Idemir had bet a little bit bigger on the flop to shallow out the stacks to make the turn jam much closer to pot. But it doesn't mean this is like an easy spot. I think he's thinking, like, okay, I can rule out more than one pair. He's thinking, if my man's got a set, he's going to try and milk me. He's trying to get a little bit more. So he's thinking, what jacks does he do this with? And then what draws does he do this with? Try and piece together that range. And if he thinks it's a lot of hands like this, the king, queen off.
No bluff, right?
Wrong. Semi-bluff.
Oh, I love this. Idemir gives nothing away.
Credit to Kolotuyuk, though. For being suspicious, he recognized that something smelled fishy about it.
You've seen camera anyway.
Okay.
If you see on the TV.
But a 6-7 suited, but maybe you're thinking like the 8-9s, the 9-10s, the Jack-10s of the world.
After Blabea does click call, another 30 slides into the middle, almost 88,000. Just north of 1 SPR for Kolu, and after a second check from Blabea, he barrels again the very milky 30.5.
Yeah, but I really like this because he's leaving only 60 back, so he's really shallowing things out. But this makes it very difficult, Ali, for queens. So we can have some bluffs here. Because what is a queen going to do to this action? Facing 30 with another 60 back, we'd be going into 150k pot on the river. And obviously, people are saying, why are you worried about trying to make a queen fold? We got the best of it. But I am talking his range bets here. If he's got a king jack kind of hand, a king 10 kind of hand, that's 3-bet light, repping the most strength here. As it is against this kind of hand, again, Blabea's getting 4-1 direct. Plus, you've got to think there's a very good chance you get the remaining 60. So does continue with just 7 high. It's never great to be calling out of position on the turn with 7 high, Ali.
Of course not. But credit Kolu for keeping this hand in there, and unfortunately, credit the deck with downing ace-jack. As the king of hearts rolls off and gives Blabea the best hand, is he going to look to check and induce the shove?
I think just because there's only 60 into 150, he may
he just does his own bidding?
Yeah, I mean, if you check, you'd still expect Kolu to bet with, you know, the ace-queen, ace-king, aces, kings, queens, all the strongest hands would still bet. So it's a question of what you think he's going to do if he's got a hand like this, ace-jack. He's probably going to check it back. And also, if you jam here, those 2-pair plus hands are always going to call you. There's just so much in there. So he may elect just to jam here. Of course, you do lose some equity with your opponent's bluffing that they might not bluff, but I don't think your opponent bluffs with too high frequency on this river once they've put that turn bet on, because you've knocked out all the queen X. But it's definitely a peculiar spot. Once more, I love these main events, Ali.
Oh, Kolu's.
Day 2 on a main event's a fascinating time.
Every street, every hand. Every hand, every hand.
Kolu's reaching for the Java.
They good, beautiful for TV, but
Wow, he's gone for the... Wow, he's gone like 35? This is a bizarre sizing. I didn't consider this, Ali.
Look at Kolu shaking his head as if to say, I know this ace-jack is beat more often than not.
Yeah, terrible card for him to see, but again, your opponent is not supposed to have many flushes here.
It could be a block bet with an inferior ace, obviously, but...
Yeah, it's just a bizarre bet size. I need to think about this. I didn't see this size coming in. I think what you're saying, is it that kind of thing? Is it a... It's supposed to be disguised as a block bet, but... Because I suppose it is a spot where he doesn't have many flushes.
Just look at the price he's getting late. He hates his hand, and yet he understands the math. Means he doesn't have to be right that often for it to be a profitable call.
This is a genius bet size against this hand. Against those one pair aces. Very hard to see how Kolu gets away from this.
Oh, man. Just holding the call in between his fingers.
It's okay. You can think.
Thank you.
Right. It's the turn bet. The thing is, the turn bet knock. Some obvious bluffs here, Ali, would be a hand like Queen Jack, Queen 10. They're the kind of hands that make sense as bluffs, but then that turn bet makes a lot of those hands fold. So now you're looking at Babea having some weaker ace-x, and does that turn into a bluff? Wow! Incredible stuff from Kolu, Ali.
That took real discipline, James, and I think it's a real deviation away from what the math would dictate, clearly.
He's got the 800k, now he gets dealt into situations where he's got a pocket pair on the button, a raise and a call in front. These are, this is when days are going well, Ali, you know, you kind of find the easy spots. Kulatiuk with a raggedy ace in the big, a little over 10 behind, and an expression on the face that says, I don't really like my hand. I think just has to give this up, yep. Nicely done. Turns down the, sometimes it's easy to make the mistake they're appealing with the price, but ace
James, please, I help you with pronounce.
Kulatiuk?
Kulatiuk.
Kulatiuk.
Da.
Kulatiuk.
Jack 8-3, Kolu in real trouble now, as he's got top pair just 53k behind, and Markov has him by the throat.
Yeah. Jack 8-3. Again, we're seeing a bit of out in position of two players. Yeah, if we're going to have some bets, kings are certainly in there. Going to have a lot of checks on this board as well, so we do have to check sometimes with a good hand, but this hand going to get a lot easier for both Markov and Idemir.
Yeah, no more decisions left for Kolu as he jams.
Line in the sand, Ali. She made a great fold a minute ago. Kind of been dealt into a rough spot here.
I think we can safely invoice Idemir for each additional second that transpires from this point forward.
Look, he made the hero call earlier with Queen 8, so I'm not
but
ruling
that's like
anything
7 seconds he owes me back with 2 6s there. Markov makes the call, of course, with the 2 kings.
Ali, how much do you charge for a second?
I have never distilled it to that point in time. I know someone did the math on like Bill Gates, how much he makes a second or something like that. It was obscene. And he still plays $3, $6 limit hold'em when he plays. I don't know if he's still playing poker. 8 on the turn, as Kolu very well might not be playing poker much longer unless he finds a jack in the deck in this 137.5 pot. And instead, it's an ace on the river.
Yeah,
good sportsmanship on display there, but bad outcome.
Pretty rough ride for him. I wasn't a fan of how he played the first half of the hand with the 2 5s, but made what I thought was a
couple of aces. It isn't an entity without human beings behind a lot of these decisions, and I feel like we'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the efforts of Ms. Songul, who is the president of Merit Poker, Mr. Ashkan, Miss Angela, even Jeremy, who handles the cash games, all of them.
Even Jeremy, that's backhanded.
Well, he's not part of the tournament part of the equation, but obviously a lot of guys come here and they want to splash around there. I mean, and that's just a handful of the names, by the way, that come together to make each and every one of these festivals a great success. And they are on hand straight through the wee hours of the night. As for Kolotiu, King Queen might leave him sailing into the night with 41k on the button.
He's unlikely to be
jams
past
it.
his hand. Pretty standard stuff, Ali. Jamming 12 blinds this late. Babea was put through the ringer to start with, but things are going much nicer for him now. And
I don't know what that word is that he just said, but I would imagine it's not the kind that you would be stepping into your home and greeting your mother with.
Perhaps not, are we?
Even Blabea's sympathetic chuckle and a sympathetic flop. 8-3 deuce, 2 diamonds. Flush has been requested, but not yet delivered as the board pairs. 90K in the middle. 8 outs one time. Can Mr. Kolotyuk get there? Yes, the jack of diamonds.
Here we go. That's sick. He called for the jack because, hey, one of those 4 jacks would win for him. He called for exactly the card he wanted, in effect, Ali. Put the sails down. The boat's staying in harbour a little longer.
Keep the microphone on. Swimming segment,
Well,
James.
You know. You got some capacity in those lungs.
That's true. Don't mess up my spot. Idemir opening with the king 6 suited, showing the power of his big stack. As Kolotyuk off of 74,000, showing some power of his own. Ace 10 suited. 3 bets to 22,500.
Yeah, like this. Obviously, way enough hand button against the hijack. Idamir's opening very liberally, as well he should with that stack. And of course, we don't mind even picking up a customer when they've got this ace 10 suited. Plays very well post flop, especially against those peeling ranges. Dominate the 10x's that continue. And at some point, you've got to get something going, Ali. He's on a short stack. We're coming towards the end of the rebuys. So if you do want to get something going, now's the time. King 9 4 flop, though, is not the one for him to see. 2 diamonds and a spade does give him that backdoor draw. You can't be thrilled with that. Opponent going to have a fair amount of King X here as the peep.
And the Mediterranean Sea lapping at the luscious sands between the Merit Royal and Merit Crystal Cove hotels. A nice place to be in just a few weeks' time, I would imagine. Ali Najad now joined by David Lappin, continuing coverage of day 2 of the Merit Poker Carmen Series main event, with a new crew upon us, headed by Yuri Reichenstein. 169 big blinds. Boris Smushkevich. Smushkevichus? We call him Smush. 153 blinds. Then the big drop-off to Khan Miral, Nikola Minkov, Yakub Michalak, Isam Tanuri, Barjan Akimov, Darij Saidi, and Halakaram rounding things out. Just 11 big blinds as things have crept up to 2,000 and 4,000.
Disappointed in you, Ali?
Thank you.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny. I was out there during the break with producer Milbutas, and he said it. I thought I had it.
Is this Smushkevicius? Because that's not what I'm disappointed in.
Well,
clear segue. The master segue's missed one. The lapping ocean, the lapping Mediterranean Sea. Speaking of lapping,
I see. A bit too on the nose, perhaps, for my taste, David. I tend to reach higher up in the tree for my fruit. Minkov, King, Queen, reaching for 9,000 here, just north of the minimum. Michalak in the hijack. A flat caller. As we see Darij Saidi.
and there is Smush.
Great fun to have in the poker room. Goes by the nickname Bori. Burrito. A legend from up in Lithuania. 2 3s and a 7 here. Nothing legendary about this board development for these two holdings.
Yeah, it's an interesting one here for Minkoff with the king high. Unlikely to get an ace high to fold, but maybe, just maybe, can do a little bit of equity denial with a small bet. And that is what he goes for.
K. Club working there. Yes. Michalek makes the call. And picks up the nut flush draw promptly on the turn. See how Mr. Minkov decides to proceed. He is a high-stakes live cash game specialist with great success in the Merit Poker High Roller event during our last Western Series. 162K pickup there for him. Not a bad performance at all.
Michalek in a spot here where he can't really get a better hand to fold. He may well be winning right now, and he has a draw. I think a check is usually the way to go in that spot, and there we see.
Backdoor clubs do come in as he checks back to realize the equity and promptly does so. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Minkov is going to be interested in any further festivities unless he decides to turn it into a bluff with 48,000 in the middle. I think he's going to have some respect for Jakub Michalek. Having a flat calling range there that would likely be content to pick off this effort were it made, which it isn't. Now, of course, we know the bet is inbound.
Just a touch of movie star about Michalek's.
Yeah, the glasses
today.
Definitely. And the hairstyle. 55,000. As Minkov isn't going to co-star on the river here in this pot. Lets it go. Had a chance to cover some of Jakub's procedures on the feature table already earlier here in this Carmen series. Was quite impressed, David. Man that goes about his business quietly and without much fuss and to great success.
Yeah, so many familiar faces making it deep all the time here.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, accentuating that point is Mr. Barsagian, who has made back-to-back-to-back final tables.
How about it, huh?
But regardless, we just keep seeing lots of the same faces there. Uri Reichenstein, briefly on your screen there a moment ago. There he is.
Jakub, by the way, has almost $2.5 million in career live tournament earnings. Most recently, a 38th place finish and a 10K at the EPT Paris High Roller. Earning himself 22,000 and change. A couple of final tables at the Western Series. Mystery Bounty. And then at the Vintage Series before that, 27th and a 15th place finish. Just very consistently been doing damage. All the way back to 2011, David. Not short in the tooth. Going to work with the King 3 suited. Has been 3-bet by Mr. Miral. Understandably off of the 2 10s.
At 28, I'm sorry.
Oh. So Tanuri, an accidental
has to stay in and you can choose what
call of the original 9, I think.
Where is it? 28.
Now finds out there's 28K in there from Miral. I think those chips will stay in the pot.
Yeah, that does seem to be
Here?
the information delivered. And Michalek, of course, lets it go.
Did create a slightly more interesting spot from Michalek there with a little bit more money in the pot.
Right.
Slightly better price.
Need to pay attention. Maximum focus.
You're right.
Uri with the advice.
You're right.
No, but yeah, it was unlucky because it's 3 purple chips in 1 chip. It looks like 8 also.
There is Alakaram. Not pictured is her Rubik's Cube. She was showing off before we brought her to the feature.
You any good at a Rubik's Cube?
Rubbish. To be fair, I haven't really explored my Rubik's talents. I find there to be infinitely other things that I would rather explore my talents at, including just simply the art of doing nothing. That sounds acutely judgmental of those who would endeavor to be good at Rubik's, but I'll tell you what the problem is. The best Rubik's Cube, do we call them player?
Oh, yeah.
In the world.
It's very competitive.
Makes how much?
There's maybe 2 people who do make some endorsement deals from it. They usually battle heads up each year.
Yeah.
At the World Championships of Rubik's. They can play the 4-line format, the 3 being the classic, obviously.
Lapping a lot of this conversation as we see Reichenstein's King Jack suited, picking up the Queen Jack conveniently of Smush. Suggests that maybe you have dabbled down the Rubik's hole?
I dabbled as a youngster, but I mostly got my information from a single documentary on the subject.
Ah.
Which I recommend, by the way. I can't remember the name of the documentary, but it was...
Sure, it won't be hard to find. There can't be a whole host of them, right?
Well, that's true, too. Very sweet story, actually, about the Australian world champion and this young Asian-American kid who was threatening his crown. Check it out.
Does it involve murder?
No, it's not like that.
Oh, so it's not.
Sort of a...
Oh, you did say it was a sweet
good.
story.
It's feel good,
Oh,
yeah.
well, that could sometimes, depending on how awful the person that gets murdered is, it could be a feel good. As we see 2 streets of checking, now bringing an ace on the river, and Smush activates, looking to represent. Note that this is second, not no pair for Reichenstein, but he's not interested.
Little double up. Oh, okay. Maybe more than double up.
I spoke with James in the first frame about, I guess, how much I love watching this phase of a tournament. Just the fact that all these players are a little bit deeper. There's more room for more intricate play, more exploits on show, a deeper stacked variety of poker. Probably a bit more entertaining for the audience, even though it lacks the immediacy of money jumps and that kind of thing. I really like, you know, I'm a storyline guy. I love the storylines being built up here over 3 days of main event coverage. I'm glad, as much as I have enjoyed the cash games, I'm glad we are covering days 2, 3 and final day of this main, maximizing our chances of finding some stories in the field.
And it seems like every single one of these series we do find really touching kind of moments. So many guys play exclusively here during the Merit Series, their tournament poker, have come to know one another as regular attendees and have become friends and combatants, as is oft the case in poker. Minkov going into combat with the deuce 3 suited. Akimov has the medicine. Going to be content to just flat. King 7-6, 2 diamonds as Minkov flops the flush draw. Nothing cooking for Akimov. Let's see if he's going to be facing a c-bet here. Sure seems like it.
Yeah, great opportunity here with this stack depth to set up a turn shove in a lot of worlds, I feel. Minkov could go a slightly larger sizing here sometimes. He can also come with small, set this hand up in a different sort of way. Well, right in the middle.
16,000.
Uncomfortable now for Akimov. Feels compelled to call with the ace-10, even though he has nothing really going from except the fact that ace-high could still be good.
Well, now he's got something going for him, but unfortunately it's going better for Minkov as he's hit the 10, but is drawing dead up against a flush. 64K in the middle. What an awful development this is, as we suspect at least one more street of value will be in store for Minkov. Far from brisk pace here as the re-entry period has come to a close. The field is set at 765 entries in total with 269 remaining. And just north of half pot, the sizing this time.
Yeah, very dark tunneling now for Akimov, having not defined his hand pre-flop. Stuck around in a very marginal situation on the flop, and now having improved to what he maybe suspects is not the best hand in a lot of worlds, but also feels like he could be getting exploited not to call one more time. It's uncomfortable.
Akimov makes the call, blank river card, and in a lot of ways that's poor development for the ace-10. 134 in the middle. And most of the calculus for Akimov, depending on how Minkov decides to approach this third street, will center around whether or not he can assign his man a king. And he's going to jam 151K into the middle, David. Very polarizing.
Yes and no. Like, Akimov only has 63K here, so it's been basically set up as a three-street situation. Great fold from Akimov. Very good. Didn't give him much thought to that.
No. A faster street than those before it.
Yeah, I guess he felt like he had to hang on the turn, but it wasn't a three-street hand anymore. And I guess with the development of the flush coming on the turn, obviously the king never going anywhere, he maybe felt as though his opponent unlikely to bluff. It was possible, of course, that he had far stronger hands than just the 10 there. Maybe made it seem less likely he would be bluffed on the river. Credit to Akimov. He took no time about that river fold decision.
Certainly didn't. Mikalik. Ace 10 makes it 9,000. Nothing brewing anywhere behind him.
Yeah, versus the min raise, this becomes tempting. The mini plus probably just about scrapes away the 960 as a defend. As we see the players keen to stay hydrated here. Very sunny outside today. Took a little walk on my break.
A little windy as well. Not a lot of bad days here in Canadian North Cyprus.
Did you walk here from the other hotel, or did you get in a car for those 175 meters?
What happened?
Just you said it was windy, and I thought, okay, maybe he's actually walked here.
Imagine, if you will, the disappointment of the shuttle driving staff if they were to just go hours on end without patrons.
That's true.
In the interests of making sure that whatever the environmental impact of the armada of Mercedes C-classes that funnel us between the properties are, I make use of the service. Really, it's a noble attempt to honor Mother Nature on my part, which is about as much spin as I can put on it. Really, I just want to get here quick.
And somebody else told you it was windy today.
No, I looked outside. I was at the buffet, and I was like, should I sit out? No, I'm good. Ace-Jack for Tanuri. Flops himself top pair here up against Michalik, who's got a wheel gutter.
$16,000.
Healthy bet.
Sure is.
I think that will get the job done against this holding. Maybe against a smaller sizing. Mikala could have considered other options, but this is chunky. Oh, no.
Did you think for a second Jakob was
Yeah, I thought there was
going to have a hunch?
Well, it's kind of an okay candidate for a light raise in that spot, maybe. Backdoors working. Can't get yourself in too much trouble. But sensible decision in the end. Love those sunglasses.
Yeah, I was just going to say, very befitting. She looks like a movie star. And as a cinephile, David, I know that's something that you can appreciate.
Next time.
Thank you.
Service? Pardon?
Service? Pardon?
Water.
I'm out. Sorry. So big this table.
Yeah, it's huge.
No, really, it is.
Yeah. You can see the dealer has to reach for the chips
Not
every time,
comfortable.
and like it's really high off the table.
Minkov, ace-10. Opening up in Reichenstein. Ace-Jack has the right kit on the button. Going to flat. Producer Milbudas, by the way, advising that Reichenstein is known as Mr. Runner-Up. So many huge events where he finished in second, including at the EPT Barcelona. Yuri finished second the Western Series in a deep stack bounty 6 max. Finished third in the bomb pot 7 max. He's played a few World Poker Tour events, made some deep runs as well. Does have over $4.1 million in career tournament earnings on the Hendon Mob. So
yeah, superb
the
player.
cream beginning to rise here deep into this one as ace-10 and ace-jack are in front of this king-queen suited for Jakob.
Yeah, I've played against Uri quite a few times. A formidable opponent. There's definitely a situation where I'm pretty sure our solver tech these days tell us to go both ways. We're probably supposed to mix our frequencies 50-50 for a 3-bet or a flat there with the king-queen suited.
The thing is, Yuri obviously is capable of trapping here on the button. Such a capable opponent. Michalik does flop top pair promptly on a very dry board as his flat invites Midal to join the party. He has made bottom pair while the opener and the flat caller in Minkov and Reichenstein have missed completely.
I wonder if Uri will take a stab at this one. It's difficult into 3 other players, but seems like an option he considered. Well, Michalax improved in a sense here. Top pair and the diamond draw. Probably look to do his own betting, I think, in this situation. You don't want it to check through again.
He's got so much hand here. You'd hate for a silly 5 or a 6 to come off on the river and leave you guessing against the likes of the big blind.
Yeah, and it'll just be very hard to know against a lot of rivers. You say a 5, a 6, a 9, a 10, a jack. You wouldn't like to see any of those cards. You wouldn't be terribly confident out of position against 3 players. So, yeah, very wise decision here to do his own dirty work. I like the sizing too.
Into 40. Apologies, by the way, as I think we are listening into James Dempsey.
Is Dempsey
somewhere being streamed on delay?
I think he might be our new sideline reporter, is he?
Somebody's listening in on the stream on their phone or something like that, I'm guessing. It did sound a bit like he was live out there.
No, I think he is live
You
out
think
there.
he's live out there?
I think he's live out there doing the Telegram.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The Telegram bit.
I thought for sure it was somebody just soaking up some intel. As tends to be the case here on these feature tables, we'll oftentimes hear ourselves here in the booth, a half hour removed on delay, obviously to protect the integrity of the game. As Halak taking it down.
Some bad news for fans of Alexander Hurst, our high roller champion. He's been eliminated from the main event at the hands of Paul Brown, who of course came third in the Merit Western Series warm-up a couple of short months ago.
Moment of silence.
Yeah.
We're done. Smush. Queen Jack. Getting after the boys.
Okay.
Deuces. For Reichenstein. Is that take 2 for James in the background? Oh, that's,
Telegram's a live medium.
I'm just saying. On the duck hunt was Yuri, but Halakaram gonna jam a 10-7 suited out of the big blind here, and I don't mind it insofar as she's just seizing upon the opportunity to maybe pick off some chips. She's on her feet already.
Awkward for Smush here with Reichenstein behind. He could just come with the call.
It's a big ask for Queen Jack, isn't it?
10 bigs. The presence of Reichenstein behind is maybe what will earn her a fold here in some worlds, yeah.
Oh, I needed you to save me.
And Uri is going to have to make the call. And she's going to get the great news here with better than a coin flip. With plenty of dead money in the pot here.
For you, we are on the television, you know.
Hold and I stay a little bit more.
700k more.
Oh no, Uri hasn't made the call yet. He actually suspects that he could be in trouble.
My hand is not very good, but...
So fold. It's a good play. Fold. You'll see it on TV. But it's a good fold.
Amazing.
So that I stay one more round, and then you can bust me.
You have a pair, no pair?
No, I'll tell you. The last time I smiled to you.
I was in big trouble. Yeah.
Don't.
Wonder how much of the speech play is factoring in.
Come on, man.
Come on.
I think she earned the fold there, did she?
No, I think he flicked in the call.
Okay.
So
You are
mean.
90% favorite.
It's not personal, never personal.
I know. I'm joking, of course.
You have.
Now I want to double
This
up.
is mean.
No, this is not,
I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding.
I have to win. I have to win.
So Halakaram's tournament life hangs in the balance in the hopes of a 10-7. Jack 5-3.
6 of diamonds for
Work
the TV people?
7.
to do.
7, 10 diamonds. 7, 10 diamonds. 7, 10.
4 of diamonds.
3 jack of diamonds, 6 of diamonds.
7 on the turn, and now Yuri as the 2 outer. Things looking good for Hala. Can she hold?
Wait. Never ends. Never is.
She can.
I said
I told you don't work.
Back of the net for
I said
Karam
more
there.
than double up. More than double up.
That deserves an espresso, sir.
What? I don't know what my friends do. I wonder how many people rooted for you in this spot.
This is because you were not nice.
I don't know. I gave you 40K. It seems kind of nice.
Fair.
So remember, you always lose all in.
I see it the other way. I feel like the next time,
Yeah.
I will for sure win. Can't lose 3 times in a row.
Well, yes, you can.
3 times in a row.
Even better, little does she know the Queen Jack hit the muck. That would have got there.
Yeah. Well, to her credit, she chose to play the hand the way that she did instead of just taking the price from the big blind.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good read.
Cove, ace-6 suited, opens to 9,000. Now here's the thing about Karam's jam from the small blind to 94K. We just witnessed her do something like this with 10-7 suited.
No pressure this time. No pressure.
Minkov does relinquish nevertheless, just too much.
Jack.
Decent.
Some more news from the outer tables.
Talk to me.
Fan favourite and maybe, just maybe, one of the best players in the room, Justice Held, is chipping up very nicely. He's up to 520k after a clash against Joseph Kneiser.
I love the way you delivered it because the last time you had the similar intonation. It was to deliver sad news of the end of the road for someone, but you did characterize it as sad news, and this time you didn't.
You told me to.
So maybe that was a tell. As Karam is up to 111k plus.
My professor. Why not? Why not, my friend?
Another ace-6 suited appearing. Up to 9,000 we go. Karam now sits much deeper than she did on the first occasion in which she jammed. As a result, deems her stack playable for a flat from the button.
We are ready to open a new cash game table. On table number 6 would be 25, 50, 90,000, $3,000 minimum buy.
Smush.
One call for Oleg.
6-7 offsuit.
Igor, Robert,
Flicks in the
Andre
call.
Ivac, Joseph, Roland. Gentlemen, the table is table number 6. We're
3
ready
players
to start.
to the flop. King 10 deuce. Karam smashes top pair.
Robert, Andre, Joseph, and Roland. We're ready to start on table number 6.
Mikulak with the backdoor nut flush draw. And the range advantage in this situation may take a cheap stab here, even against 2 players. Oh, instead decides to knuckle over to Karam, who they're probably putting in quite a wide range now. Maybe not going to be believers. Hard to fight back though with the 7-6 and the ace-6.
One barrel.
We didn't get a show that time.
2 folds.
Ah, yeah.
And one more pot heading
Hot
to
streak.
Halakaram's
Playing the rush.
Hot streak.
seat.
I hope so. It's been like 2 days.
Build the momentum.
Yeah. I still need to double up. I want all your chips.
That's fair. I want all of everyone's chips.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Declarations of war.
Ace 7 suited, a click up from the ace 6s that we've seen in the last 2 pots. And Mr. Miral
Lucky again.
fires. I'm not sure we've seen Saidi get involved in a hand yet, David. So he puts yet another one into the muck. Same destination for this 8-deuce offsuit. And Jack Deuce should be similarly done with it as Miral picks up an orbit's worth of tokens. Sporting the Liverpool jumper, by the way. Lappin, not sure you can get behind that, can you?
Actually, a Liverpool supporter in my youth. But I don't think it was the football club.
What was it then?
I think it might have been like a piece of souvenir tat.
Okay. Just checking. Well, jumper or not, we know there's going to be plenty of support for the largest guarantee of the year. It is the Merit Poker Classic Series coming your way August 7th through the 17th. You're not going to want to miss that. Robust cash games, high rollers, main events, warm-ups, you name it, we're going to have it.
What a beautiful time of the year to come here.
Oh, yeah. Possibly the best. Jakob. King, queen. Opens the pot. Saidi continues to spectate. Ooh, smush. Far from a spectator with a couple of jacks on the button. Flat calls, David, and you're nodding in what I would imagine is affirmation?
Yeah, I like it. I think it's certainly a 3-bettable candidate, but obviously Mikalak's come from early position. There's a lot of ways to skin this particular cat. I think flatting the jacks, definitely a reasonable option. Probably going to do it at some frequency.
Note, by the way, that a couple of 9s also flatting. Pardon me, didn't mean to cut you off, though, from the big blind, as the queen-high board allows the pre-flop raiser to hop in front of both of these pocket pairs.
Yeah, and he's going to find at least one customer, if not 2. Oh, a little bit of deception of his own.
Very surprised to see it, but all part of a balanced diet
Yeah.
is my guess from Michalak, which will protect future situations, provided that this one gets to showdown, as for the time being it seems it would, where Michalak doesn't have any of it, but people will be keeping an eye on the fact that he's willing to raise pre and then check top pair.
Yeah, had it gone continuation bet from McCulloch, call from Smush, Minkoff would have had a very interesting decision, a tricky one, but has played now facing just one bet and maybe feeling like McCulloch's giving up behind him, which we know he isn't. Minkoff must make the call here, just seeing one overcard. McCulloch may well come with the raise in this situation. Versus one opponent, he might have been happy to just call against Smush and navigate, hoping that Smush did some of the betting for himself. But I think when the big blind gets involved here, you actually want to define your hand and come with a raise. And a raise he does. Small one to 46, but it is the right sort of line here. Sort of sandwiches Smush.
Very awkward for the two jacks. You think he's instantly lamenting his choice to open the action with a bet here in position?
Yeah, definitely. It would have been nice and clearer for him to have seen a turn card and proceeded from then. I think he's keenly aware that Minkoff doesn't necessarily have to have a queen here, and Michalak could be pouncing on perceived weakness here. A bet from the button, not necessarily representing super strength. A call from the big blind, not necessarily representing a lot of strength either, so it is a spot to pounce. If he had a hand like ace-king, would he ever consider doing this? Michalak blocking ace-queen, king-queen, the best queen-x hands. He might. That may have been in their minds.
Nicely executed there from Jakob Michalak. Not the last time we'll be uttering those words while observing him in the office. That's my guess.
Yeah, he's a tidy player. He goes about his business in a very neat execution style.
Sure.
And once more, we saw him open the king-3 suited from earlier.
Yeah. And it's interesting because he's far from the biggest stack on the table. Granted, he's plenty deep enough to be taking this approach, David, but oftentimes we'll see very capable players look around and say, listen, if none of you guys out there who are sitting on big enough stacks to maybe serve as directors on this set want to take the initiative, I will.
Yeah, and while a king-6 suited or a king-3 suited open from early is definitely non-standard, it's the kind of adjustment a player will make when he recognizes that there isn't a lot of 3-betting going on at the table. That's the best counter attack to somebody who's opening too wide. That's to start 3-betting wide. When he's recognized that that's not really happening, obviously the jacks and the 9s flat in the last hand, that gives more reason why he can get away with opening a hand like king-6 suited.
And now he's been jammed on by the 57K stack of Akimov. Far too much.
And a good counter exploit there from Akimov, who, looking down at an ace that he maybe wouldn't have liked to proceed with post-flop against an early position open, decided, actually, I just figure this guy's opening quite wide from what I've seen. From my sort of internal HUD. Feels as though he's opening a lot of broadways, a lot of blocker type hands, and actually I'm just going to try and get the job done here as we get a glimpse of the...
Yeah. God, I'm trying to get the job done there on the Rubik's, which has been reshuffled from when we last saw it. Hidden talents abound in a poker room. Do you have any hidden talents, David, or unhidden ones for that matter, that we're not privy to?
Do I have a hidden talent?
Massive cinephile, by the way. You're like human IMDb.
At least I have some friends who really are. My knowledge pales in comparison to some of my pals, but yeah, do like the movies.
So we'll count humility as one of your unhidden talents.
How many times are we going to stay here? 2 hours? 2 hours?
Activation on the button from Jack 3 suited as Lapin.
I have one. I have a hidden
Talk
talent.
to us.
I can cry on command.
Get a few?
True story.
If you want. No?
How did you come to realize that you had this talent?
Huh?
No need to get emotional, David. Just a question. Ace 10 8 as Yuri out flops the Jack 3 after defending the 10-4 suited. Still awaiting the response.
I don't know how I realized I could do it, but I just knew I could. If someone said, "Can you cry?" I could just go, "Yeah, sure." And I could squeeze out some tears. Maybe a miscalling as a thespian. I know a lot of professional actors who need to, squeeze some nose hairs out, or maybe do worse things to themselves to get those tears.
You said you missed your calling as a thespian. I'm thinking maybe we missed some therapy appointments that could have helped to sort out the deep sadness that you call upon, David. It's getting a bit dark in the booth. I'm only teasing, of course, as the turn brings a 5 of diamonds after Minkov took his whack at this one. He has complete air, but a second street of checking in front of him on an ace-high board that he does have what we would describe as a range advantage on here.
Boom. Rubik's completed.
That is surreal. How does she do it? Check back here from Minkov, who's going to have a harder time taking this pot down than Hala has sorting out a Rubik's Cube. Maybe not, though. Let's see what Yuri decides to do. Could come with some block bet stuff. Into 52.
Yeah, certainly considering it here on the club river. Obviously the button range not necessarily containing too much ace-x. Could maybe pursue some value with this bet as well. And exactly as Ali predicted here, the ultra small blocker, of course. We know it doesn't really put the Jack X to the test, but interesting deployment there. Well spotted, Ali.
I think for Yuri, he would much prefer to put that little bet out there than check, even if he were able to induce the bluff and potentially be forced to guess for a bigger figure. But an easy release for the Jack 3 in the end. Might Saidi finally look to enter a pot? He has just 55,000 back. And still waiting. Good discipline.
Yeah, it's tempting to go with spots like that if you felt like you've been card dead, and you might get it through a little more often because people are profiling you as tight. But I like the fold. I think you got to just wait for the real hand, or at least the real spot. Good discipline. It's not easy rocking that short stack, but it's got to be done sometimes in this game.
And it does require some care. I think once upon a time, a lot of guys just kind of figured, oh, once I'm down to 10 big blinds, I'm just going to jam or do nothing else. And as we've witnessed, there's even some raise folds that come in off of stacks that shallow these days, as you really look to extract the maximum value from however many tokens remain in front of you. As we see the blinds squaring off here advantage Reichenstein on the Ace-King-7 board. Second pair against bottom pair.
Yeah, Michalak likely to be holding back a couple of his Ace-X combos, but more often than not, he's missed this board. We see they've both caught an interesting amount of it. Neither take a stab. Well,
something tells me stabs could very well be taken courtesy of this king on the turn, which neither player minds. Obviously, Reichenstein feels a lot better about it.
he may well check again, just hoping that the river brings a card that connects with his opponent. It's a tricky one. There's not too many ace-X that would take this line, so really targeting just the 7 that didn't bet flop. We see that that's exactly what Michalak has. So likely to extract some value here. Sort of one of those bets you put in feeling like it may not be relevant, your opponent may just be too light. Be delighted to see that call. Maybe not quite so delighted to see that heart roll off, but trips is trips in a blind v blind situation. Michalak with the Queen of Hearts in his hand may have the sort of blocker he would want.
Four to 1, the price being laid. Face of this 10K bet.
Yeah, very value towny from Reichenstein. Michalak maybe deciding his 7 won't be good too often anymore. Will he decide to use this Queen of Hearts for its blocker value?
Exactly what he's decided to do is he raises it up to 65,000, David, and that's a very meaty sizing. As played, the hearts are credible.
Absolutely. I think Reichenstein may have just a little bit too much of it, although he does essentially just have a bluff catcher with the line. Start thinking about what relevant blockers you have. Do you indeed start thinking about rebluffing with your hand if you want to take it into a really advanced territory? If that's what we see, we're in for a real treat here.
Well, we know these two guys are some of the best in the room.
Michalak representing a flush here, not really credibly able to represent a boat too often. Reichenstein could, though. This could get very advanced. It's a funny one for Reichenstein because he beats a bluff clearly, but also may feel like he could muscle out a made hand. Oh, I love watching two good poker players battle.
Wow. It obviously was a razor fold sort of calculus in Reichenstein's mind, and Michalak successfully bluffs trip kings. Power of that Queen of Hearts on full display, David.
Yeah, we pointed at the Queen of Hearts there as an important one when the
I wanted to call and then I folded.
River Heart came down.
You're shedding some
Hashtag not sure if.
honest light. We'll see on TV.
You see on TV, and then the big laugh, the belly laugh.
All three options.
All three options, exactly. We know exactly what Uri was thinking. I think our read on the situation was accurate. He was contemplating repping that boat. Fascinating spot. Definitely a hand worth clipping.
Hala opens with the ace-jack up front. As the next 30 minutes are going to be filled with dwelling over that last pot. For Yuri, stroking the beard.
He might have been ahead.
Contemptuous lip pucker. Definitely wasn't ahead, though.
That's not very reassuring. You're supposed to say, I was definitely ahead.
Midal on the duck hunt from the big.
That was a
Comes up empty.
very slight bet.
Top pair, easy follow through for Hala.
Great spin here from Karam. Just
I
40k
already know he bluffed me before.
20 minutes ago.
I already know he bluffed me.
Now up to about 150.
It was, I had a better hand.
I know, but 1 point better. It's not much better.
It's still a bluff. Worse hand bet, better hand fold, bluff.
Deuces.
I'm waiting about the hands.
But I will bluff.
your friend
Next time?
on the queen 5-6.
Me too.
You don't bluff me.
He bluffed both of us.
I know you had a weak queen.
He bluffed both of you, he bluffed me now. Dude's just bluffing, he's just bluffing every hand.
A
week.
It wasn't a bluff. 7, 8, something like that. Like unless you guys are mates or something.
Ah.
So only me got bluffed, BBB.
Right.
What's the television, you know?
I might
know,
have
I
been
don't
ahead.
think so.
What?
I mean, if I fold, like a flush is obviously good if I fold, right? I didn't fold better than a flush.
Sorry?
I kind of expected that you wouldn't.
Smush with the pocket nines has opened. Minkov mulls it over with an ace-king suited. Three bets up to 25k.
Oh, and Akimov.
Pocket eights off of
Little-
70k. Discipline muck there.
Yeah, a little frustrating to see that hand and that much action just before you.
Sure.
But one would expect, if and when this gets round to him, Smush gets involved here.
Secret message.
He's just trying to hide the phone, you know, don't want to go to jail.
And Smush is going to make the additional investment here to take a flop. Heads up, out of position against Minkov. Who flops himself a Broadway gutter, 2 overs, and the nut flush draw. Really not the board that Smush wants to see, but it could help him escape a ton of equity for Minkov, who's currently a 3-2 favorite with 2 to come. Barreling. 30 into 60. Standard stuff.
You could just tell me now, because I'll know anyway in 25 minutes. Hmm? No.
Were you getting the bad news that he was
Yeah,
bluffed?
Sure is.
I'd have tortured him for 25 minutes.
Smush putting the nines into the muck there after the c-bet.
Huge pot on the outer tables. Just getting some reporting from Poker News here. Adrian State is now up to 900k. One of the biggest chip stacks in the room. But the very biggest chip stack in the room is a familiar face to this stream, Maxime Chilot, Frenchman.
Ah.
1.15 million already.
My goodness.
Among the other leaders, Alex Papazian, Romanian player. Boris Angelov, another familiar face. Our overnight chip leader, Roman Gadziev, who has actually chipped back but still has 760k. And Recep Aydemir, of course, who was on our last feature table, 620k. Corey Korkmaz, 570k. Lots of big stacks around. People who've been on the stream in the past. Mr. Gungoran too has 500,000.
What do you do? Small blind. I felt like it's the jam, but then I feel it's too much. I dominate my stuff. I would rather
Being told by producer Milbatas that
You had what?
Papazian is on his way to the stage as a part of our next featured table is Farid Saidi.
He's
in
gonna
the
need a
blender, in the
forklift.
big
Mostly in this tournament, I
King
don't
4
want to jam this
suited. Jack 10 and Queen 10
So, I
both
mean,
in
I think
front
it's
of him here.
definitely a fine jam. And I agree with what you said. Like,
They removed the chips.
Finally, he's going to get to see a flop here. Ace, Jack, Deuce. He's got the nut flush draw. And stuff cooks for Carmen Akimov.
Facebook. No, no, no, no. Lara. بيب فيك تشوفيني على الفيسبوك حاطينها على طاولة التلفزيون طلعت.
Not much fold equity here, just 43k deep.
Pretty incredible. Akimov betting second pair, and then Karam from the small blind with the check raise to 15 on just the gut shot.
2,000 big blind, 5,000, and 5,000 big blind up there. 255 next hand in the middle.
He won't think he has fold equity on this, but he does. And what a result it's going to be for Saidi.
How much more? 43.
$28 into a pot of about 120 here. She's been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. Great result for Saidi.
Yeah,
wow.
very much so. A bet and a raise, and then his jam earns him the pot unimproved. Nifty development there, as he has been truly nothing more than a spectator for orbit after orbit. Current landscape in terms of chip counts as the blinds creep up to 2 and 5,000, courtesy of the dealer push. Akimov down to 11 bigs. Saidi trying to keep his collar loose in that 20 blind territory. Fairly normal distribution up the ladder until we get to the top two stacks with over 100 bigs apiece.
Ahead, but I had a lot of outs. A lot of outs.
Okay.
Oh, my favorite shot when we go
around the horn?
counterclockwise while the
Oh.
dealer goes clockwise. Love it.
It's like a Swiss timepiece with a little bit less precision. 2 kings for Mr. Tanuri in the 2-hole. Shoots it up. And after the declaration comes the figure. 12,000 at the new blind level.
The ever-patient Saidi. Contemplating the relative value of this king-jack offsuit.
Yeah, puts it into the muck out of the small. Position probably a part of the calculus.
Sorry.
I think we figured out what my new favorite word is. It wasn't my favorite when I was in school. Calculus. I've gone to that well quite often.
It's a good word.
Good hand. There's some nodding in approval of that assessment. As the Kings don't get any post-flop action, but we'll be all right with it.
Hmm? No. I mean, the fact I'm asking people.
Ah. Ah.
I think we have a penalty incoming.
Talk to me.
I suspect Karam acted out of turn there just by some fractions of a second. Eagle-eyed dealer spotted it. Sort of a no-tolerance policy in this room for acting out of turn.
Well, she seemed to certainly be ready to accept the consequences. And seemed like perhaps a repeat offender based on the reaction.
Maybe.
As we see Saidi, such a rare occurrence on which he's able to open a pot as he's done here on the button, A7 suited. Tanuri's going to jam over the top of him, and that is so frustrating when you've just been trying your best to play tight, keep it clean out there.
Yeah, I think this A7 open designed to give yourself the opportunity to get away from a Tanuri shove, so that is what he does. And it mightn't feel good, Saidi, but you're actually not putting a foot wrong here. Keeping his head above float. No penalty, perhaps. We'll have to see.
This is where we should have the likes of Joaquin Phoenix in Roman garb somewhere
with the
in a crow's nest of sorts, ready to issue the thumbs up or thumbs down. That's what tournament directors really should evolve into.
Just little VAR emojis.
Right. Not even just a real-time camera on somebody perched kind of center field in the expensive seats. And whatever the case is made, and then a simple thumbs down, thumbs up, like in Gladiator.
Matt Savage would love that.
Indeed he would.
He would absolutely love to be given his own little box above the gladiatorial arena.
A medieval iron fist. Ace Queen for Jakub Michalek. Upstairs to 11,000. Smush with the suited king on the button. Fairly snug is Smush. Understands the value of position. Factoring in to this flat call. Look at Tanuri. Likes the look of Jack-9 suited out of the small with a raise and a call in front of him. Didn't expect this.
Yeah, he's happy to speculate here. I like it. That's going to bring Minkoff in with the 5x.
And the flop is 5, 6, 7. Very relevant second card for Minkov is a mystery at present as he defended and took the price and is in front of the whole field. A couple of gut shot straight draws lurking.
Yeah, we know he's winning right now, but we don't know how much by.
Round of checks. 6 pairs on the turn.
Tanori seems to have lost interest in this one.
It's very strong. Yeah, I thought I was dead.
Maybe you will lose 60K.
I have to put only 30 more.
I think this is a good spot for Minkov to bet with a lot of hands, actually.
Yeah, I thought I was.
He has
dead.
more of this
Yeah,
out of the
I
big
know.
blind.
I know. Played it well. But I mean, I had to call. It was a bad fold. I had the odds to call.
I'm bluffing. I'm gonna see on TV. Right.
Mucked all the way around, and the 5 was enough as things stood to lay claim.
I played it.
Yeah,
Now I sit down.
Fairly slow paced, grindy affair on
Yeah.
our hands as we get a look at the chip counts once more here. Mayor Reichenstein, co-mayor Smush, 2 members of the court, all others in the cabinet. I wish all of you out there could kind of see the regularity with which David will break into sort of self-contained dance when this music comes on here in the booth.
I feel it.
You do indeed. It is a little funky.
One more, I told you.
That is poker.
Yeah, I said one more.
No, you did not.
Action continuing here from day 2 of the Merit Poker Carmen Series main event. Ali Najat, David Lappin, pleased to have you with us.
Not famous at all.
These players are pleased to be working their way toward the money, as so many of them have already experienced in a Merit Poker main event thus far. We're looking at a very accomplished group.
Not famous at all, my friend. Raise.
Same hand, but he gets to open it this time. Tanori, Jack 9 of hearts.
$11 to go from the button, attacking the blinds. Three players, all with similar kit to the 10-7 tray board. So for Minkov, it's going to be middle pair, checking over to the open ender of Akimov, and of course then the gut shot of Tanuri. Akimov jamming with the open ender here. Backdoor spades as well. Gonna spin the wheel. Fairly sizable.
Yeah, you just enough for a pot-sized bet here. Akimov obviously calling to flop some equity, and indeed he has. Open ender, you're very happy to take this line.
Can't imagine Tanuri's going to continue to show interest with just a gut shot and a player left to act behind him in Minkov.
Yeah, wrapped around that 10 of hearts in a very attractive way, but just probably not tempting enough. Little annoying. You kind of get a flop that your Jack 9 of hearts interacts well with, and then a pesky player out of the big blind sort of takes away your fun options. Yep, bit of frustration. Tricky one for Minkoff here. Probably has to call with a pair and gets the good news that he is flipping. Backdoor straight draws, backdoor hearts, adding to the equity here for Minkoff, tipping him over into favoritism.
5 of no assistance to Akimov, whose run here in the main event hangs in the balance, and on the river, the board pairs.
I was sure you win. Sorry, no, not trying to needle. GG.
If I call, you call?
Immediately being given the Inquisition by Tenori, who didn't improve, by the way, with his Jack 9, so
Jack high. No, 9 Jack or 5.
just the Jack high would have actually been good. Got a casualty at the feature.
Yeah, you're right about the pace of play. I guess we haven't seen any obvious coolers. We haven't seen too many
Wasted on me. I have tiny
big
legs,
hands
really
clash in
loose
deep
with
stack
seats.
situations either.
Then
I
he
guess
also
maybe
wouldn't
more a
block
function
me.
of card distribution, because we do have the personnel for some wild action. I feel as though Reichenstein, Mikulak, Karam certainly, all action players.
To be fair, though, David, this is what the bulk of a tournament consists of. And if we're going to be honest, show a live stream, not some edited iteration of what's out there, then this is peeling back the curtain in an authentic manner. And those who have bought into a poker tournament know that there's ebb and flow. Sometimes all of a sudden things get dynamic. The right player might be tilting, might be opening a much higher VPIP as a result. Suddenly weird metagame creeps in. Storylines begin to develop
I love television.
between players.
Smoke one cigarette.
Yeah, well,
Tenori's going to go for a quick smoke. Love this, by the way. Not necessarily from a health perspective, but the fact that when the man wants to have one, he's going out and grabbing it. McCulloch and Smush collide on an ace-9-8 board that should keep Smush out of trouble. Let's see how Jakob elects to follow through on his open. $11K.
King of spades in his hand makes this kind of tempting.
Ooh. Going to peel in a bad way here. Cannot turn the best hand, but he does turn the flush draw. Inconveniently, it does deliver a pair to the board as well, so it's not a draw to the nuts. But as we can see, it is a draw live.
Yeah, it just comes down to whether part of the plan here was to use that king of spades as a bluff candidate in the instances where he missed.
Did check back after McCulloch. Kept it clean, unblocking the spades, and perhaps worried about some 9x combos. Queen on the river now, nullifying his jack kicker. And Smush rivering basically too much to be able to bluff the queen of diamonds.
I thought you were gonna solve
It, no, I
Check
mean, it
back.
was already solved. I have no idea. I don't have any like strategy. I don't know like what the.
Me neither.
Of course, Ali, you're kind of at the forefront of the type of
Making it on
poker
song.
coverage.
No, it's the best
Obviously
mix
not
ever.
live stream
No way
in
she
your
can do it.
case, but Poker After Dark very much changed and created in a way a format of poker where we saw maybe not all the hands. I imagine there was some light touch editing in there, but we saw how a game sort of took place over hours and hours, and we saw most of the hands and got a real flavour and sense of what really goes on at a poker table. I guess a precursor in a way to live stream coverage.
Yeah. In fact, Poker After Dark was broken up over 5 consecutive days of coverage to bring you a conclusion to a single sit-and-go event. And the mission statement was very much to show all hands, and in that way really give people a much more authentic rendition of what poker was than all of the production to that point had ever been able to kind of deliver. Just a function of needing to compress the exciting moments all into the hour or two that were given to you. And yeah, now the appetite for live streams has burgeoned.
Okay, fully mixed.
John Miral, suited and connected in a bit of a bad way here against Michalak, who has the 2 9s on a jack-high rainbow flop. Does check it over.
But I'm bad here. Because my
$7K c-bet from Miral is flatted by Michalak, who looks up now at a second overcard. Miral does pick up gut shot straight draw. Second check over to him.
Yeah, I feel like to stay consistent, you're going to have to barrel this card. We'll put Michalak to the test.
Sure will.
Nice sizing too from Miral.
30 into 43, definitely consistent with what we would expect. Some of the Jack X, Queen X plus sort of kit to be delivering in our direction. And troublesome fork in the road for the 2 9s, David. Call here, bloat the pot to over 100K, and then hope that we get a check back on the end unimproved?
Yeah, drawing to a check is definitely part of the equation if we do hang on one more time. I think Michalak is he's a very studied, pensive sort of guy. Like even that Queen 7 bluff, very well thought through spot.
Tell you what, he wasn't the only one that thought through it well. As Miral showing some gumption there. Just 9 high.
Yeah, and he's been very quiet so far. So just sort of springs into action once every orbit or two. Oh, look at this. Here we go again.
Has sprung into action.
So I did do a good mix.
You did do, but I'm one step and I do it.
I really haven't the foggiest idea about how to go about solving a Rubik's Cube. Come on now.
Oh, we got one more side to go.
Ace-4 suited for Saidi.
Here we go.
Which is apparently more difficult to approach than a Rubik's Cube, just given the time with which Karam was able to solve it. 81,000, just about 16 bigs
Gave it all
at
away
present.
for the Rubik's Cube.
Smush here. Makes it 10 to go. Ten-9 suited, the opener, a 3-bet from Queen 10 suited, which is the medicine out of Reichenstein. These two guys are deep. Now back over to Smush, seasoned veteran. Finished 23rd for 15K at our very last main event during the Western Poker Series here at Merit Poker. Did Smush. Plunks in the extra 20 as Reichenstein eyeballs him. Comes 8-7-4, so 2 overs and a gut shot. Inconveniently, a lack of a diamond on the board here for Smush. Full whiff from Reichenstein.
Yeah, Reichenstein will be a little bit worried here about the steady nature of that board, the coordinated nature of that board, sort of smashing a decent part of Smush's open and call to 3-bet range. On the other hand, he does have just queen high backdoor clubs. Probably needs to take a stab at this if he still has intentions on the pot. This one could develop, Ali.
Sure could.
.35 in hand.
Bet and a call, along with the flow of play. And this 10 is a real problem now because Smush has hit top pair to go with what was already an open ender, but is out kicked.
Reichenstein might have just enough hand to check back here, and that could save the day. Sometimes you see an advanced blocker in this situation hoping to be able to check back some rivers unimproved. Sometimes you see a check back in this situation. Whatever happens, we're not going to rush our decision here. It's a tricky spot. Oh, wow.
No longer tricky, as 2 checks bring a queen on the river. Top 2 pair, runner. Reichenstein. No improvement for Smush.
Interesting spot here for Reichenstein, trying to figure out a target hand that may call him. Pocket 5s, pocket 6s stand out as potential holdings. Hard to get value from those. I guess there will be some Jack 10s, 9 10s in there. They're probably the better candidates. Interesting to see which portion of the range he targets here. I guess pocket 9s would make sense as well. Yeah, maybe that's the kind of hand you're putting into your head and thinking, how much will they pay?
Fair. You hear the groan from Smush as he faces the bet of 107K. Putting it back together, Yuri was the pre-flop raiser. Followed through on the flop, as one might expect on this particular board texture, although you never know. Turn card. Went check, did it?
Yeah.
Happen? And then now, suddenly the barrel on the end after the queen appears.
Yeah, I think Smush probably putting his opponent on an overpair as the value. Queen 10 probably will be a little blindsided by that combination, but it may well be in there as well.
Just Queen X.
But he also might be thinking about the possibility that his opponent just has the ace king, the ace jack, and has decided he's going for it here on the river. Smush will be conscious of the fact that he does appear to have a hand that's sort of face up as that middly strength, pocket nines, maybe a 10x, a 10 jack, something like that. And therefore becomes difficult against a capable opponent who may well see it for what it is and target a fold. Tough spot. It's the kind of spot that can be easy against some kinds of players. You can be pretty confident they have it, and very difficult against the likes of Reichenstein.
Brow furrowed, really in the tank. Oh, and he's going to pay it off. Queen wasn't a needed card, so obviously can't lament that one, but
Not bad.
Smush
Thank you.
with a big hit to his stack there, David.
Yeah, huge moment there. Clash of the two biggest stacks, I think, on this table anyway. Reichenstein now one of the big stacks in the room. Such a good player. Such a capable executor. Figured out exactly where he was, targeted exactly the kind of hand he needed to, got paid.
Lucky Rubik's Cube. I'm glad I got involved now.
Tough spot for Smush on the other hand.
Most
I don't think I can really blame him against Uri. Some big pots on the outer tables. Julian Laurie, of course, we covered him substantially during the warm-up.
We sure did. He was very impressive.
Very impressive. Built up a really big stack in the warm-up. Chip leader with about 13 left. I think ultimately withered a little bit back down to fourth. But only 45 minutes ago, he was sub 100k. Serious spin he's gone on over the course of the last maybe 10 or 12 hands. He's up to 450k now.
Wow. That is a spin. Spinning in the wrong direction is Smush, who now takes 8-6 suited and opens to 10k. He's going to run into Minkov's ace-queen here, lapping in. From what I know of Smush, this is the kind of hand that I wouldn't have expected to be opening a pot were it not for the body blow that he just sustained. Not the kind of kit that we normally expect of him pre.
Yeah, I don't hate it as a light open choice. I definitely don't think you want to be doing this with all your suited lower-ish gappers here. But
1-8-1-6.
Mixing it in once in a blue moon, not terrible. I think you're right, though. I think it's probably not in the frequency too often.
Yeah.
But for what we just saw.
King, Queen, 10 board as Carmen does flop the open-ender, some backdoor clubbiness. Smush interacts with the 10 of diamonds.
You were bluffing me after the hand.
Minkov who?
But I see you were actually bluffing me in the hand. Nice hand, nice hand. I had a king.
Flatted the ace-queen, is under-repped, has second pair and a gut shot here. Going to check it back. So let's see what develops on this turn. A 5 of diamonds, which gives the pre-flop raiser a flush draw. Hala up on her feet.
What, versus me? No, no hearts. Yeah.
Minkoff considering the value of a small bet here. Try to charge some inferior holdings and not wanting to give any freebies.
Yeah, I wanted to, but
Tricky one for Smush out of position.
I told him that I was taking all the options. I don't know. I don't really love jamming that much because.
Wow.
I'm probably opening ace king.
9 of
aces,
diamonds on
like
the
deep enough
end.
that
The
I'm probably not
improbable flush river for Smush.
I don't think Minkoff can pursue value here with the queen. Surely a knuckle back here.
Border straight out there.
We see Carmen would have made a straight, but she kept her nose clean by getting out of dodge in the turn.
I tell my friend, people never bluff. And then I go on stream and everybody
No,
bluffs me.
I had the jack, and if I called,
Very small pot, yeah. Very, very small hand.
Hala immediately recognizing
open,
that she would have been
call, check until river.
in trouble had she taken that river card.
if I go all in on the flop, you call me.
Just received an
Well,
update
I had
running.
I had an open-ended.
from
With ace high, I call.
producer Milbatas. David?
Yeah, great news.
Hero call, why not?
Got the payouts. They're big.
Talk to me.
First place in this tournament will take away $376,800 US.
I suspect we've got multiple six-figure payouts on tap.
Indeed, we do. Fourth place will make $125,900. Everyone who makes the final table guaranteed at least 37.7.
How about it?
Tasty offerings for Sunday evening.
Very much so. Min cash is going to be $4,580 for 89th place. And of course, that prize pool, which is a whopping $2.11 million, coming courtesy of those 765 total entries, 512 unique players. Smush. Do not adjust your screen. It worked out so well the first time. Here he is with 8-6 suited in diamonds once more, making a 10K. And again, an ace flats behind him, this time in the newcomer Khoury. Midal flats with smothered clubs. And Karam out of there.
Break dinner or no? Only break.
Price is right here for
Back to normal table.
Saidi. Just has 71,000. But throw 5K out and take a shot at 42. Not every day you can get 8.5 to 1. So improbably that he has both a 6 and a 7 elsewhere in the field, each of which have him dominated. To the flop. 5 in the window is a good development for him. A 4 coupled with it even better, as he's got an open-ended straight draw on the paired board. Gutter for Smush. Pre-flop raiser, he checks as well.
Interesting spot for Khoury here with the backdoor flush draw double gutter.
Shalom, shalom.
There's some action potential turn cards. Will we see one of them?
That is not an action turn card, as 3 5s mean all the straight draws have evaporated into very low value holdings. Nevertheless, look at Smush. Telling the tale of a man who was just taking a conservative line, perhaps, David, against a multi-way field. Getting through the ace-7, and that really was the only obstacle that he rated to face, so the 16K is going to earn him back-to-back pots with the 8-6 suited.
Nicely done, Smush.
Oddly, I still think that Smush's mind is centered around that Queen 10 exchange that he had against Reichenstein.
monster hand on the outer table. Justice Health, who I mentioned earlier, has just come off very nicely in a clash of King Queen and Jack Jack on Jack 10-9 Rainbow. Wojciech just coolered really there and has been eliminated, unfortunately for him. Justice Health up to 760k, a very dangerous player with a big stack now.
Wah wah wee wah. Pocket fives, a raise to 13,000.
And we've seen Reichenstein with a keen awareness of maybe opens off this kind of stack size, that 30 big blind size, which is very vulnerable to a 3-bet. He can sort of leverage a guy's stack in that spot, clearly considering the King 9.
Hala with Queen Jack suited going to jam over 100k.
You can stay, no problem.
Over the top of Tanuri, 20 bigs.
How much you have the lady?
Smush. Big blind ace jack.
110,000.
Boy, it's cuspy.
Yeah, it's tricky with Tanuri having opened up front. Oh, hello. Okay. Someone wants their chips back and wants them back quick.
Yeah. Jam over the top.
I told you, Jacques.
Could be a little bit customer dependent insofar as I assume that Smush has witnessed Karam jam already with 10-7 suited earlier here at this featured table, David. So
remember, it was Smush who folded the Queen Jack when she shoved the 10-7 earlier. Maybe aware that once she gets down into that lower stack zone, she is a little bit more liberal. Happy to go with a wider range. Thought maybe the ace jack could be in good shape, and it certainly is.
flop will help us determine just how happy she is. An ace in the window is not going to put a smile on Hala Karam's face.
Magic card.
Jack behind it.
King or 10 of spades would help.
Oh! On request, as now she's got 2 straight draws and a flush draw, popping up to 32% equity is Hala Karam. Is she going to be allowed to stick around? King 9 or a spade? No.
Why the cruelty? Thank you guys.
Nice hand.
Bye.
4 diamonds on the river and Smush. Feigning some nervousness. And we will certainly miss Hala Karam.
That's poker face.
This is also a good poker face.
And also the smile when you collect chips.
If they think you're angry, it's good. They're scared to play with you. No, I said if they think that you're angry, then they're scared to play with you.
Never easy.
Claims of it's never easy coming from the ace jack.
When I do this, I would win. I have Queen Jack, but it's very difficult to call.
وأنا ببلش من هون. هلا أنا ضعيف. معي 5 بس إنه مقبولة يعني.
Well, we have a seat open at the feature table, looking to find a worthy contestant out there.
La télévision tue, mes amis.
So my best hand, and
I never raise with 5 from here, but television, I raise. And for the television, she lose. No, I have 5. No, really.
Claims perhaps that the streaming feature table is influencing action?
No 5. But television, you understand me.
More admissions.
The star who win, my friend.
After my call, so yeah.
Take care about the television, huh?
The ever-patient Saidi.
Rock, you can fold for me.
I fold his button here.
Very difficult to fold.
Okay, let's play.
You can push, you can do whatever.
If I have nice card,
Smush limping in.
No nice card, I don't push. Looks like no normal card.
Like
Okay.
For me, all cards are very nice. So
Because you are rock. because you are my rock.
9-7 deuce here as the blinds square off. Two quick checks. Smush with the sevens on a bit of a heater.
Only 10,000.
Ooh, look at Tanuri.
Bluff?
Sprinkling something out there.
I never bluff.
Me too.
And saying he never bluffs as he bets 10,000, repping the jack.
Present.
You win. I'll give her a present. 10 high. 7-8? Okay. Nice card. Thank you.
Smush picking one off there,
come on.
David.
Rocky.
How about it?
I like the moxie of Tenori there going for it. But,
I do too.
Maybe neighbor, he's good with me.
Yeah, it was.
Only money, only money.
I just call and check till the end.
Yes, thank you. I'm greedy.
It is poker.
I'm greedy.
Can't expect to make hands the entire night.
Greedy. That's poker, my friend. Television, same story. If not, I drop my card.
Maybe sometimes Hollywood, James Bond films.
Maybe you have
like that. Casino Royale.
Maybe you have a 9-10. Why don't bet the flop?
He bet the flop. I should have bet.
I'm gonna see on the television.
Yeah, you can see. I never give him queen 10 in this spot, so. But after I bluff him one time.
We have a few more hours to go. Let's try to look up both directions.
You think I will stay at the same table?
Of course.
Yeah.
Same table?
Just sit over there.
Michalik opening to 11,000 with the suited one gapper. And now John Miral mulls it over with ace-jack. Does have Michalik covered. Comes with the flat call. Now, John is a Turkish online mid-stakes poker pro. Believe it or not, David, just 4 years ago, he was working as an accountant, but turned professional after winning an event here at Merit, and now has been moving up through the ranks to become a regular in all of the Merit festivals.
Different kind of accountant now.
Yeah. Counting his winnings.
Definitely some actuarial skills transferring over to the table, you would think.
No spades transferring over to this flop, though, for either holding. Ace, king, 9, top pair for Miral. Action check to him by Michalik, who's got bottom pair. Turn does provide a gut shot straight draw to both players after a round of checks. Miral firing 17. Exactly half pot. Good discipline there from Michalik. Staring at the 2 overs, no spade in hand. Sometimes you just gotta let go. Not my forte, David.
Letting go?
No. I hang on.
You're sticky?
I'm just a big ball of scar tissue. Poker trauma. I had a very traumatic bomb pot altercation last night in the cash game in the room.
The grenade go off in your face?
Flopped a set of both boards.
And how much did you win?
I was the only one playing the bottom board. 2 players competing for a flush on the top board. The flush came in on the turn on the top board, but the bottom board was still clean for me. Unfortunately for the king high flush draw, the queen high flush draw that also got there in the form of a straight flush.
Ooh.
So needless to say, as they did battle for the top board, yours truly was nutted versus their holdings with a set on the bottom board. And then suddenly, as the money got all in, the man with the straight flush had a couple of danglers that came together to form a gut shot straight draw, which promptly came in on the river on the bottom board, allowing him to shower both of us. It was a 3-outer because I had a block or two. But I'm over it. David, that's the good news. And by over, I mean under. As Michalek goes right back to work yet again with a suited one gapper. In hearts, Smush going to take his turn flat calling with ace-queen as we're beginning to see some creative lines in terms of pre-flop approaches. Michalek kind of activating. We've seen him have a higher VPIP, I would say, than some of the others here. Smush now showing his sneaky side, and Corey being lured in with the temptation of value. 6K. Call and take a swing with king 6. 40 in the middle. King in the window, but a 10 and an ace behind it. As everybody's got a pair, Smush, top pair and the Broadway draw, well in front of the field.
Yeah, king of clubs in Corey's hand. Definitely an interesting card to have. As this one develops without any further action. Interesting. Did
Round
expect
of knuckles,
Smush
and
to-
now kings and sixes on the turn for Corey. How about that card? It looks so innocuous.
It does, and he's betting out here into two stronger ranges on this board, so it's an interesting spot. Michalek's going to get out of the way. He doesn't really have anything, but Smush will have every reason to believe he's still good most of the time here. It's a curious lead out from a big blind in this situation. It will be furrowing the brow of Smush, who wondering if his opponent has a draw or a well-made hand. Interesting one now for Corey, who has the nut blocker, but still got the 2 pair and can target maybe the 1 pair, particularly the ace-x in Smush's hand. Quick call.
Yeah. 2 streets of value secured by Corey. As Smush going to be shown a hand that he knows had he 3-bet pre-flop, he wouldn't have been up against.
Yeah, and I think if he'd taken a little more time over that river spot there, he could have maybe pieced it together. Unlikely to be a bluff.
And as is standard and customary, we get a look at our next feature table. It's like a chatty bunch.
We've arrived over for a row. This is great. Perfect timing.
A few too many smiles, I think.
The Clipper!
For it to be a real row. There he is, Ari Clipper.
Gives a smile, Ari.
Yeah.
And a wink. Oh, and a kiss. Lovely.
The champ in the warm-up event.
Miral with the Django's here. He's
Just
got
held,
his
by the
work
way.
very well.
Justice Held was at that.
Justice
next featured
Held.
table. I think we
Lovely,
slept on
lovely.
it. Roman Gadzhiev, Furkan Beg, Alex Papazian, Oleg Khan, Ari Clipper, Ashkan Shahgoli, and Mustafa Biz.
Oh, that's a great table. That's a great table.
And a great hand. As alluded to there by
Michai is making rude gestures to me.
you earlier.
Now
The
he's- now
Django's,
he's
as you
in-
call them, never fully
Not
grasped the etymology.
Ah.
Django's for kings. Is it Django Unchained reference? Or no?
No, well, yes and no. Django, obviously, is the default character name of the cowboy in many, many westerns going
Okay.
back years. Obviously, popularized by Tarantino in that movie.
Now I get it.
For the eponymous character. But actually, Django was just a pretty standard Mexican name of the cowboy in the movie.
I always thought Caballero was what we called. Or Vaquero. Also another one.
Why?
8-6 tray here. As ace-5 suited in the big blind. Sort of interacting with the texture. Obviously some range advantage here. Checking it over.
This could get very interesting because Reichenstein actually has one of those really cool double backdoor bluffing candidates here.
19 into 30, into 29 rather.
Interesting to see how Reichenstein, as he riffles his chips on the ledge. I love this. It's like a Bond villain.
Well, unless he's going to start crying bloody tears. He doesn't get full Bond villain designation from me. He is looking to play villain, though, as he peels one off and promptly picks up the open ender.
Could consider coming with a lead in this situation. Miral struggling to represent much of this board coming from early position. Maybe a little capped in the mind of Reichenstein as a overpair. Reichenstein, obviously, all of his one pair hands likely to have connected and made two pair on that 7.
You could really throw some shackles on an overpair with a lead here because that board texture is such that no overpair is going to be looking to inflate the pot, potentially get themselves in trouble. Could play some pot control here, Miral, but obviously you do want to charge any of the draws that may have materialized.
The other factor in Reichenstein's mind is he does have ace high and will be ahead sometimes. Somewhat surprised to see this bet from Miral. I did fancy this one to get checked back on the turn, but a different question has now been posed to Reichenstein, who has a few options before him. If he made it 100 here and then 250 on the river, he would put a lot of hands in the bin.
Obviously, the cause would be much further aided by a 7 of spades than a 7 of diamonds on that turn. But nevertheless, we know that that is a man who has the heart needed to make such plays and has done so on many occasions throughout his career. Undoubtedly. You don't get to 4 million plus in career earnings by being bashful. Okay. This looks like quite a bit more than 35. And as you suspected, David, a line that really creates discomfort for these two kings, because as it stands, we've got to call another 83,000 just to take a river card. And once we've done so, there's over 300 in the middle. We've got sub 1 SPR, and Reichenstein can well afford to jam on us. And then how do we like it?
Yeah, we could be dead. That's the huge problem. So it's sort of call and hang on because we know Reichenstein's capable. And that's why I really don't like this turn bet from Miral. I feel like it was a card that favoured the big blind defender's range, respectful of range advantage. Maybe he should have knuckled back here, given himself an easy decision with a more comfortable amount of chips at stake going to the river. Instead, he's made this very hard for himself.
Sure has.
And credit again to Reichenstein. I know it's easy from the commentary booth to call these spots when you see them, but it's much harder as the player down there in the cauldron to find these bets.
And the two kings find their way into the muck. What a terrific recognition of the opportunity before him from Reichenstein.
Billions.
As perhaps in retrospect, once John Miral watches that pot back, he'll be reconsidering that decision to barrel the two kings, David.
اكيد انا تخيل انا برايي الوقت حلو ليد الحرام كتار يلا والله هدي ايه هذا المظبوط بس هداك الكبير بيعرف بس يصح الصحيح هذا المظبوط يلا اهرب maybe it's the last hand goodbye television
Most likely.
you are happy now huh you are a movie star
Last chance
you
to
too
do something for the fans.
no I'm not going to
Maybe a 10-7 suit.
see you later alligator
Cheeky exchanges there as McCulloch pointing out that this is your last chance to do something heroic for the stream, should you feel so inclined.
okay
King Jack for Mr. Minkov. Asks for 11K if you do. Corey decides he'll just go to the break without any drama as he folds the Queen 10. McCulloch not faint of heart, though. He'll take a spin from the big blind, see what's what.
15 minutes break in the main.
And 4, 5, 7. Doesn't connect with either one of these holdings. Players on their feet, just about ready to head to a break. $9K lead from McCulloch with the range advantage. And the pre-flop opener with just king high. We'll reach for his mic. We'll leave it behind for the next group of 9 who will replace those on your screen there. 141 bigs deep, a nice frame of play there for Yuri Reichenstein. Putting a good bit of distance between himself and the rest of the field, picking up the bulk of it from Smush. As he got value out of queens and 10s against 10-9. Blinds will be headed to 3 and 6,000 on the back end of this break. Short stack. Darij Saidi will be looking to spin it up elsewhere in the room as we bring you back inside the commentary booth. Ali Najad alongside David Lappin. Day 2 main event. Still a lot of poker to be played, obviously, but some of the poker we bore witness to there, very notable.
Yeah, somewhat subdued, somewhat glacial beginning to that table. You noted that as well, that maybe it just didn't come alive for a little while, but then it suddenly did with, of course, that Mikolov hand versus Reichenstein. The Queen 7 turned his hand into a bluff. Reichenstein, so aware of all the possibilities, almost considered turning his king trips into a bluff. At the end, actually made the fold, as he said to his opponent, I had all 3 options available to me. But from that point on, it was kind of the Reichenstein show. You pointed out the hand he played against Smush, obviously very well disguised, Queen 10 in that instance, and I don't really blame Smush. It was a tough spot. And then, of course, that fabulous hand right there at the end against Miral, who had been something of a silent assassin himself. He'd played so well up to that point, I felt, but a bit of a misstep with that turn barrel, not really recognising that board texture change. He opened the door. Very dangerous to open the door to someone like Uri, who pounced immediately.
Well, we're going to be opening up the stage to the new group of 9 participants, including a man who you've had your eye on. Justice held some speculation that he perhaps is the best player in the room on your part. Obviously, he's going to have to earn that title here in about 15 minutes' time, as we're going to step aside, give you guys a break while the players take one. We'll take one as well, but continuing coverage here of the Merit Poker Carmen Series main event awaits us on the back end of this.
Yeah, great opportunity here with this stack depth to set up a turn shove in a lot of worlds, I feel. Minkoff could go a slightly larger sizing here sometimes. He can also come with small, set this hand up in a different sort of way. Well, right in the middle.
16,000.
Uncomfortable now for Akimov. Feels compelled to call with the ace-10, even though he has nothing really going from except the fact that ace-high could still be good.
Well, now he's got something going for him, but unfortunately it's going better for Minkoff as he's hit the 10, but is drawing dead up against a flush. 64K in the middle. What an awful development this is, as we suspect at least one more street of value will be in store for Minkoff. Far from brisk pace here as the re-entry period has come to a close. Field is set at 765 entries in total with 269 remaining. And just north of half pot the sizing this time.
Yeah, very dark tunneling now for Akimov, having not defined his hand pre-flop. Stuck around in a very marginal situation on the flop, and now having improved to what he maybe suspects is not the best hand in a lot of worlds, but also feels like he could be getting exploited not to call one more time. It's uncomfortable.
Akimov makes the call, blank river card, and in a lot of ways that's poor development for the ace-10. 134 in the middle. And most of the calculus for Akimov, depending on how Minkoff decides to approach this third street, will center around whether or not he can assign his man a king. And he's going to jam 151K into the middle, David. Very polarizing.
Yes and no. Like, Akimov only has 63K here, so it's been basically set up as a three-street situation. Great fold from Akimov. Very good. Didn't give him much thought to that.
No. A faster street than those before it.
Yeah, I guess he felt like he had to hang. Yeah.
We're done. Smush. Queen Jack. Getting after the boys.
Okay.
Deuces for Reichenstein. Is that take two for James in the background? Oh,
Telegram's a live medium.
I'm just saying.
I'm all in.
On the duck hunt was Yuri, but Halakaram going to jam a 10-7 suited out of the big blind here, and I don't mind it insofar as she's just seizing upon the opportunity to maybe pick off some chips. She's on her feet already.
Awkward for Smush here with Reichenstein behind. He could just come with the call.
It's a big ask for Queen Jack, isn't it?
10 bigs. The presence of Reichenstein behind is maybe what will earn her a fold here in some worlds, yeah.
Oh, I needed you to save me.
And Uri is going to have to make the call. And she's going to get the great news here with better than a coin flip, with plenty of dead money in the pot here.
For you, we are on the television, you know?
Hold and I stay a little bit more.
700K more.
I know Uri hasn't made the call yet. He actually suspects that he could be in trouble.
My hand is not very good, but...
So fold. It's a good play. Fold. You'll see it on TV. But it's a good fold.
Amazing.
So that I stay one more round, and then you can bust me.
You have a pair, no pair?
No. I'll tell you. The last time I smiled to you.
I was in big trouble. Yeah.
Don't.
Wonder how much of the speech play is factoring in.
Come on, man.
Come on.
I think she earned the fold there, did she?
No, I think he flicked in the call.
Okay.
So
You are
mean.
90% favorite.
It's not personal, never personal.
I know. I'm joking, of course.
You have.
Now I want to double
This
up.
is mean.
No, this is not.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I have to win. I have to win.
So Halakaram's tournament life hangs in the balance in the hopes of a 10-7. Jack 5-3.
6 of diamonds for
Work
the TV people.
7.
to do.
7, 10 diamonds. 7, 10 diamonds. 7, 10.
4 of diamonds.
3 jack of diamonds. 6 of diamonds.
7 on the turn, and now Yuri has the 2 outer. Things looking good for Hala. Can she hold?
Wait. Never ends. Never easy.
She can.
I said
I
more
told
than
you don't
double up.
worry.
Back of the net for
I said
Karam
more
there.
than double up. More than double up.
Win.
That deserves an espresso, sir.
What?
I don't know what my friend
Do.
wondered how many people rooted for you in this spot.
He may well check again, just hoping that the river brings a card that connects with his opponent. It's a tricky one. There's not too many ace-X that would take this line, so really targeting just the 7 that didn't bet flop. We see that that's exactly what Mikulak has. So likely to extract some value here. Sort of one of those bets you put in feeling like it may not be relevant, your opponent may just be too light. Be delighted to see that call. Maybe not quite so delighted to see that heart roll off, but trips is trips in a blind v blind situation. Mikulak with the Queen of Hearts in his hand may have the sort of blocker he would want.
Four to 1, the price being laid. Face of this 10K bet.
Yeah, very value towny from Reichenstein. Mikulak maybe deciding his 7 won't be good too often anymore. Will he decide to use this Queen of Hearts for its blocker value?
Exactly what he's decided to do is he raises it up to 65,000, David, and that's a very meaty sizing. As played, the hearts are credible.
Absolutely. I think Reichenstein may have just a little bit too much of it, although he does essentially just have a bluff catcher with the line. Start thinking about what relevant blockers you have. Do you indeed start thinking about rebluffing with your hand if you want to take it into a really advanced territory? If that's what we see, we're in for a real treat here.
Well, we know these two guys are some of the best in the room.
Mikulak representing a flush here, not really credibly able to represent a boat too often. Reichenstein could, though. This could get very advanced. It's a funny one for Reichenstein because he beats a bluff clearly, but also may feel like he could muscle out a made hand. Oh, I love watching two good poker players battle.
Wow. It obviously was a razor fold sort of calculus in Reichenstein's mind, and Mikulak successfully bluffs trip kings. Power that
Cork Maz, 570k. Lots of big stacks around. People who've been on the stream in the past. Mr. Gungoran too has 500,000.
Like it's the jam, but then it's too much. I dominate. I would rather
Being told by producer Milbatas that
You had what?
Papazian is on his way
Yeah.
to the stage as a part of our next featured table as Farid Saidi.
He's
in
gonna
the
need a
blender, in the
forklift.
big
Mostly in this tournament, I
King
don't want
4
to jam this
suited.
one.
Jack 10 and Queen 10
So I mean,
both
I
in
think
front of
it's
him here.
a fine jam. And I agree with what you said. Like,
They removed the ship.
Finally, he's going to get to see a flop here. Ace, Jack, Deuce. He's got the nut flush draw. And stuff cooks for Carmen Akimov.
Lara. بيب فيك تشوفيني على الفيسبوك حاطينها على طاولة التلفزيون طلعت.
Not much fold equity here, just 43k deep.
Pretty incredible. Akimov betting second pair, and then Karam from the small blind with the check raise to 15 on just the gut shot.
2,000 big blind, 5,000, and 5,000 big blind up there. 255 next hand in the main event.
He won't think he has fold equity on this, but he does. And what a result it's going to be for Saidi.
How much more?
28 into a pot of about 120 here. She's been caught with her hand in the cookie jar. Great result for Saidi.
Yeah,
wow.
very much so. A bet and a raise, and then his jam. Them have already experienced in a Merit Poker main event thus far. We're looking at a very accomplished group.
Not famous at all, my friend. Base.
Same hand, but he gets to open it this time to Nori, Jack 9 of hearts.
$11 to go from the button, attacking the blinds. Three players, all with similar kit to the 10-7 tray board. So for Minkoff, it's going to be middle pair, checking over to the open ender of Akimov, and of course then the gut shot of Tanuri. Akimov jamming with the open ender here. Backdoor spades as well. Gonna spin the wheel. Fairly sizable.
Yeah, you just enough for a pot-sized bet here. Akimov obviously calling to flop some equity, and indeed he has. Open ender, you're very happy to take this line.
Can't imagine Tanuri's going to continue to show interest with just a gut shot and a player left to act behind him in Minkoff.
Yeah, wrapped around that 10 of hearts in a very attractive way, but just probably not tempting enough. Little annoying. You kind of get a flop that your Jack 9 of hearts interacts well with, and then a pesky player out of the big blind sort of takes away your fun options. Yep, bit of frustration. Tricky one for Minkoff here. Probably has to call with a pair and gets the good news that he is flipping. Backdoor straight draws, backdoor hearts, adding to the equity here for Minkoff, tipping him over into favoritism.
5 of no assistance to Akimov, whose run here in the main event hangs in the balance, and on the river, the board pairs.
I was sure you would. Sorry, not
Minkoff.
trying to needle. GG.
If I call, you call?
Immediately being given the Inquisition by Tenori, who didn't.
And we've seen Reichenstein with a keen awareness of maybe opens off this kind of stack size, that 30 big blind size, which is very vulnerable to a 3-bet. He can sort of leverage a guy's stack in that spot, clearly considering the king 9.
Hala with Queen Jack suited going to jam over 100K.
You can stay, no problem.
Over the top of Tenori, 20 bigs.
How much you have the lady?
Smush. Big blind ace jack.
110,000.
Boy, it's cuspy.
Yeah, it's tricky with Tenori having opened up front. Oh, hello. Okay. Someone wants their chips back and wants them back quick.
Yeah. Jam over the top.
I fold you jacks.
Could be a little bit customer dependent insofar as I assume that Smush has witnessed Karam jam already with 10-7 suited earlier here at this featured table, David. So
remember, it was Smush who folded the Queen Jack when she shoved the 10-7 earlier. Maybe aware that once she gets down into that like lower stack zone, she is a little bit more liberal. Happy to go with a wider range. Thought maybe the ace jack could be in good shape, and it certainly is.
flop will help us determine just how happy she is. An ace in the window is not going to put a smile on Hala Karam's face.
Magic card.
Jack behind it.
King or 10 of spades would help.
Oh! On request, as now she's got 2 straight draws and a flush draw, popping up to 32% equity is Hala Karam. Is she going to be allowed to stick around? King 9 or a spade? No.
Why the cruelty? Thank you guys.
Nice hand.
Bye.
4 of diamonds on the river and Smush. Feigning some nervousness. And we will certainly miss Hala Karam.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of day 2 here at the Merit Poker Carmen Festival. My name's David Lappin. I am in the booth here with the James Flushy Dempsey, and we're going to take you right into the action here.
Yeah, no messing around.
No messing about whatsoever here. Justice, health, pursuing value in the amount of 10K into this 53K pot. I can imagine how this one went. Can opens it up. Health defends.
Setting.
Ooh.
Wow.
Did you imagine how it was going to finish?
No, I did not.
What do we think here then? What, like a C-bet, maybe a check back, and then some unlikely river raise?
Yeah, very unlikely river raise and very polarizing to raise in this spot. Health makes the fold.
Wow.
A little bit of exploitation there by Can.
Mm-hmm. Both way. Kind of an exploit fold as well, but in this case, not the right way. Aha, I see my man.
The Clipper.
The Clipper. Warm-up champion here on our table. That's what I'm about. Is that Papazian as well?
It is
Two twos,
Papazian,
right?
yeah. With chips too.
The Bubble Boy. in the high roller, which of course means he gets entry to the bubble draw. David, I'm not sure how familiar you are with the bubble draw here.
I did not know about this. Please tell me more.
All the bubbleists go into a hat, as it were.
Oh,
and
nice.
They draw out your name from said hat, and if you're lucky, you get a main event seat to next main event.
Oh, that's a bit
next
of
series
fun.
main event, which was the Classic in August.
Yeah, that is
That's
a bit
nice
fun.
thing is, well, Beg is not what he's going to have to do here with Ace King.
Yeah, forehand, bag.
And Beg under the gun, of course, with that Ace King. I'm seeing it is eventually going to pop it up. To a min raise. Money Clipper. We're familiar, David, with the glasses on, glasses off, glasses on. That's how this man operates. Big's open. He's making his way around.
Yeah, what an anniversary weekend Harry had last week. He had the misses on the rail. It's probably one of those situations where if he had still been in the event by the time the anniversary rolled round, it would have to be final table or approaching it. So he probably got the pass on that basis. As we see Justice going for the large sizing here. Really leaning into Beg here with a lot of his holdings, but Ace King, not one that he's going to release. And interestingly, this one could go here. What do you think here? I imagine they're probably used to the dynamic set up by Health.
Yeah, it feels one of these spots where you never feel great getting Ace King in from under the gun for bundles, but at the same time, sometimes you just got to die.
All in.
Oh, wow. That's
Okay.
a huge shove. Well, that's just sort of taken a lot of the more interesting routes out of the equation. Just drops the hammer there, does Forcan. You know what? If I'm sitting there opposite Justice Health, I'm probably not fancying a lot of options that you could take there. The flat, the deceptive flat to keep in some of the inferior hands, the clicky bet, the larger 4-bet.
I could see a flat with some of the suited combos with the ace offsuit. I kind of do prefer the 4-bet. And hey, all in. Maybe that's the way. It looks. I think as we go all in, it's very hard to then ever have aces or kings there.
It's very hard to get called by worse.
Well, yeah, you're never getting called by worse. You're trying to deny flips. Just pick up the pot nice and easily. I think we want a 4-bet smaller, so we can have aces and kings still.
Yeah.
Now we have a chance to see
I like it.
Right?
So you see there, Papazian also stacked. Gosh, there's a lot of chips on this table.
David, when I left, the entry period for this event was over. It just finished.
What I have?
I do see the payouts for that, which is quite exciting for me, knowing what these guys are playing for. 370k up top.
Figure out what I have.
377.
It's delightful.
30 minutes.
30, yeah, whatever, 30 minutes, yeah.
The whopping 89 players paid.
Serious resume on Papazian there, just to give a few of the highlights here, and there are plenty. He won the 888 Crazy Eights at the World Series of Poker for $888. He also came first in the 25k EPT Monte Carlo Grand Final for 1.2 million back in 2016. And a whole host of other... Oh my goodness, what an amazing double I've just spotted. He also won the 888 Crazy No Limit 888 Crazy 8s online event.
He's won the 888 twice.
He's won the 888 double. That's a cool stat.
Seeing as we put them in play again.
9-6 deuce the flop.
We put them in play again.
Beg peels from the big against business cutoff open. Interesting that he splattered a hand as strong as this, David. Obviously, we're not privy to the earlier days action on this table. There may be all sorts of dynamics at play. In fact, there will be all sorts of dynamics at play that we're not aware of. But it is still it's a little surprising for me. Of course, continuing now with that strongest of ace highs he can have from the big blind on this 9-6 deuce. No heart in hand, and Biz picks up a gut shot draw. Let's go with his 2 overs to the 9.
Yeah, really like a second barrel here from Biz on this particular card. Not just because it brings him a little bit of equity drawing to the nuts, but because it's a great card to represent.
Yeah, and certainly makes life hard for Beg if he's got a deuce and even some of the sixes. All the draws that he has would have to fold. Now, of course, queen high ahead of most of those, but it's always nice to knock them out and win the pot.
And Biz does mean Biz with this 32k.
I was wondering how long it would take for you to make that joke, and it turns out first hand he plays.
I was ready. I was just like the tiger in the long grass, the wildebeests.
In this case, you could be one of the cats in the short grass outside that always seem primed to strike.
Or primed to run in the door when it's buffet time.
Or run the door.
A couple braver than others.
Or make themselves home on my bed. This was the case last night.
Really?
Yeah.
They sneak in the window?
Yeah.
Welcome.
Returned to my room, opened the door, and
How are you?
I'd left the door
Oh,
open to
Jesus.
cool the room down. Nice cool evening last night, and as I opened the door, it obviously startled the cat.
Who joins the party?
Sprinted out the window, out the door, onto the balcony, and I looked up and there was cat fur all over my pillow. Nestled up nicely where it wanted to sleep. As
I was like,
I think I see Daniel's eye.
When he's like in a break, he's on the TV.
Did you keep him in?
Well, no, it ran out. As I walked in, it ran out. It didn't want to share with me.
Oh.
And I can't find table 6. I'm like, floor, table 6. It's like, yeah, there.
Shagoli.
Game with Shaholi.
Shaholi.
Ali told me off for pronouncing G's earlier.
Oh, that's
Names
true,
I
you
shouldn't
should-
pronounce G's, apparently.
Okay, Adziaf with the 10-7 of clubs. Am I doing it wrong?
I don't know, he's folded, so I'm going to worry about it for one more hand. Big. Is this all he does? Ace king, ace queen, ace king? Easy game. Not so easy, though, when you're out of position to Papazian.
No. Who's about to take a little peek. Small raise, looks like it's just 15.
I'm not a fan of this. Just not against raising from the small blind, but look at this. We're nearly 100 big blinds deep. If you are going to raise from the small, got to be making it a bit more sizable, as you see. Get no definition because we get peeled by 6 deuce in position.
Yeah, bet doesn't achieve much.
I'll tell you what, though. It's only come king, king, jack, I'm all for it.
I love the bet size.
Yeah.
Love the exploit.
This is kind of fun. Go very small here as well on this king, king, jack board. Your opponent's going to have a lot of cards that just don't continue.
Yeah, just the one big blind would do the trick, I think. He's going to go a little larger, though.
Yeah, you'd go as small as a blind. I would go a little larger as well, but I'm here for the one big blind. I like it.
I think the one big blind bets lets you bet all the way down to like a queen high for value.
Ooh. You're a bad man. You're a bad man.
Blind versus blind. How many hours do you play day 1A?
40 minutes.
Not 40 minutes, like maybe 3-4 levels.
Yeah, we played a bit.
You check raise me all day and then. Yeah.
Arnie Clip has seen and heard it all before.
He's bought the t-shirt.
Quite. But was that the seat he was in for the majority of the final? I feel like it was. That was his seat for the final table. It was. I remember. Lucky table, lucky seat, lucky week. Winning the event on his actual anniversary as well. Maybe the anniversary weekend, but winning it on the actual day.
Forevermore it will be the anniversary of his great victory. And
yeah.
I wonder which will be.
I'm not going to comment on that.
don't know.
Shahuli, ace jack under the gun, +1. Opening up 30 bigs.
Omaha 4 card. You want to play?
Do you ever win a tournament on a special occasion? Birthday victories? January
Omaha 4
sales?
card.
It was big days, like the January sales. Well, let's come back to that thought because Shahuli has opened the ace jack from +1. Papazian peels with 2 8s from the small. This seems pretty standard, David, against the 30 big blind open from +1. So far, so good. King 7-6.
Hall of Fame gerçekten.
Shahuli does elect to check back. On a board that he recognises, Papazian has pocket pairs that aren't going anywhere. Has a fair amount of King X that isn't going anywhere, flatting from the small. And he's ahead against everything else, so I like the check back. Papazian may decide here to induce the delayed c-bet. For the hand that
Yeah, I like that.
has a lot of playability. A lot of good river cards for this hand. It's also nice. It's gone big, 2/3. Slightly curious sizing for you, David, or
good bluff?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what it was intended to achieve. Obviously, could get called by a bigger pocket pair.
Yeah.
Still, so not really. Yeah, it's an interesting exploit sizing. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it feels like it's definitely. It's obviously not a bluff. I mean, 8's good there nearly always. But then, kind of, the ace highs just can't really have appeal for that size. And
Yeah, you're not inducing another mistake.
that's good with the bluffs and our strongest hands, but it seems weird to do it with a medium strength hand in my mind. But this is a man who's won far more than you or I, David. So it's always fun to watch and learn.
Again, looking through your resume, James, the Mushy Peas deep stack,
That was a tough one.
the Brighton lights on extravaganza. That was when the Christmas lights come on.
Yes, that was the one. Christmas special. Got a lot of presents in that tournament, I have to admit. Pidgeot 3s from +3 with his 60 blinds. Doesn't think worth playing. I think that may be a factor of the kind of caliber of player he has behind him.
Yeah.
More than the situation itself in isolation.
Which is a nice way to adjust, actually.
Yeah. I mean, Papazian on the button. You got Reside behind you. Beg's on over 500,000 as well.
And he always has ace king or ace queen problematically.
That does make him hard to play against. This time
We have a Hummer.
We do have a Hummer. Is it? We had a Hummer before. Clipper's back.
Yeah.
Is Clipper the Hummer?
I don't think Clipper's the Hummer. In the chat, who do you think's our Hummer?
Yeah, name and shame.
Can be a stealthy Hummer.
Just catching up with the chat. We go asking how people will get into the money. I did reference that in a passing comment, so if you asked before that, I've answered. But if not, if you're just joining us, it is 89. 89 of the remaining 195 will find their way into the money. And it's good to see Ori Lee Clipper in the chat once again. This is the Clipper show. Whoop whoop. Daddy Clipper is in the mix. Although Ori says Daddy Clipper looks tired. He's not tired yet. He's got a few more days in him.
Everybody's quiet. You guys are more talkative in the other table. Don't be shy.
You have to stop talking shit.
Right? It's okay. We can still have fun.
It's problem.
6-5.
It's okay.
6-5 shy.
Right?
To be honest, the table was silent before only we were talking.
Yeah, just you and me.
Please do talk, chaps. Biz.
To entertain the
the gun, the nice up his sleeve.
subscribers. Huh?
The 8 viewers?
Yeah, viewers. 8 or maybe 11.
Well, I'm pleased to report there are a few more viewers than that, David. There's 8 members of the Clipper family alone.
7 million, by the way. Viewers, 7 million.
Biz is going to raise it up. And here is ace 8 of clubs. +3. These stacks are huge, right? I'm not imagining things.
No, everyone's got like 100 bigs on this table.
Well, the average is just over 300 with 200 of the 785 remaining. So we are playing deep.
Yeah, we have over twice as many chips as the average table. Not bag now, just the queens this time. Ace, king, king, queen, queens.
I like this. Rizzo just going after that early position open with a hand like ace-8 suited that doesn't play great post-flop, but well enough. Decides he's going to take it to bluff. And I like the sizing. He's really put the pressure on against the under the gun open. I come in for a 3.5x at the minimum. And Beg, kind of a weird decision.
It is weird, and from what we've seen of Beg before, he doesn't really love getting a medium amount of chips into the pot. Like, we saw him just drop the hammer with the ace-king, just trying to end the hand early against the dangerous health. Now I think we're just going to see a flat.
I like this kind of 4-betting, cold 4-betting against those two ranges is looking super tight. I don't really like doing it without ace-king, king's a race for value. And, you know, you look like you've got a hand like maybe ace-king, maybe ace-queen suited, maybe the 9s, 10s, jacks. It's nice to have a really strong hand in here like queens as well. And hey, he's in a great situation in the 111k pot position and the best hand. Although that is the spicy flop. Rizzo with the nut flush draw, having 3-bet. And if we are giving the opponent kind of a 9s, 10s, jacks kind of range, I guess we go barreling. Obviously a 9 on board, but far more combos of 10s and jacks.
Yeah, you did mention the possibility of an ace-king being in there as well. So it's definitely an interesting one. Clearly Beg with the much more defined range coming with the cold call to the 3-bet. Rizzo, much wider range, much more polar range.
Yeah, it is a much wider range, but it is also, bar the traps from Beg, you know, he is the one that gets kings, aces, and ace-king with the highest frequency. It's kind of a really fun situation. Let's say he's gone very small.
I like this. I don't think there's any need to go big here on the flop.
Right. We've got enough ammunition to be firing off on multiple streets here, haven't we?
Yeah. And our opponent very condensed. I feel like we can maybe ascertain the neighborhood of his hand by maybe turn and certainly by river.
Right. Is this a situation where I did mention there's maybe some ace queens suited in there perhaps, so that hand's going to fold. But most of those, the 10s and jacks are going to continue here. So we're almost setting a price to see a turn and also giving us more room to tell a story down the streets. As a result.
A few options here. He can set his own price maybe, unlikely to get raised. He can check it, maybe hope to get to showdown. Maybe get to realise. And then obviously it's a great opportunity to fire again.
I think we've got to keep going. It's a bit unfortunate.
It's kind of fun.
That the turns are hard from his point of view because now he has more bluffs in the backdoor flush draws that maybe he barrels flop with, he's going to barrel turn with. So it's a little bit of an annoying card from his point of view, but I think the sizing on the flop and the way the action's gone, Beg's hand is kind of face up, and that allows Rizzo to really put him under pressure here, and went for that small sizing on the flop. Looks like he's counting out 120k for this turn, which sets up really nicely for River Jam, and that's what Beg's going to be worried about.
And the beauty of this bet is it basically clears out everything apart from ace, king, and 9s.
Does it? Does this force Beg out?
I think so.
He blocks king, queen. Doesn't block ace, king. Doesn't block aces, of course. Let's see how well this works. Beg's suspicious. Remember, cold call the 3-bet. Whereas I just joining the table, but his reputation clearly going to precede him. A player with vast experience and a lot of hours spent here at the Crystal Cove. fold. I think the longer he thinks, the more I agree with you. There's a bit of a problem when we under-rep our hand to this extent, right? It's got the strongest of the pairs that you can have, really.
Oh, he's loading them up.
He's loading up more than the call. Oh, maybe he's just fiddling chips. He's got fiddling chips and playing chips.
Importantly, he was watching his opponent throughout that.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to get some semblance of a read, a comfort level from Rezai.
It's weird. He doesn't look like he wants to call to me if I was looking at him, but I always feel that when the players count out the exact amount, then do all this, and then put it in.
It was always happening.
But I always worry that that's strength. That screams strength to me. That screams like he's kind of posturing even more than he needs to. So I'd be conflicted here if I was watching this. That's a great card.
Wow, that's a wonderful card of your bag.
Right, because now Rezai can't bet with aces. It's very hard for him to bluff you for king. And very hard for him to have ace-king. This may be the card that Rezai just has to give up on. But it's hard to give up with 400k in the middle. Like you said, the turn bet is designed to knock out a lot of the 10s and the jacks. Rezai is going to be worried about the ace-king suited combos. Has to be worried about 9s. It's a question of how successful it is. I think that turn bet is going to be folding out 10s and jacks and queens. What frequency do they still call with, and balancing that versus the ace-king combos, of which there are obviously 2 of the suited, which are the most likely to be cold calling that 3-bet. Really, really fun spot. And he does wave the flag. Beggar's loving that.
And now the question completely flips around to, do you seek value? He quickly decides no. But I agree with that as well, to be honest. I think, your opponent, has sort of waved the white flag. You're not going to get their bluffs to continue. And
you say does he seek value? I was thinking, does he try and make aces fold? That was where my head was at.
Well, ace-king is the only logical hand he can have a king with.
Right, but Beg's always got ace-king or ace-queen.
But if your opponent has aces, it's very hard.
That's true.
Yeah, Alex.
Fun hand.
Right.
Very fun hand.
You're completely right there. I overlooked that slight problem. A little fist bump between the two.
Ali, huh?
Huge pot. 300,000 chips were in the middle by the river.
So, Justice Health, final table of the, I want to say high roller here at the Western, bore an uncanny resemblance to Teddy KGB. Now, he kind of has the look, but he also had the tracksuit.
Nice.
It was so pure.
This is 1, 2, 3, 5 times, yes.
So Beg has been a card rack all day.
We're teasing him.
I only lost against him. I fold 3 queens. He 4-bet all in.
Wow.
I tell you, when you're running as well with card distribution as Beg is, you usually don't bother opening the King 7 suited because you figure there's going to be a better one coming along soon.
It's nice to sit that open in as you're talking about how you folded queens earlier, but you've had them 4 other times.
Good like you. I play ABC poker.
He says after opening King 7. Love this. Pazing casually 3-bets him with the very non-ABC ace-9 offsuit. Love this. Can't. Queen Jack of Hearts would have loved to appeal this open, David. There's a lot of action in front of him.
So what's the meaning of this race? I don't give a fuck your queens or kings, or it's a test. You have it, right? Or accidentally you catch something. Which one?
Probably kings plus king is 10 times.
Yes.
Luck has to do it at some point.
I think this table talk is very strong.
You are wrong.
I don't care. I will see.
It's more that Beck has King 7. I think David is trying to find a way out of the pot without giving away too much himself.
I will see soon.
30-minute delay.
Under you, right? Alexandru or how?
Alexandru.
Alexandru.
But only my mother calls me like that.
Ah, Alexandru.
Yeah, when she's mad at me.
How your friends call you?
Alex.
Alex.
That's just the rich having a chat at the table, you know, all the chips, the casual.
You can call him Al.
You have potential. These two guys, they can do anything. Also him, little bit. No?
Gadziev.
Our overnight chip leader, Gadziev, obviously going in the wrong direction throughout today, but still 400k above an average stack. He did bring with him 840k. I think he needed 2 bags.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
Remember, it's a short day one.
Danny,
So to accumulate 8.5 starting stacks.
Yes. You've had to do some heavy lifting.
Bludgeoning.
But overall, it's nice. Sounds like they're very high stay.
You're in Vienna?
Just napkins for the clipper. He's staying out of trouble for now.
The time I spent in Styria. Well, way nicer. Not so hectic. Like city. Prefer that, honestly. Enough stress when we travel around and play poker as well. Having a place to calm down a bit is like pretty decent.
We planned 4 or 5 times to hit out.
Justice peeling Jack 9 from the big, flipping the open end up on 10.85. Quick check back from Gadziev on this board texture, but it is a little worrying. They're not going to open it, but the turn card.
Should save it for summer.
Summer, yeah.
Justice goes for a small bet here. Checks. Does
Like
check on double flush draw board.
There's like
Going to represent here, Gadziev.
mid-July. You can even go and play poker.
Bet works in a couple of ways too. Obviously, deny some equity as well.
There's like a beautiful lake. There's like a European Championship. People use it as a vacation often.
Just getting the immediate price, so why not?
Wow.
There it is.
Virginist of cards.
Oh, and he's going for the dirty little check raise.
Yeah, the offsuit 7 is the one he was after.
Sneaky, sneaky.
2 of the purest outs.
Hoping that his opponent value tens himself here with the ace kings and ace queens.
He's got to go big here, right, Gadziev, when he bets this one. You really are trying to rep the strong ace. And he does go big, 40 into 55. I like the sizing, although he's not going to like the response. Really trying to blast off the 10x, the 8x, the 5x that may have got past the turn.
How greedy do you go here if you're health? Maybe...
Well, there's a lot of missed draws. The hearts, the clubs. A lot of the straight draws on this kind of rich board.
Oh, he goes for the little look-see. Like he's thinking about it. We know, of course, he's not thinking about it. He knows he's going to do it.
Yeah, I'm thinking like a little 150.
But I like the look-see like that. You think 150?
I like it. I like 150.
I think he might go bigger.
Ooh. Just this check calling turn. Let's go bigger. Is that 200? Not that it's going to matter here. The full pot raise. Interesting you decided to play that hand as a check call on the turn and rather than a lead. I mean, it's kind of hard to lead into ace highs when your opponent checks back having raised on the gun, but obviously given a price he was happy to call. A little larger bet may have seen him fold. I guess maybe if we're going to be critical, it's perhaps on that double flush draw, very straight boardy texture that maybe if we are going to bluff that ace, we're going to need to go over half pot on the turn, perhaps. It's all easily said in hindsight.
Yeah, very in tune with the exploits is our Justice Health. Very much somebody who has used solver technology to work out how to best find the exploits and not just the GTO lines. We saw that in action on the final table, or maybe it was coming up to the final table, if I recall correctly, during the high roller, during the Western Series, and actually backfired on a couple of occasions. I think he maybe underestimated his opponent, Luke Bindell, in that case. Worth going back and finding that hand, folded the nut flush draw in a very interesting spot, actually, where he was actually ahead, figuring he couldn't extract value out of position going to the river in that situation. So health, yeah, doesn't always do what the quote-unquote solver would say, unless that solver has been node-locked.
Razai. Ace-10 from number 1. Only gets the one caller in Gadziev. Goes to Queen-10 and finds a Queen, Jack-5 flop that, once again, when checked to, should see Razai come for a small size, maybe not the smallest on a flush draw board, though certainly the 2 Broadway cards give him the advantage. He does go for just over 1.5 blinds. That size makes it especially hard for a 5, I think, to continue. Get him in. It's a lot easier for the bad 5s. I think it makes it hard, makes it harder. I think they're still going to continue, but it's not as warm and fuzzy. Yeah. Kechev checks once more, and I don't think Razai thinks he's going to win, but still has just about enough showdown to...
Yeah, not a big fan of that river check from Gadziev. I think he has to go for some value. He has plenty of missed draws on that board there. King 10s, 9-10s, clubs. I think it makes a lot of sense for him to go for some value of his own.
One pot the winner right. He gets a little bit of it back in the next hand. Beg with an unusually poor hand. Who gives him the Jack-6, eh? Carmen, 2 6s, a little over 40 blinds. Again, on a pretty tough table. But we haven't seen him enter the fray, I don't think, on this feature just yet, so maybe feels like he's going to get a little bit of respect if he comes in for an open. I'd be inclined to think the same.
Prediction.
Oh.
We're going to get to the bubble tonight. Is that too optimistic? Is that wildly optimistic? What did you say, 96 get there?
Yeah, 89.
Oh, maybe not 89.
Yes.
Won't be far off.
It'll be close. I think we'll get to maybe 100, 105.
What's next after here? Monte Carlo?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
Yeah, we won't get to the bubble tonight. I take that back. I just
a
realised that the last frame is only an hour
tournament
as well.
clock. It's a tournament clock and helper for the organizers. No, for...
Razai appeals, what's open-ender?
For tournaments, for like festivals.
Yeah, 6 would be the action card here, should it come on the turn.
Oh, by far.
Just go for a
It has
range
an
bet
app
as
on the
can
phone.
here. Probably no harm.
Maybe not.
You don't? Just because you've got the 6, 7, 8
I'd
working?
say maybe not range. I mean, I think there probably are some hands we slip and we check back, but I think 6 is a good enough hand to bet with 6
and
of
the
the 6
dealer
of
has a
hearts.
tablet and the floors have also tablets and all of it's connected, you know? It's not tracking the action like Triton, but it can be done if you want. It's not hard to implement. Just, you know, structures, bus.
Oh, an interesting decision here. Without the range advantage, Razai is going to raise up his open-ender.
What
games players like to play in cash games? Like what time do you start tables? What time?
I must say, I did expect him to come with just the call here.
Yeah,
But
tracking stats.
I guess he has all the 2 pairs.
Yep.
Good for staking too. Everything is transparent. You can see.
He's got 7s and 8s as well.
Bullets in.
As long as it doesn't track 4 bets.
And a nicely executed exploit semi-bluff there.
You buy a lot of action. Do you buy a lot of action?
Rarely.
Rarely.
But the last time here I played, like, it was quite a good situation to do so. He's selling if you want some. You're selling action? No?
He bought from my friend last time. That's why I was asking.
Oh yeah, I'm just joking.
Last time it was a 5K, right? You mean, or you mean when it was a 3.3K?
I think 3K.
It was pretty much the same.
Oh, okay.
Same
I thought you
schedule.
mean like the last one, which was like in the diamond over.
No. Yeah, right. You're right.
Yeah.
The one here that was doing PCA and PSPC.
You didn't go there?
I got the hoodie from Jessica.
I got 2 backpacks full of stuff and everything got lost in the airport in Miami. So mad.
Oh, only Clipper gonna have a little look at the center of the pot. Jack 9 of diamonds, enough kit. Biz with ace king. Gonna make this one harder for Clipper to continue. Interesting move start Biz here, David. This is the man who took the most money out of the mystery bounty. I'll tell you how. He's got 6 bounties.
Nice.
The minimum bounty was 1k. He only opened one 1k bounty. He had 2 1.5s. He had a 5k, a 20k, and a 30k. That is run good.
That is pretty nice.
This is mine, right?
Yeah.
So we got 60k out of the prize pool. That mystery bounty is slightly different to the norm, perhaps, when it comes to mystery bounties, in that the majority of the prize pool went to the bounty, and the normal tournament prize pool with the smaller portion is.
For everybody.
Arnie, we've seen this before from him in the what? Does get a little sticky sometimes pre-flop.
Off my table.
And well, weren't like seeing the ace 6 deuce. This one all biz. Yeah, that's pretty incredible, huh? Like taking
the
second largest, and the third largest bounty.
There's no biz like Mustafa biz.
I'm shaking my head for those at home.
Oh, our serenader's back.
Let's see.
It is opera week here in Crimea.
Yeah, I still haven't watched Carmen. It's bad, I know. Well, moment of silence before the table, David.
Yeah, they've been chatty enough.
Yeah, it's nice. Get some insights from these greats.
I think there was some talk about staking there a moment ago.
Staking, there was where you're heading next. What's the next series? It's an interesting talk about innovations for tracking live poker as well. I heard Ocasian offering his thoughts. Then here is I on the button, looks down. An ace. It happens to be a 3 suited, but any ace would have done. There's 50 blinds on the button. Beck having a think here with 10-5 suited from the small. I can't imagine he wants to get involved. And he does, after a brief pause, elect to relinquish. Pazian won't be doing the same with Jack Deuce suited in the big though. Now, I've noticed sometimes people do squeeze in the occasional suited hand as these 3-bets in the big blind. This seems like kind of a good candidate if we're going to go that way. I know. Obviously, the norm here is the call. But
yeah, it's kind of a cool one to use. Still, the suitedness gives you a little where to go post-flop, if called.
yeah, maybe the jack a little too high. Maybe a 8-deuce.
The 8-deuce, yeah.
Both players whiff on king 10-4, neither with the backdoor. Rezai.
Well, he's got backdoor wheel and Broadway. He might try and use it. But yeah, not much going on here. Going to go for the very small stab. Should get the job done against Jack 2, let's face it.
Yeah, seems like we don't like it, but king 10-4, hey, we've got to bet a lot of that. We do get to have a lot of it.
And as Pazian's cards hit the muck, obviously we said goodbye to the table featuring Reichenstein, Mikolov and Co. earlier on. I have a hand from that table. Tanuri got it all in with king 8. It was called by Miral, who we will remember.
Yeah, sure.
I argue made that slight misstep against Reichenstein. I still think it was a mistake barreling his pocket kings when the very coordinated 7 came on the turn. He's unfortunately come out the wrong end of a clash with Tanuri, who had shoved the king 8 into Miral's ace jack. King 8 got there, and Tanuri stays alive.
Staying alive.
Why are you allowed to the smart one?
Also, from the outer tables, we have a prohibitive chip leader in the form of a familiar face to this stream, Maxime Chilot, Frenchman.
Yes.
A lot of experience, a lot of wins in recent past. He is up to 1.5 million, would you believe it?
No arguments.
Can run pi on this.
I mean, it's closer to a device that you can do something with.
I remember somebody had like a randomizer app, like Apple Watch.
Yeah, I saw that.
How much?
I keep thinking it's you singing, James. I look around and it's not.
Not this time.
I realise it's somebody on the table. We haven't figured out who yet.
Justice popping up before 5 is suited. Quite happy to take that one down. A rare raise and take in today's poker. All right. It's not seats 1 and 2.
No.
Let's work it out. Is it Daniel who's wandered away from the table? Now sink back down.
Sigh. That should give it away that the person who came back from the table might have been more likely to sigh.
Maybe the sigh and the hum are uncoordinated. Unconnected, I should say.
Ooh. Decoy.
Maybe they're playing with us.
Basically, born and raised with German and Farsi, and then like English just came through school and travel.
You should add this Spanish.
The good one?
Spanish. You should learn Spanish and French.
I'm honestly like undecided between like Spanish or like Portuguese. Like both sound like quite tempting language to learn. But also like I'm usually good with numbers. I really have my struggles to learn new language. So I'm like not sure if I'm going to go actually through it. But yeah, if I would learn something, it would probably be Spanish or Portuguese. Yeah, that's similar.
Multilingual reside. Folding, allowing this situation to occur. Shahuli with King Queen offsuit under the gun. He's raised it up. Papazian with Ace Jack off on the button. Now, this is a situation where maybe if a little earlier round, he may look to 3-bet. But with the button, I guess David makes it a bit more attractive to call, although the opener, sub 30 blinds. I guess lots of options still available.
Yeah, 27 big blinds effective here. Can certainly go both ways. Looks like he's opted for. Oh, and look at this.
Well, I like the flat on the button specifically.
I do too. Yeah, I do too.
Can't with a little over 30. Another nice spot to squeeze jam. Very good hand to have when you do that.
Yeah, 35, 36 bigs here. Big
Perhaps
jam.
Yeah, it can go smaller, but kind of a.
It's an awkward stack.
The opener's opening off, what, 27. So kind of.
So it's kind of like, let's just get it in with that stack.
Yeah, and like when you squeeze, if you squeeze the sort of
I work with lots of Hispanic people.
10 blinds, say, 9 blinds, it's kind of, you don't really have much ability to fold anyway. So maybe just jamming.
Get rid of some of those pairs.
It's good. If the opener had 30 blinds, then maybe it makes more sense to come up with a more standardized 3-bet sides from the small. But oh, I do love these tournament poker situations, David. They're never the same.
It's true. It is what's brilliant about tournament poker, and I think cash game guys have started to recognize that while they are probably more proficient with the deep stacks. The fact that they tend to reset to 100 all the time creates a lack of complexity in their game. In one respect, obviously, it's a much more complicated situation playing deep, but having to be a master of all the stack sizes, all the positions, all the situations, all the relative different stacks around you, and how you sort of change and contort your ranges based on maybe having some big stacks that cover you, so your stack is relevant, whereas maybe there's some shorter ones you have to think about too. Shapes of those ranges don't look the same, so you have to make compromises.
It's way more complicated, at least for shorter stacks. Yeah, there's obviously incredible complexity in the deep stack games with multiple streets and a lot more peeling of 3 bets, even of 4 bets, but tournament poker brings up a whole different kettle of fish. Held. Going to get one through with Queen Jack from +1. He got a 4-5 through this round. He's got the Queen Jack through. He must be feeling invincible. Also, perhaps this man has the best name in poker.
Justice. Held.
Yeah.
It's proper, isn't it? It's something you can scream when you've got all your chips in. You can scream your own name.
Oh, are they perhaps watching an earlier hand? Is that what's going on between the two of them here?
Checking out the all-in, I think, the big shove with the ace-king.
Is it, or is it the ace-9? 3-bet. I wonder.
Oh, yeah.
I think you might be right there.
They were curious between each other on that one.
I think maybe the ace-king, actually, though. I think. Who knows? Held, popping up with King Jack suited. I know that's a good play. Actually have next seat, Queen 9 suited. Probably a little too weak to realistically get involved here, but does come to the same conclusion. I think especially against this lineup, I think if you're on a table where you feel like, you know, maybe not the toughest, then you look to perhaps get involved with hands like that. But on this lineup, I'd certainly be folding that Queen 9.
Yeah, only 2 more hours with these guys. You might think, wouldn't mind a redraw tomorrow. This is a bit tough.
Yeah, it's a very good point.
Look at this, Shigoli.
Yeah, it's never a spot you're wild about because you're hoping to get folds and you've got 10s, which is a good hand.
Enough info about me.
I think though, he's. He does just flat. Maybe that's exactly what I'm saying. He feels like it's a waste of 10s. David, perhaps just a jam here and against an undergun open. It's always kind of scary. So Alex just the call. Allows Biz in with the dominating King Queen and the Ace-7-5 board. Well, Shahuli, that's one of his fears realised. And when this checks round to held, having open under the gun with backdoor diamonds feels pretty mandatory. Continue.
Absolutely, and Shaholi very much flying blind now. If he is to get sticky, which he needs to, because he's under-repped and his opponent will have some not ace-x. He might even have some pocket sixes and pocket eights that would make this bet. So
yeah,
you got to stick around, but you don't love it.
Yep, it's at least one.
Good news for him is that Helt will be keenly aware of the number of ace-x that might be in a small blind calling range there.
Right, the ace-10 suited, the ace-jack suited.
It all depends on whether he tries to get one of those middling ones to fold on certain runouts. Wow, well, we've got an interesting pop brewing here, boys.
68,000 in the middle. Picking up the flush draw. Does have 2 live overs as well. Little does you know, but this feels like a very good spot to put the pressure on. Obviously, it'll be very painful to bet here and then have to fold if you got jammed on, but sometimes you have to do that in poker. I guess, David, you can't always realize. Of course, you could just go for a sizing. That means he doesn't have to fold. But that would lessen his ability perhaps to fire over 3. Yeah, I like it. This does allow him to both fire 3 and give the impression he's going to fire 3, which may be the more important part. This is hard now for Shahuli.
Yeah, one of those spots that's actually quite easy against some players, but very, very difficult against someone like Helt.
Yeah, he's going to be left with exactly 3/4 pot. And I don't hate that fold at all.
No, I don't either. And
I was like, was it
just
my hand? And he was like, yeah.
Unlucky, really, that a diamond came. Because if it hadn't come a diamond, I think maybe he gets the knuckles back.
Thank you, dealer.
I agree, but I also think that given Helt's propensity to open probably wider than most from early position, I think just sticking the 10s in there wouldn't have been any harm pre. Would have made things a little bit simpler.
It's the play I would go with.
As we look at the leaderboard there, Helt is at the tippy top, 110 bigs now, 882k. Furkan Beg, well, he's been a card rack, 758k. And Papazian, well, what a murderer's row we've got there. Those boys all in a line, 650k.
Very, very deep as we kick things up to 4k, 8k. He's Ori Clipper, 22 blinds, the fan favourite. I feel like he and Shahuli need a big level here. It's the penultimate level of day 2. Some of these players will have to rush off
So they have like to skip the breaks.
and get into their mix-max
I messed up. I was playing yellow bounty.
positions.
In the same time,
They change it all the time.
started.
They change it all the time, it's random.
Yellow Omaha bounty.
But we're not gonna finish.
Yeah, you can unrage.
I don't think so. They said
No,
at 10.
because I qualified from day 1. It's impossible.
Oh, wow, okay. That's shit.
Ah, yeah, I know. But I'm saying we're not gonna finish the main in time to start the mix. I don't think so.
I think they do. Somebody said it's 9 levels, so we played 1 to 9.
2 more levels.
Yeah, 2 more hours.
Yeah, 2 more hours, yes.
Yeah.
They said till the end of level 18.
Şey mi, çizik mi var?
It's already past.
Can you call the floor? There is a... yeah.
Yeah, so it's past 8 in the main.
Past 8 plus a break.
Yeah, and they're going to postpone it.
Beg
I'm
asking
telling
for
you
a
right
deck
now.
change after
There's
this
no
hand.
way
Do you know what
they do
happens?
it like that way. Pretty sure they postpone like the day.
I
For
was
like,
thinking maybe I sleep half an hour, but I don't think I'm gonna have a chance.
I think
oh,
just
are you in day 2 too? First world problems. I really felt sorry for you.
Find a beard, I can play for you.
Can't win enough money on one trip.
Find a fake beard, I can play for you. We look little similar in the hat with your glasses.
You don't play crazy enough. That does not.
There's no problem. He's like his check raise frequency is unbelievable. Like
in the midst of all this action.
80% he's check raising.
Yeah, it's fine.
Table talk, I should say, Razai. Popping up ace deuce of diamonds just as help peeling from the big with 9-5 clubs.
You can do
we'll
that.
see
Find your beard and you play for me.
Jack 6-5 or heartboard.
Don't tell anyone.
We split the money. I mean, if you play, I can't imagine what money, but we split whatever.
It's okay. Whatever you want.
I have 10 big bets.
10 bigs is enough for me. Too much. Just 4-5. Okay. 10 is too much.
See that.
Gets it done against Helt, who did have bottom pair there, but, you know, maybe
Very.
just not fancying it on the monotone board.
Yeah, very hard to play that one down the streets as we do a quick deck change. And interesting to hear the players discussing, of course, about that mix max that's going to resume at the end of play. Discussing whether they're going to overlap, but of course, they won't overlap. Unlike the Cash Game Festival and the Triton Super High Roller Series, which will be running side by side from the 10th to the 25th in the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa. And what a juicy little festival we're going to have there, David. And you suggested maybe jumping in a cash game, maybe start the smallest stakes, spin up and up and up, and then throw it all into the mix.
Yeah.
Triton buy-in.
Just take a seat beside Stevie Chidwick and the boys.
Oh yeah, maybe not. Maybe I'll avoid that. Who knows?
You'll be here, James. You'll be here.
I'll be here.
You were here at the last Triton Cyprus event. Tell us about that one.
Oh, it was good fun. We had
the boys enjoy it?
I guess
yeah,
it's like second best one
roaring
after
success.
Barcelona.
So yeah, it was good to see a lot of new faces.
Yeah, but like
some of the regulars here. Likes of
But
Ferdy
pretty
Mustafov,
big
who we
issue,
saw
yeah.
earlier in the week.
Would expect that too.
He was in the mix.
Change deck.
The Scandinavians, I think they can't play
Or change dealer.
because of taxes. This is not the use.
Penalty, sit for?
Yeah, I think you're right. Because
not nice.
Says Casimir
It opened.
hasn't came here yet.
Yeah.
While Manu and the other ones came.
The last one, it was okay. Like she was giving me good cards. What did we have? Blind versus blind.
6 deuce of suit.
You didn't watch it, like you know, it's like six to up to he's like.
Deuce is getting busy.
Oh Christ!
Yeah. You did on purpose? Chip dumping, huh? Don't tell anyone we are partners.
Don't worry, you could be family and he's not giving you a chip without a fight.
Gajev defends with an
That's
ace.
poker
Flops
player
one.
nature.
Based on C-bet. It's pretty standard so far. Gajev sticking around, of course, with that ace. Speed of the call. Is the only thing perhaps surprising. Checks once more. Biz. Pretty grim hand. Now with these two deuces. Could try and bet and knock out some of those gut shot draws and maybe even some queens, but I think he's just deciding to give up on this pot. Gajev. Interesting, we didn't see him bet a not too dissimilar spot earlier with Queen 10. But course correction here. They're pretty small, 26 into 66. It's very hard for Biz to do anything about that. May be trying to convince himself that he can beat some hands, and he can, but I wouldn't advocate a call there. That sort of sizing allows even a queen to be betting, I think, which is a broader range of value.
It's a magnificent beard on Papazian.
Beautiful thing, isn't it?
It really is.
What do you reckon the largest object he can hide in there is?
A small human.
Okay.
Not he wouldn't do it during play. Obviously, one person, one hand. But
Very good. Very good, David.
the Clipper.
Here he is. the fan favourite. A little over 20 blinds, these 10s. He's going to look to play from the maximum. Kick things off with. It will be. For the minimum, though. Or the minimum raise, at least. It is. King, Queen, O. Against 20 big blind stack, I think probably best served as a flat. Don't really want to 3-bet call it off. Don't really want to 3-bet fold. In fact, just
I agree with you.
I think that's fine as well.
I think it's okay. I think flatting's absolutely fine too. I think maybe you just make your read based on your opponent, and I guess, well, we know Clipper is not the type man he appears to be.
Right.
We saw a lot of outlandish moves and plays just a couple of days ago, but.
Or you can maybe win a bigger pot.
Well,
let's try it like that.
That's okay too.
You have 3 whites.
I have 3 whites, and in my pocket I have some more. But yeah.
Okay, can I borrow some?
3.
Uh-oh.
Speaking of 3. Well, good looking board.
You can probably check back this board texture of your Ari. Unlikely to be up against more than one overcard. Treat it like a bit of a trap.
Interesting.
Just go with the bet, though.
I see where you're coming from. So it's going to have more connectivity down the bottom part of the board. It was all talk before the flop. No talk after the flop, and disgusting card for Clipper because it looks pretty safe. Obviously the 4-5 gets there, but he might feel like he's up against the sort of the 4-7s and the 5-7s that would now improve to a pair.
How greedy can Razai get here? Give me a number. Pot?
I think pot's unlikely. As an exploit, you're looking at a lot of high cards that fold, and then you're just hoping to go against a hand like this. 9s and 10s, jacks. So I think, yeah, wow, it's gone ultra small. Maybe trying to induce a raise, even. But I like that. He's literally going for an exploit there. He thinks he's up against ace high. I think it's only 10k is going to call. And he may get kind of a crazy bluff out of someone.
Yeah, interesting line. Certainly guarantees he gets paid with any piece in Ari's hand.
Yeah, I mean, that 10k bet can be way worse than 10s, that's for sure. Any pair. Well, it's kind of fun to get that sizing and induce some raises. From the ace highs, you recognise it could be a weak 1 pair situation.
Thanks, man.
Tough one for Clipper.
Yeah, Clipper going to have to do some short stack ninja over the course of this hour and 45 minutes of the day. If we are to see him in the mix tomorrow, and by then I reckon we're very bubble adjacent. Should be fun. A reminder to you guys, we will be on the air from 12:30 tomorrow with what will almost certainly be bubble coverage right out of the gate. Straight into the excitement.
Yeah, like, I saw it, I heard it, and like, he comes several times, like, what's wrong with my head today? Like, all this is troll artists.
Clipper coming again with a raise.
He likes the 5 of diamonds and raise.
Okay, Jeff. Ace deuce of hearts. Decides he's going to have a little look against that Clipper early raise. And was I king 9 of spades? This feels like the kind of hand we want to play, but I don't think we should. These two actions open off, what, 17 blinds and a peel from the button. King 9 suited doesn't play very well in that scenario. Very different to a scenario for those of you who are watching earlier when I did advocate peeling from the small blind with King 9 suited, specifically those 2 spades. This one a very different scenario because of stack depths. Beg flicking it in from the big with Jack 8, just about enough. Doesn't love playing that hand three-way, but for the minimum. For the minimum, picks up the only live flush draw on King 7-4. First, the sneeze is going to win this one, David. Flipper, I guess, with...
It's very tough, isn't it, monotone? They often check through.
Yeah, but he gets to have a fair amount of sort of high diamond single cards that may want to bet here as well. Gachev, I guess, the least likely to have the completed hand. Peeled from the button.
You called it, James. The Clipper with a 25k chip. Gonna get the job done here. Beg with a bad flush draw. Can't really take any heat.
I kind of like this from Clipper. I think just have one stab at it.
Yep.
If you're called, you know you're toast anyway, so you haven't got to worry about...
and he always knows that his opponent has to look at his face and decide that that's the face of a bluffing man. Which is very difficult because even though we know he's constantly at it,
I was going to say,
he doesn't appear to be.
If you'd watched the stream the other day, they'd all be calling him non-stop, but he steals one.
Butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, as my granny used to say.
Butter. Maybe the time's ticking down to your dinner. I see you getting antsy already. What are you going to go for today? Some duck, perhaps?
Oh, the duck yesterday was particularly good. There was a smoked duck starter that I turned into a main course by ordering 4 portions of it.
You did manage to order 4 portions. That's not 4 portions for the table, that's 4 portions for yourself. You also ordered all of us a portion.
I did both of those things.
You are a team player. And you helped Ali finish his off when he wasn't convinced on the dish. Food here. If you are just tuning in for the first time, it's spectacular. If this is the second time, I'm sure you'd have heard me mention it 20 times already because it seems to be the thing I talk about the most.
Yeah, it's sort of a buffet stream, really.
A buffet spa appreciation show.
Yeah.
Maybe we could make a podcast. Tour the world and eating buffets and visiting spas.
Like The Trip.
I mean, there's a few TV shows. There's a few hosts that have managed to wangle that as their jobs through the years.
Yeah, it sounds like a really bad version of a Michael Winterbottom TV show / movie, where me and James visit all the great spas of Europe.
Here. Come back to poker for just a moment, and then we'll go back to our spa considerations. Besides, gone for slightly larger than min opening on the button, and I wonder, is this a facet of the players behind and the stack sizes they have? Playing very deep. Wow, Beg's sticking around with Jack 9.
You do see that mini plus on the button from some players.
Yeah. I think they are deep, these 3. And they are tough. I almost feel like it's a sign of respect if someone opens a little bit larger when you're blind when you're deep. They don't want to play so many pots with you.
Could be a function of just trying to define Papazian's range in most worlds where you feel like he's the person who's trickiest to play against.
Go, boys.
Here we go, 3 ways.
King 10-8 reside with the best of this. Beg with the open end of Papazian. Also catching a piece, albeit a rather small one.
Yeah, we might see 3 to the turn here and somewhere else.
Yeah, and I was almost wondering, does Beg ever have leads? And if so, would this be a candidate? A hand we don't really like check calling with. Get to have a lot of Broadway. I'm stretching, of course. I think usually we check these spots, but I'm looking to learn. I'm looking to find new lines.
27 into 62 here, about 45%.
Comes with a call. That gives Papazian all the information he needs to know. Very hard to continue with 7-8 against these 2 spots.
Yeah, and that sizing, in my mind, maybe Rezai goes a little smaller. Not that I think this is a bad sizing, I actually quite like it. But had he gone smaller, Maybe, just maybe, that would have dragged Papazian in. I do like the fold in this instance.
Yeah. Sizing.
He's having a think.
Because he could even go bigger on the flop, given that the small blind peel has all those kind of Broadway combos. You're really targeting the small blind here more than the big blind on that board texture.
Papazian is thinking about this one.
Is he thinking about? No, surely not doing something crazy.
Some evil thoughts?
I mean, it's a very bad hand, but it is the weakest of your hands you want to continue with. And look at this, he is going to do it.
Evil thoughts.
Kind of unblocks all the straight draws that the small blind can peel with. Has a hand that, like I say, doesn't fare to be good enough to call, but is just the strongest hand he wants to fold. So he uses it as a bluff. Of course, he has all the 2-pair combos here.
Yeah.
Maybe not the King 8 offsuits. Maybe, actually. I don't know. He certainly has the 10-8, the King 10, and the King 8 suiteds. We see Razai here obviously has the really strong Ace-King, but going to be far wider than that in reality in it. And Beg's going to have a lot of 10x and straight draws that just can't stand this. As it happens, Papazian has mistimed this somewhat. Razai is sitting around there with a very strong hand, but a hand that is certainly shrinking in his mind.
But you just hate every turn card, so do you just stick it in if you're Razai now?
Oh, that's a big bet though, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's so, because that's the beauty of this bet, is it's really put Razai into that sort of situation. Call and sort of close your eyes and imagine a king coming off on the turn. It's very tough.
Is that the case because you feel like if you call, your opponent's going to give up? So maybe equity denial becomes a priority. Is that what you're saying, or? Well, the thought call seems more standard because you are going to have some hands.
Now, does this bring Beg in?
Well, it's a big bet, but he is drawing very nutted. I mean, of course, the queen wouldn't give him the nuts, but in effect.
He's having a little double check, make sure that is indeed Jack 9.
Yeah, 85,000 more. It's consideration on a rainbow board.
Yeah, and the queen's got to be good.
Yes.
Against this action now. So you kind of think, I've got 8 clean outs now. They
Yeah.
might have one of those cards in their hands.
Neither player has ace jack here. Razai, in some crazy world, could have it a tiny percentage of the time, but I doubt it.
Needs
Papazian's
85 into 400, so it needs only to be 20%.
Yeah, Papazian,
Obviously, we see he's 29%.
Yeah, Papazian feels sick about this, and
What
and look at this though.
enormous pot we've
If he
got.
did hit the 7 as well, it would be the card that would make Peg the straight.
Well, Papazian must shut down. I think this is abort.
Right, but how much concern does Razai have when it checks to him that Beg's overcalled? Does he just realise that Beg could have Queen Jack and Jack 9 suited, and so would call the 2 bets because of the sizing?
Papazian is just like, what have I created? And can I get out of it?
Or can I get deeper into it? Can I recognise the situation? Can I be up against a king on the button and a draw in the small blind? And just rifle it in?
Yeah, maybe putting the...
It's a very convincing story.
Maybe putting the small blind on the Jack Queen, Jack 9.
Yeah.
Maybe putting Razai on exactly what he has. Or maybe aces.
Yeah.
And decides,
I'm not sure we're done.
Can I do it? Can I pull the trigger?
He unblocks all those hands, right? They're all those are the most likely scenarios. The scenario he's got himself up against here. Of course, Beg can be trapping. Beg could have a set of 10s maybe. Set of 8s unlikely. But do 10s not 3-bet from the small blind? With at least a decent frequency. I think they probably do. I think you're pretty sure Beg's got it. But Razai can of course have kings 10s. Can have king 10. But also has a whole bunch of king X.
You're blocking pocket 8s, but Beg, he can't have 10s or kings. They would have 3-bet free.
Right, that's what I'm saying. 10's
Yeah.
most likely 3-bet. So
Yeah,
then
yeah,
it
yeah.
calls at some frequency. Kings would 3-bet.
Razai wondering if he can shut this one down.
Yeah, it feels...
It's so weird.
It feels when checked to that we kind of just got to shut this down, do we not? You know Beg's got some equity when he's called twice in the small.
The absence of a flop flush draw making this all the more interesting too.
Yeah, Razai looking back there to see he's got the king of clubs in his hand. That's some relevance. It's one of these, I think, where Razai has to shove and just hope no one calls. As
Yeah.
stupid as that sounds.
Yeah, no, he's just thinking, well, I'm up against 2 draws that I may get there. I'm also potentially, you know, have ways to get out of dodge if, I don't know, maybe beg as King 10.
He does say he's happy
get
just
out
to
of-
see the river. And the river gets begged there, albeit with clubs on board.
Can't be too worried about clubs, I don't think.
No, and this is interesting because this is if he makes the big bet here, which we assume he will, Razai's in a horrible spot because he has the king of clubs, so he blocks the only realistic flush. He may put his opponent on a hand like Queen Jack that's now turning into a bluff. The Jack 9 suitors, of course, are possible. I don't think he's expecting to see Jack 9 offsuit.
Well, we consider the possibility that Papazian could win it with the turn barrel. We consider the possibility that Razai could win it by shutting it down on the turn as well. We now see Beg has set the trap.
But Beg has set the trap. Papazian, though, surely can't really tell a credible story. If he had clubs, he would have carried on, surely. And Razai, I guess, is going to have to knuckle back and take his hand to showdown, and then
1 level on one hand.
1 level on one hand. But I mean, this is a serious hand.
And Razai just happy to get out of this one.
And
Showdown can't really look for value, can he? Yeah,
Strasa.
What a wild hand.
Monstrous hand. This man's won the 2 biggest pots at the table. He won a 300k pot with his queens, 400k pot with Jack 9 offsuit.
And I think both players, Papazian, considering maybe he could have got the job done on the turn in retrospect.
If Papazian had carried on, it would have been pretty heroic.
Oh, it would
I think
have
it's
been.
easy to talk about. I found ways of talking about it because I'm looking at the hands he's up against, but I think it's entirely reasonable to shut that one down. Daniel Razai, though, I feel like
Oh, he had the opportunity to just shut it down on the turn.
it's not an enjoyable one, but I think you've just got to jam.
There was none.
It's almost like a negative free roll type situation, isn't it? Just giving that card.
Almost, yeah. I hear what you're saying.
10 minutes break, and you come back here on the same table because we're gonna play only 1 level.
Okay, well, I think after that hand, there's been a judgment made.
Not 15, 10.
No, 10 minutes. Christian, did you delay the mix match? I will need to delay like 15 minutes for sure.
There you go.
The production crew have decided, because of that last hand, it was exciting enough, we're going to keep these boys together.
I think in reality what it is, the breaks have all bled a little bit because of the new players coming in, getting mic'd up. The day's taking a little bit longer than planned. So I believe that was Christian coming in saying, look, the next break's only going to be 10 minutes long and we're keeping you here because we need to save some of that time because we're going to have to delay the restart of the Mix Max because there's events still going on, and of course there's a lot of player with conflicts. So it all makes sense.
Just like
yeah, I think a short break in that situation is absolutely fine. Obviously, we want these players to have ample opportunity to use the bathroom, get a quick coffee or whatever they need, but they've only got 1 more level to come back for. So let's just power on through.
Beg popping up Queen 4 of diamonds. Fresh off that monster. Look at that, he's got 1 million in chips.
Nice, huh?
After that win.
Alexandru.
I'm invested already.
Okay. You just invest like 4k.
I have to.
Okay, next time I make 25 and you fold, okay?
No, like sports betting, when you lose, you double up.
Yeah, right.
Every time. That's the strategy. Check.
Strategies discussed the player zone. I wouldn't advise that as a sports betting strategy, but I would advise flopping a queen when you open with Queen 4 on the button. Papazian, the 6, going to have to find the muck.
You want to see what I have?
Sure.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, yes. We're gonna see anyway. I saw
Queen. Queen. And what? What do you think I have?
King.
Deuce.
He's close.
Incredible hand we saw there between those 3. One of my favourite of the series so far.
Yep. Fascinating stuff. 3-way pots can often just create such interesting situations.
Good hand on that flop. Just guess, as a deuce is it close. So I thought like probably Queen 4 suited, Queen 5 suited.
Great point as well by producer Milbudas there. Everything is on hand for these players. It really is incredible. You just like take 10 steps to your left, there's a bar. You go into the next room, there's another bar. There's also a buffet, smaller than the buffets that we go to for dinner, but still well stocked up. If you need to grab a bowl of soup or a quick sandwich or a little bit of salad or a scoop of some stew. It really is the streamlined poker centric sort of everything's there for the guys, optimized. Beg gonna open things up here in the cutoff. His newly minted million going to work here. He's gonna have to do quite a bit of work, one would think, here against the Papasanian tens.
Yeah, with the history that's already developed between these two, very, very clear bet.
Dynamics abound. Clipper with what might look like a good spot if he was to look down at something halfway decent there off that stack. Queen 7 does not qualify. Beg going nowhere with the king queen. Might even be a good 4-bet fold candidate.
I was about to say, I mean, this slips in as perhaps the best of those candidates. Although, one wonders if he feels the need. You mentioned earlier, we are only an hour and a half into the day. He's got a very healthy stack. Wow!
Whoa! $500,000 chips.
Wow!
In your eyebrow, Papazian.
This is
he can't fold. There's nothing. There's nothing.
Let's see.
That beats him. That does this.
Right. Well, jacks. He knows it's flipping a lot, but yeah. There's got to be some ace-5 suited in there. Ace kings, ace queens.
Big ball poker from Beg here.
He has to be worried maybe about jacks, but I don't think jacks does this. You're right. It is a horrible spot to be calling up $500,000 chips, but it feels like it must be done.
You cap out the range. You take out aces, kings, and queens. Maybe sometimes some frequency of jacks stays in. Okay, we accept that. Nines might do this, but again, wouldn't be loving it. It just feels very ace, king, ace, queeny, doesn't it?
It does. And like I say, there are the occasional bluffs, right? I mean, king, queen offs there, we know he's capable with ace-5 suited and
the
such.
Flip. But it might not be. It might have queens again.
Papazian?
Yeah, he might have queens again, he says.
Might just be looking, even if he knew he was 55%, he might look to avoid a spot like this, just feeling like his skill edge above against these guys. But it is
It's hard with the
a lot
overlay
of
in the
chips
pot.
in there.
So already 55K's put in there. But he is suspicious.
I don't know what to do. I need help.
This is nice from Beg giving nothing. You don't want to play Papazian's game and chat at this point. They were very chatty earlier, if you remember, when Beg was light. Albeit that was just an open.
Well, neither James nor I predicted this play. We thought maybe the 4-bet fold. We thought maybe the flat.
Yeah, I was thinking 130.
Big ball poker here from Beg.
This was done very quickly as well.
It was quick, which always feels ace-kingy.
Yeah, he folds the tens. It was a flip, but not the flip he's expecting.
Pick one.
Pick one. Well, he's even going to see it.
Both the same, huh?
Both the same. So he saw the queen.
Again and again.
Again and again, you have the queens. He thinks. Ballsy play. But I am, again, a little surprised. I think if Beg thought that through an hour and a half in the day, Papazian and Razai either side of him, that's not a normal table. He's drawn a very tough table here.
Queen.
The queen?
Yeah.
Why not the 5? Show him the 5, it's funnier.
Huh? 5?
You should have showed him the 5, not the queen.
No way. Like.
I'm not coming back if it's a 5. One leg. I'm going to
If it's a 5, the man is broken, it's over. Like,
Okay, go play mix max. It's better.
No. He didn't mean when he said he's not
Okay,
coming.
I buy your flight ticket then.
You got it wrong. When he said he's not coming back, he didn't mean the tournament. He's meant poker at all.
Right. Quit poker.
He's over, like he's done with poker. That's the queen part.
Well, it's all fun and games now. There would have been tears if he'd made the call with the 2 10s.
Interesting situation here for Beg up against the deepest opponent left on the table here, held with 850k.
Yeah.
Certainly come with a flat here with the ace-3 suited. Sort of reasonable option.
Yeah, I think, again, I know he's keen on advocate, but I'm looking at this table. You've got Held, you've got Rosai, you've got Papazian.
Oh, yeah.
Just get to the end of the day.
Murder
now, play
as well.
play these very nutty hands.
You know, when I'm looking this side.
Get yourself to a different table for the bubble tomorrow.
Right.
With a huge stack. That would be pretty good.
This is a nice spot for Shahuli. He obviously had the spot earlier with 10s. Didn't work out well for him, but this is a very nice one, I think, against the peel. It's going to have plenty of... Again, so he does just flat. Look, it's not bad. I think the flat with the ace-10 suited. Very playable hand. You're keeping some worse aces, but jamming here. There's 60k already in there, David. And
yeah, you've got the 2 loosest guys with the 2 loosest ranges.
Right. Well, there we go. Jake finds a 3 in the window.
Difficult for Helt here. Yeah, like the check. The complexion of this one changes a little bit after it goes check through. Helt could consider a bet now, I feel. Could just try and hang on as well. Yeah. The computer is working.
Yeah, you're obviously a little bit concerned that Beg's got some Queen X, but he also gets to have plenty of Queen X himself, having opened that situation. Funny spot for Beg. I think you don't expect to get check raised if you bet here. Your hand could do with some protection, but also just happy to check back, try and take it to showdown.
And now at the 3rd time of asking. Hard to believe your ace-10 could be good at showdown. It's possible. But then what can you target to fold? That's worse. Well, that's better, I should say. Maybe a small pocket pair. Yeah, he is deciding to get after it here. And
yeah, this is nice. Very nice. Can have some delayed betting with a queen. Obviously have good jack stuff. Beg having a look at this man and the big.
Nice bluff.
Thank you.
Show this.
Justice held with the post oak bluff there. Pretty sexy there.
You think you had a better hand than
22k.
I,
Yes, I beat your ace size king high.
I'm the button.
I had a pair.
Then you should have called, yeah.
Next time.
Maybe next time. Better tomorrow.
Maybe. I can't waste my chips.
It's okay.
You
I will
can't?
give you new ones.
New ones.
I'm sure you can.
You will be upset when you see what I have.
I don't believe that.
Hmm?
I don't believe that.
You don't believe what?
That I will be upset.
No, you won't be upset. You will quit poker.
Enjoy your last poker round.
Justice under the gun, 10 on a diamonds. Fresh off that. Minor larceny. Beg, what a table. What a time he's had, pardon me, on our feature table. Big win with the queens. Even bigger win with Jack 9, and then the full bet par with King Queen off. It's a man high on confidence. I think we're both advocating for him just to take a moment. And as you rightly point out, not just take a moment, but make sure he has the ability to go to town on the bubble tomorrow. Biz can't do much against C-bet on King, Queen 10, does just let it go.
The rich get richer on the outer tables. Maxime Chilot, our chip leader, is just raffle stomping his way through the field. 1.6 million chips now.
Wow.
What a spot to be in. 70 places from the bubble. Also, among the leaders, Boris Angelov, Uri Reichenstein, who we saw on the last feature table, and of course, got to give these next two guys a bit of a mention. Edward the Fifth.
Edward the Fifth is in there.
And someone by the name of Jack Sinclair.
Once came 8th in a poker tournament. Interesting fact about him. Khan raising up Ace King. He's been very patient. It's appeal from Justice with Ace 4 in the big blind, and can you get something going before the break? No, he can't. Queen 7-3. No club.
What do you mean, like?
What does it mean?
Where are you?
Finds a 4 by the river.
Yeah, like how good is it? Like actually, like tourist ways, like classical direction and stuff.
And sometimes they just let Justice Held get there.
Yeah. A little unfortunate. If your man with Ace King.
One more level.
One more level.
He's desperate to get on a feature table, is Jack Sinclair. If our producer is listening, maybe finding his table tomorrow morning. He just wants a bit of exposure, that boy. Just a little bit of limelight, a little bit of recognition. Three, bet him if you dare. Forkhand bag opening up with the ace jack go here in early. Ooh, and held with a very tempting proposition in this ultra deep stack potential pot. Queen 10 suited certainly qualifies. And he will fancy his chances post flop against Beg.
Yeah, Beg's been willing to play.
Tricky one here for Gatsiev. Obviously, you do have the big card king, but it's dominated a lot, and it's just hard to play.
Yep, very wise fold there. Wouldn't mind taking it on heads up, perhaps, but like you say, dominated by the small blind so often. As Beg sees a jack in the window.
Oh, hello.
Interesting one.
You river the queen in the check raise spot?
Okay, thanks.
You river the queen?
Certainly reasonable to come with a check if you're Beg here. Small bet works as well. You can go with small sizing and bet a lot of hands.
Discussing the big pot still.
Held open-ended with that backdoor hearts as well. We see he has the overcard to the jack also. He's going nowhere, but how will he proceed? $52K is the answer. Tough spot for Beg now with second pair.
I mean, won't be going anywhere just yet. Even against a hand like King Jack has obviously some potential to run that hand down, and finds a jack. And a semi-interesting spot, I'd say, because you kind of give Beg fewer Jack X and more King X that continue, right? They've got to bet in the first place on a board that favours the small blind, and then they've got to continue with a call. So,
and you are inclined to give health draws, but also better than one pair hands. So like King Jack.
Yeah.
Jack 7 suited, maybe at a push. Pocket 7s could certainly be in
there.
there.
Pocket 7s is the one that seems to me to make most sense of value. But look at the sizing he's gone for. 2 blinds, 10%.
Yeah, very much trying to buy this river.
Right,
but what a disaster river we know is out there.
And like you just said, it's very hard for Beg to raise with any of those lone jack type hands. Because if you got 3-bet on this turn, given these guys are over 100 blinds deep, it's sheer disaster. So an excellent bet from Held. Really good understanding of how Beg can't even raise with this ace jack. And yeah, just happy to give it up.
Yeah, just shuts it down. It was a...
Now, David, what's our value situation here?
It's dangerous.
Right. It sounds crazy because we've got ace jack on a jack-jack board.
It's dangerous
with no
to
straight,
pursue
no flush.
value.
But it does still feel like the hands just as check raises with on the flop that still want to put chips in by the river are the ones that still beat us. But then our hand's so good, maybe we just have to bet. Maybe you get him to make a crying call with something bizarre. He went very small, 32k, so that's what he's done.
Maybe you bluffed the best hand. Ace high good, I think. Yes? Ace high is good.
Just the ace.
I needed the ace. Huh? I needed the ace. You needed the ace? You think so, but...
You think so, but not so.
I hope ace comes on the river. You think? Oh, I hope. I don't think.
Then I got saved.
Huh?
Then I got saved.
I hope the river is ace.
Certainly does.
And you are... GG.
That's just really another. I keep saying. I feel like I'm on broken record saying another really interesting spot, but it was a fun one.
Oh,
we saw
super interesting.
The turn 10% and the river, like 15%.
I love watching good players play poker. It's so interesting.
And they're so deep, this table.
They really are, especially those two guys.
My turn. Sorry.
Yes.
No.
Clip up. Taking things aerial. Rizzo peeling from the big blind with 7-8 suited. A lovely hand to peel with.
Do we leave the mics? Do we leave the mics or we take them with us?
Bad shape.
Looks like it's the final hand before a break here. David, clip up as the opener. Get to bet this Ace Jack 4 way more liberally than with his Queen Jack here.
This should get the job done. The clipper gonna finally pick up a pot. Not sure he's actually dragged more than one pot in that session, but he has survived that session, which is the most important thing.
You're good. You're safe. You're 15. Yeah.
The boys are just counting down the time. I think everyone left the table.
Ah. Saying you're safe, you're going to win the pot. I'm just making sure we don't have another hand.
10 minutes break, and once you will come back, we're going to play.
I think the emphasis there on they didn't want to start a new hand into a short 10-minute break. They might have been left with no break at all.
Well, as we send them off for their final break of the evening, this will be how things look when we return at the 5k, 10k level. Shahuli will be down to just 9 blinds. A couple of missed opportunities, maybe for that player who've taken aggressive actions up to now. But the story surely has to be, well, I would say the top 2 stacks. Justice Held has kind of made the stack, but almost been under the radar because it has been Beg, Papazian and Razai who are the ones most in action in this table, sat on what is a murderer's row. Before we do go to that break, I just want to ask you, that frame kind of all driven perhaps by the dynamics of those three. What are your thoughts on how those hands played out?
Yeah, obviously Clipper's there. He's still in the mix. We're hoping he gets a spin going. Everyone else is, I think, letting other people lead the action somewhat. For me, Justice Health, he's just clinical. He's cold-blooded. And I am afraid when I'm watching hands that he's playing, not even just being down there. Just as a commentator, I'm scared for everyone else when he's in a pot. Papazian, he's got flair and he's got daring and he plays sort of sexy poker, and we saw it with that 7-8. It could have gone in a very interesting direction. He's obviously one to watch as well, again, driving the action. And I've got a new phrase. I'm going to hit you with a new phrase before I leave the booth today.
Here we go, guys.
I'm calling it beg bet poker.
Ah.
Furkan beg. He likes to play big pots. He likes to stick it in your eye.
Oh.
And what I actually think is really interesting is that kind of play, while a little clunky to some, is actually the antidote to the players who want to play a small whole 3-bet, 4-bet game. It actually does shut them down in an interesting way. So, look, he could end up in a collision of sorts if he runs his king-queen into a willing pocket tens. We have one of the biggest pots we've seen all day. But on the flip side, these guys still tiptoeing around him. They don't really want to clash big stacks against one another.
Certainly not. Well, it is just a few minutes break this time as they condense the day down, mix max going, but it is time, David, to say goodbye to you for the evening. Send you off to the buffet where I know you'll find.
I'll be in the buffet, but I'll be watching. I'll have it up on my phone. I'll be watching every minute. This is too good.
You'll find great joy. We'll be back in just a few short moments. Please do stay with us, and Ali Najad will be jumping in.
Just getting the immediate price, so why not?
Wow.
And there it is.
The ginnest of cards.
Oh, and he's going for the dirty little check raise.
Yeah, the offsuit 7 is the one he was after.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Two of the purest outs.
Hoping that his opponent value tens himself here with the ace kings and ace queens.
And he's got to go big here, right, Gajev, when he bets this one. You really are trying to rep a strong ace, and he does go big, 40 into 55. I like the sizing, although he's not going to like the response. Really trying to blast off the 10x, the 8x, the 5x that may have got past the turn.
How greedy do you go here if you're health? Maybe...
Well, there's a lot of missed draws. The hearts, the clubs, a lot of the straight draws on this kind of rich board have missed.
Oh, he goes for the little look-see. Like he's thinking about it. We know, of course, he's not thinking about it. He knows he's going to do it.
Yeah, I'm thinking like a little 150.
But I like the look-see like that. You think 150?
I like it. I like 150.
I think he might go bigger.
Ooh. Just this old check calling turn. Let's go bigger. Is that 200? Not that it's going to matter here. The full pot raise.
And somewhere else?
Yeah, and I was almost wondering, does Beg ever have leads? And if so, would this be a candidate? A hand we don't really like check calling with. You get to have a lot of Broadway. I'm stretching, of course. I think usually we check these spots, but I'm looking to learn. I'm looking to find new lines.
27 into 62 here, about 45%.
Comes with a call. That gives Papazian all the information he needs to know. Very hard to continue with 7-8 against these two spots.
Yeah, and that sizing, in my mind, maybe Rezai goes a little smaller. Not that I think this is a bad sizing, I actually quite like it. But had he gone smaller, maybe that would have dragged Papazian in. I do like the fold in this instance.
Yeah. Sizing.
He's having a think.
Because he could even go bigger on the flop, given that the small blind peel has all those kind of Broadway combos. You're really targeting the small blind here more than the big blind on that board texture.
Papazian is thinking about this one.
Is he thinking about? No, surely not doing something crazy.
Some evil thoughts?
I mean, it's a very bad hand, but it is the weakest of your hands you want to continue with. And look at this, he is going to do it.
Evil thoughts.
And it unblocks all the straight draws that the small blind can peel with. Has a hand that, like I say, doesn't fare to be good enough to call, but is just the strongest hand he wants to fold. So he uses it as a bluff. Of course, he has all the 2-pair combos here.
Yeah.
Maybe not the king 8 offsuits. Maybe, actually. I don't know. He certainly has the 10-8, the king 10, and the king 8 suiteds. We see Razai here obviously has the really strong ace king, but going to be far wider than that in reality in it. And Beg's going to have a lot of 10x and straight draws that just can't stand this. As it happens, Rapaz has mistimed this somewhat. Razai is sitting around there with a very strong hand, but a hand that is certainly shrinking in his mind.
But you just hate every turn card, so do you just stick it in if you're Razai now?
Oh, that's a big bet though, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's so, because that's the beauty of this bet, is it's really put Razai into that sort of situation. Call and sort of close your eyes and imagine a king coming off on the turn. It's very tough.
Is that the case because you feel like if you call, your opponent's going to give up? So maybe equity denial becomes a priority. Is that what you're saying? Or well, thought call seems more standard because you are going to have some hands.
Now, does this bring Beg in?
Well, it's a big bet, but he is drawing very nutted. I mean, of course, the queen wouldn't give him the nuts, but in effect.
He's having a little double check, make sure that is indeed Jack 9.
Yeah, 85,000 more. It's consideration on a rainbow board.
Yeah, and the queen's got to be good.
Yes.
Against this action now. So you kind of think, I've got 8 clean outs now. Now
Yeah.
they might have one of those cards in their hands.
Neither player has ace jack here. Razai in some crazy world could have it a tiny percentage of the time, but I doubt it.
Needs
Papazian's
85 into 400, so it needs only to be 20%.
Yeah, Papazian.
Obviously, we see he's 29%.
Yeah, Papazian feels sick about this, and
What
and look at this though.
enormous pot we've
If he
got.
did hit the 7 as well, it would be the card that would make Beg the straight.
Well, Papazian must shut down. I think this is abort.
Right, but how much concern does Razai have when it checks to him that Beg's overcalled? Does he just realise that Beg could have Queen Jack and Jack 9 suited, and so would call the 2 bets because of the sizing?
Papazian is just like, what have I created? And can I get out of it?
Or can I get deeper into it? Can I recognise the situation? Can I be up against a king on the button and a draw in the small blind? And just rifle it in?
Yeah, maybe putting the...
It's a very convincing story.
Maybe putting the small blind on the Jack Queen, Jack 9.
Yeah.
Maybe putting Razai on exactly what he has. Or maybe aces.
Yeah.
And decides,
I'm not sure we're done.
Can I do it? Can I pull the trigger?
He unblocks all those hands, right? They're all, those are the most likely scenarios. The scenario he's got himself up against here. Of course, Beg can be trapping. Beg could have a set of 10s maybe. Set of 8s, unlikely. But does the 10s not 3-bet from the small blind? With at least a decent frequency? I think they probably do. I think you're pretty sure Beg's got it. But Razai can of course have kings 10s. Can have king 10. But also has a whole bunch of king X.
You're blocking pocket 8s, but Beg, he can't have 10s or kings. They would have 3-bet
Right, that's what I'm saying. 10's
Yeah.
most likely 3-bet. So
Yeah,
then
yeah,
it
yeah.
calls at some frequency. Kings would 3-bet.
Razai wondering if he can shut this one down.
Yeah, it feels...
It's so weird.
It feels when checked to that we kind of just got to shut this down, do we not? You know Beg's got some equity when he's called twice in the small.
The absence of a flop flush draw making this all the more interesting too.
Yeah, Razai looking back there to see he's got the king of clubs in his hand. That's some relevance. It's one of these I think where Razai has to shove and just hope no one calls. As
Yeah.
stupid as that sounds.
Yeah, no, he's just thinking, well, I'm up against 2 draws that I may get there. I'm also potentially, have ways to get out of dodge if, I don't know, maybe Beg has king 10.
He does say he's happy
Working
just
at
to
it.
see the river. And the river gets Beg there, albeit with clubs on board.
Can't be too worried about clubs, I don't think.
No, and this is interesting because This is if he makes the big bet here, which we assume he will, resides in a horrible spot because he has the king of clubs, so he blocks the only realistic flush. He may put his opponent on a hand like Queen Jack that's now turning into a bluff. The Jack 9 suitors, of course, are possible. I don't think he's expecting to see Jack 9 offsuit.
Well, we consider the possibility.
And a warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino, Spa, anything you want it to be. Beaches, bars, restaurants, buffets, lots of buffets. And I'm very happy to say that Mr. Ahmadinejad has relieved David Lappin as he heads to one of those buffets.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
I thought that you're going to, whether I say yes or no, so let's say
You're
yes.
right. I know we're keeping the same table. Don't need to walk through it. People have seen the chip counts. They've seen the action here. I, too, was soaking it up. Blinds going to 5 and 10,000. Why is it that we always welcome people back warmly?
You want me to welcome them back coldly?
Maybe a steely,
okay,
a frosty welcome back from time to time.
We'll give them
just kind of a, where the hell have you been?
Well, they've been waiting for us to come back, Ollie. We're basically welcoming ourselves back, because let's be honest, the viewers have stayed glued throughout watching the highlights of the last 2 hours, which have been amazing, and that is the reason we're keeping this action-packed, it has to be said, very talkative table as well, Ollie.
I hope they consider it an honor, because it isn't every day that we do this, that we just bring back
Right. I think this is why he's getting many sponsors.
the existing crew.
Very good strategy, I agree.
But when they're giving us the sort of fireworks that these guys have been, why wouldn't we?
Yeah, this has been very, very good table. It's held 850k stack, now dipping below 100 blinds as we are kicking things up to 5k, 10k. He must feel the pauper, aren't we?
I'd say that's still plenty for him to operate off of as he min-raise opens. Queen 10 off suit.
Reside down to just 25 blinds now by virtue of those blinds increasing. But here is the man that had the best of the last frame. Not willing to peel with the 5-3 offsuit. Ali against that raise. I think he might have done that against quite a few players, but maybe against Justice Held, giving a lot of respect, just kicking that to the mark. And maybe perhaps listening to the note that myself and David were trying to stress through that last frame, that perhaps these players on such a highly talented and highly stacked table, with day 3 coming up in just an hour's time, maybe just try and find a bag, get a table tomorrow that's a little softer, a little shallower, and exercise some pressure on that bubble. Butting ahead now doesn't really make that much sense.
Well, there's still a couple of days of poker left. They're in it for the long haul.
Yeah.
So obviously, kind of zooming out and thinking big picture isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah. I thought you were just going to tell me I was a wuss and I should get in there and lock horns.
I mean, I could have also just said that independent of the exchange. Actually, I couldn't. Because you still fly Ryanair.
I don't play Ryanair, Ollie.
Oh, you fly EasyJet, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
I get them mixed up.
I'm an EasyJet Plus
But
card
if
holder.
you can
I'll
fly
have you know.
EasyJet, it's almost like going to boot camp, aviation boot camp. What is that, 28 inches of legroom? I hope at no point that we're looking for a sponsorship from EasyJet here at Merit, because that's, I think I may have poisoned that deal. And they do fly to the island, so.
They do. They fly everywhere.
Probably bad news. All right, I take it back. EasyJet. Queen 6 suited here for Justice Held as he goes to work again, this time from the hijack for account bag, flatting with Jack 10 from the small. Papazian out of the way, heads up to a 60K pot, 8-4 tray, no pair anywhere.
You know, you've got your Lufthansa status.
I really don't.
I've got an EasyJet Plus card.
Do you really?
You know.
God, it's weird the way you're kind of almost bragging about it.
I'm proud.
Let's see how proud Justice Held is here, this Queen 6.
Yeah, it's funny. I just mentioned how Beg had folded the 3-5 off from the big against this man, and maybe alluding to the idea that he kind of wants to play a little bit of avoidance. Not that 3-5 offsuit's a good hand, of course, but then here he is peeling Jack 10 offsuit from the small against the same player, so just goes to show, Ollie, not for the first time, but I don't really know what I'm talking about. One more delicious hour of action with this cast.
Very much so.
Could well be in for a treat. A lot of these players, Ali, itching to bag up their chips and open up their other bag with the Mix Max restarting the moment we finish.
Can you believe
today.
that's even an option? I know you're such a huge fan of it. The more I chewed on it during the break myself, James, the more it became strange that this hadn't been a self-evident evolutionary development of tournament poker. But here, on the island, the good folks at Merit Poker, serving as the bleeding edge of innovation.
I suggested earlier that it's up there with the big blind anti-concept. We could look back on it being that way. I might have overstepped the mark there a little bit. But you get the idea. I think this could be a really, really great idea for
apples and oranges, but great ideas are great ideas.
Yeah, I think it could become the norm.
And for Clipper, he's got an idea with ace-4 suited. Up front, goes to work.
I referenced it as an idea that those who bring their partners along get the evening off. Here's a man who's certainly brought his partner along, Harry Clipper, celebrating the anniversary, winning the warm-up on the day of their anniversary.
Nothing better than having a supportive partner in there that doesn't create contention between you and what it is that you love to do. And as we talked with Ari's coach over at the spa at Royal one afternoon, Gabby, kind of alluded to the fact that the man is very much dedicated, committed to the craft, and obviously his wife was all too happy to watch him navigate his final table on the way to a victory in the warm-up just earlier here at this festival. I suspect we'll be seeing a lot more of Ari Clipper at future festivals as well. He's got Papazian here for the ride. 10-3-3.
Yeah, I saw Papazian having a little think pre-flop with this king-queen off. Not ideal against the under-the-gun open, of course, but it's good enough, and we know that Clipper is
not flush draw,
a lively character.
Love
Papazian, certainly good enough hand to call with the king. You want to keep some weaker in. This flop not ideal, but he does have the king of hearts in his hand. Well, he may be thinking about sticking around for one more. It would be disaster if he did. If he then looks to play those hearts later on. But you are still ahead against a fair few hands here. That size is enticing. 17 into 60. Basically giving us the stare down the lens. Pardon me. Clipper giving us stare down the lens. He does.
Oh yeah, peel here for 17K.
Sorry.
Queen of Hearts would be an issue.
Any heart, I think, could cause damage.
Instead, it's the 8 of clubs on the turn. Total width for Papazian.
Now, actually kind of a fun spot for Clipper. We never want to bet and have to fold equity, Ollie. But it's unlikely we ever get raised here, I think. He just side check it back. And you can make some better ace highs fold. And the only issue here is if we check back and then face a bet, we could end up folding the best hand. And that may be what's about to occur here. Papazian with just the king high does. Oh, he's happy to take king high to showdown. He thinks he's up against some of those weaker high card combos, are we? And
fairly astute.
King high. It was a very
little needle there, perhaps. A jovial one.
Oh, I don't think Papazian's going to be shedding any tears over that sporting post-hand salvo, if we can even call it that. So animated is Ari. Love to see it. Papazian's a character himself, by the way.
Yeah, he's great fun to watch. Both the way he plays and his table talk, Ali. He's trying to dig out some information in quite a few of the hands he's played.
Ashkan Shakoli into the muck.
Huh?
Around to beg the man who's done the damage in the last two levels. Looking down at ace-9 offsuit from the cutoff. And here is the man that's been tussling with him the most, Papazian. Saw him 3-bet fold tens. Yeah, not dissimilar spot. And here he has another good candidate for a 3-bet. And once more, he does make that maneuver. Kind of like the sizing, just under 3XLE with sub 40 big blinds, and it's also cut off the button ranges. They're a lot looser, so it does make sense to go a little wider, a little smaller, pardon me.
Sure.
Beg.
Cheers.
Has options. Again, this is a tough opponent, and a hand that plays very poorly post, but it's not inconceivable he chooses to play ace-9. Papazian doesn't have a huge amount of hands that want to 3-bet get in. You'd expect like the ace-10s and the ace-jacks to probably play as flats. So yeah, he does. Cool. I think removing those little parts of the range, Ollie, can turn this into a call.
Did you see my cards?
Papazian saying, did you see my cards? And this is a great flop for Alex Papazian, as he's got top pair up against middle pair.
Yeah, and the dynamic these two have created.
Right.
This is going to see Papazian potentially win a big pot, because he won't be slowing down on this board as it stands. If it bricks out, and Beg is going to find it very hard to fold. 135k in the pot, and a lot of Beg's hands are going to continue on this King 9-4, albeit rainbow, but all the gut shots here, very likely. So, he does down bet as well, nice. Maybe a realization that there are still a lot of ace highs that don't really want to continue on this board. You do force though as well some of the smaller pairs to continue for this size. Step 1 complete. 225,000 chips reside in the middle of this pot, and it is Papazian with a little over pot behind that's going to be able to get it in over 2, you would think. Need to play with a club.
2 streets, that is, of course. There is plenty of King X in the 3-betting range for Papazian, and obviously Beg needs to be mindful of that, in particular as he holds the ace. You do begin to say, okay, if we're blocking the ace-king, there's a lot of that king-queen, king-jack, Broadway combo stuff that might be targeting our late position open.
But there's not a lot of King X that wants to get stacks in. And like you say, he blocks it with that ace. This is actually going to be a lot of fun. Again, I don't think too much of a decision on this street. Bet size, of course, a decision here. So it looks like he's going to bet around a little under 100k. Is that 76? He's gone small again, setting up a pretty natural river bet of just over half pot. And again, the decision, in my mind, Ali, isn't here. It is on the following street, and perhaps Beg's wondering whether the ace-9 peel was a good idea at this point, because he is feeling the heat.
So uncomfortable, especially because the sizing starts to look like we're being milked.
Yeah,
being on that side of it.
He knows the sizing is just setting up a really easy sort of 60%
exactly
river jam, and you got to start creating the range of hand. Whoa, that I was not expecting. That is a peculiar line.
Well, not only is it peculiar, James, but now it really creates some discomfort for Papazian, who has to be wondering to himself, what am I up against?
It just doesn't make sense for this to be anything super strong there. For all the reasons I mentioned, Papazian's going to be jamming the river pretty wide for value.
And you see him looking over, trying to get a beat on his man.
Yeah, the only argument you can make for Beg jamming here himself for value is to deny some of those backdoor clubs and those gut shots. So he can have some value, but...
Now it makes sense for you to have it, but it's not too much to have.
Well, so once again, no limited players, we are opening a new cash game table, 25-50 on table number 6. We have 5 players ready and sitting. Table start now. Anyone wants to join 25-50, no limited, then presets available.
He was so excited about betting the river here for value with this hand. And now all of a sudden he gets the opportunity to put it on the turn. Doesn't like it, but I think he's going to work this through. And like he says, it doesn't really make sense for you to have it here. He's more like, Beg's more likely to have a hand like Jack 10 of clubs here, I think, than any value hand. Papazian just has a lot of air. So
yeah, he is going to make the call. Obviously doesn't love being all in for his tournament life, calling off with just one pair. You tend to skew away from those situations, not to oversimplify matters, but...
just not enough.
In the river it will be the same thing, but we will see.
And you note that Beg said that the river was already the same thing, indicating that perhaps unimproved he was going to be calling off. So he created fold equity by check jamming here.
300.
Doesn't work out for him, though, as Papazian fades the 9 or the ace. That didn't take long, James.
Monstrous pot. Unsurprised
285.
with the way these two have played. But yeah, Ali, it's funny how you can feel so good about your hand for value like Papazian did there with the king-queen. Can't wait for the brick to come on the river and get to shove for value and feel great. and then your opponent just moves all in.
Absolutely right.
Your whole thought process, you have to start again. You're like, hang on a second, have I completely misconstrued my opponent's range and how they're going to play? Obviously, that's why you take a bit of time. We know sitting here that that wasn't going to make much sense. Papazian was going to make the call. But completely justified in taking his time. And the 800k pot. It's going to make this last 45 minutes very exciting.
Oh. Appetite is plenty.
Totally forget that you are anyways continue playing no matter what happens in this in 30 minutes.
Full on action here. Carmen Series main event coming to you from the Merit Crystal Cove. It is day 2. We have 2 more full days of coverage till we crown our champion in this one. And there are some big names accumulating near the top of the leaderboard. Maxime Chilot is the overall leader in the tournament as things stand. 1.6 million for him.
Praise.
Boris Angelov, Yuri Reichstein up near the top of the counts along with the likes of Jack Sinclair.
Look at this development for Furkan Beg on the heels of having opened an ace-9, called a 3-bet, looking a bit wounded after getting a big bite taken out of him by Papazian. Still can well afford to be active. Has been handed 2 queens, and it is Papazian who has the ace-9.
This is insane. The running theme on this table, Ali, before we even joined them, was that Beg had queens 4 times. He's had them once on our table. This is the 6th time he's had queens, and there's been a lot of back and forth between these two talking about that fact. So
he must be feeling like the deck is trolling him.
Right, and this is just a great spot. You've just not punted off, but kind of deviated a little bit and doubled someone up.
Sure.
And he's got the history of making a huge 4-bet jam early with king-queen offsuit. So to now wake up with a real hand in a spot where Papazian may expect him to get out of line is lovely. Papazian himself, I mean, kind of a garbage hand that he felt like he had to 3-bet, but I think he will respond to the 4-bet in the correct manner in this situation, even though it looks kind of messy. And he's gone huge as well. That's a huge 4-bet, Ali.
280k. Should make quick work of the ace-9, and indeed, Alex.
What do you think I have? Yes.
Here we go.
Let's go.
King, queen.
Queen 5 suited.
No.
Just a simple no.
Nobody knows what I have.
Good rally, huh?
We know what you had.
Sana kapattığım el vardı yine.
Kings. If I were to guess truthfully.
Queen, queen.
Queens.
100%. Seventh time today.
7 times.
7 times.
Crazy stuff. That's how you get.
I should go all in to confuse you. Maybe you call with your sixes or something.
I folded 10s though.
Now?
No,
Yeah, I know.
So how can I call with 6s?
Just as held.
I'm just kidding.
Gonna get
I don't
involved.
like, calling for big steps. I like playing pistol.
Opens to 20K as ace-9 becomes a theme. Razai with the dominated ace-6 suited. Surveys. Lets it go, James. Not interested in participation.
Yeah, 25 blinds deep against a very, very good player.
I was playing to go all in.
Again, he's looking at this table himself thinking, I know I'm going to have an easier table tomorrow. Don't need to be pushing marginal edges against great players.
I changed my mind. I changed the strategy.
Took me many years to tame my ego like that, many hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
To recognize sometimes discretion is the better part. This hand is one we will play though.
Yeah, the better part of the deck.
I like
being
that.
delivered to Ari Clipper on the button.
Ooh, wow.
A jam of 221,000, and this is an issue.
Yeah,
for
Shahuli's.
Ashkan Shakwali.
Is that how we go, Shakwali? Is that it?
Yeah.
I was trying not to say any G's anymore. You petrified me earlier.
That's Turkish. This is Persian.
But yeah, he's had a couple of perhaps missteps, and now finally gets the monster hand in a great
Wow.
situation. And
What he thinks is a great situation is actually an awful one. Is his final 68,000 sails in.
And I like this from Clipper. Just you are going to have some hands that want to jam for 22. Nice to put kings in there as well. Only 3-bet looks so suspicious, especially against under the gun. Justice hasn't been getting crazy out of line. He's probably opening more than
What about you?
the book would say, but not obscenely so.
Oh, instructs.
Clipper is the covering stack and has the better hand.
Checks.
So, Ashkan looking for a hook. And instead, he gets an open-ender here. But, of course, the king's serving as blockers to that straight draw that needs to come in. Or it's the end of the road. Board pairs. And now the king comes off the board, but is replaced by a jack. Still 6 outs, just one time. Is it there?
GG.
No.
Again.
3 of clubs and the GGs are issued.
I think the best play in that hand was by the graphics department, Ollie.
Yeah.
Keeping track of the outs changing.
Sure. Believe that leaves us with 150 runners remaining now here in this second day of our main event at the Merit Carmen Series.
89 will receive compensation. 90, though, Ollie, if you include the bubble draw.
It's my big blind.
That I know you're partly responsible for.
Oh, just copywriting, that's all. The bubble draw is kind of a cool little wrinkle, by the way, for those that aren't aware. Look at Ari. Who loves it more than
Last time
him?
you were always re-raising, now you go all in.
He's tricky.
When you don't go all in, you bluff, huh? Pre-flop.
You can read me.
When I came to the table, like the first 3 times, like within 20 hands, 3 times, even against this guy, you tried pretty hard.
If I have kings, I always shove. So
I can
now
see
you know.
I can see that.
Would it be interesting to be on the...
Yeah, for sure. Maybe it wouldn't have happened, huh?
I'm a mystery teacher, Taylor.
Put it in your notebook. If I shove, it's kings always. Ah, so it was aces.
Who's got a
The
notebook?
other, I raise, I do whatever, but
I actually played with a guy that did keep a notebook. And you'd beat him in a pot, and he'd just whip it out,
I get every
open
round one time aces.
write some things down, close it, put it back in his pocket. And for years, none of us had any clue what was in it. Then one day, left it behind.
Oh.
So we start thumbing through.
Oh, naughty, are we?
But we realize that he's got some sort of hieroglyphic code that he's writing in his notebook. And this was a bit of an odd bird, if I'm being honest. Shout out David Lim from the Bellagio. You know who you are. So nobody could tell what it said in the book. Queen 10 deuce. As Ari's pocket eights from the button. Best hand here.
Yeah, hard to see it that way at the moment. But also hard for Razai to see that having opened +1. A little liberal. Off 24 blinds from +1 on this table, but we admire Heart, are we? And he is going to stab at this. I'm a little surprised. Kind of go with it if we had the ace of spades, but we've got the 9 of spades. He's going to go small. And it's in hope that it's against this kind of hand, the 2-8s to fold, and hard for Held to hold on with bottom pair to this action. So the ace-9 making 2 better hands fold. There's some magic left in this game.
2 overcards to the 2-8s, obviously an issue. So nice follow through there from Daniel Rezai.
So did you take a picture of said notebook and work on decrypting it later on? I mean,
no.
How nosy were we getting?
Felt like he was going to go postal on us when he found out. Like he really, we left it alone.
Everyone's playing a event many years back where someone at the table was doing their best to recreate sort of Hold'em manager and clocking the action of everybody at the table, counting their PFRs and their VPIPs,
okay,
and all the other stats.
You know you're in a bad game, by the way, if someone's doing that.
Yeah.
At least in one seat.
This wasn't a tournament, in fairness, but
oh, you don't really have a choice. Game selection not a part of tournament poker.
Yeah. There's always one way to leave the table.
If you don't like your draw, just punt and then go rebuy. Maybe you'll get a better one. Papazian. Queen 10.
Yeah, again. A little liberal on the from +2, but it's the order of the day. That's a bit harsh, maybe. It's a bit liberal. He has got 80 blinds or 70 blinds.
Happy to take it down.
I asked this question to David. I'm going to ask it to you. What do you think the biggest thing Papazian could hide in his beard is? Because it's a solid beard and it's got nice texture to it. You can see it's not wafery. That can support some weight, Ollie.
I mean, I suppose it wouldn't play, but if you're in a cash game and you move in and then you just kind of sneeze and a 25K chip drops out of your beard onto the rest of your stack, maybe you could hide one of those in there.
Wow.
Just a thought.
Make that thing pay for itself, huh? Although imagine if you couldn't find the 25K later on, just...
I would like to go on record, by the way, as saying that the upside to Papazian making the final table and perhaps even winning this thing, which he's certainly capable of doing,
would be no surprise.
Would be the after party. I want to party with that guy.
Would you receive an invite?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know that I would even need one. I would just kind of follow the trail of euphoria.
Well, look, it's got you this far in life. You actually have
riding coattails.
Leads from the small. Yeah. I jest, Ali. You're a good guy to have around. I'm sure you get an invite. Just throw the ladder down for us
I
when
hope
you're
so.
done.
I would tell you what, I'm a cheap date. Don't do a lot of drinking. And this is going to be a cheap flop as small blind limps. And Razai checks back.
Yeah, I think this is the first hand we've seen blind on blind on this table in the previous 2 hours, and then this final frame. So
one of these queens is not like the other, as Rezai has the Broadway draw and the better kicker.
yeah,
I wouldn't say almost.
pretty easy spot for him thus far. I don't think there's any option, but just the call here with that good second pair. Gadzhiev is gonna probe most flops early on ace queen jack, having limp from the small, not receive the raise behind. You can kind of knock out the strongest of hands, so does have a small advantage on that board. And then, as played, checking makes sense here, but he's certainly not checking and giving up just yet. Or, depending on sizing, he's checking and continuing with some frequency. And wow, Zoe checking back that queen is somewhat surprising because it does fare to be so good, but it does have a gut shot which has materialized.
Indeed, in this 50K pot, as Gadzhiev, who was the day 2 chip, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the chip leader starting today.
This is actually quite fun because Rezai doesn't really have much 10x. If you think about how this is played, Gadzhiev, bet flop, Rezai calls. So if Rezai's got a 10, most of the time he's just going to bet the turn, turning that kind of hand into a bluff with the draw equity he's got.
Yes? Really?
And I mean, if he's got ace 10, he's raising pre-flop. If he's got king 10, he's betting turn as well.
Near the cake.
So this is quite fun. I like the sizing with all that in mind because he doesn't really get to have a straight too often. Well played by both.
Full pot, as Rezai will take it down. Had the best hand regardless. Didn't need to improve, but obviously the nuts is a much easier hand to bet.
Certainly is. Value betting is always a bit nicer than bluffing, Ali. Unless you get the bluff through.
I'm going to be sad to see this band of merry men disbanded.
Yeah.
32 bigs now for Daniel. Still yet to see participation from both Oleg Khan and Mustafa Biz. Khan still card dead. Mustafa also not interested. Here's a hand. Suited ace on the button. We know where this is headed.
Certainly do. Whoa. 30 big jam. Ali.
That's a little reckless, as the range of hands that would be calling you are the ones that have you in pretty bad shape.
And we don't mind action. We don't mind hands peeling when we've got ace-9 suited. That plays very well post-flop in position. Continue a lot of boards. That's interesting. Actually, perhaps just looking for the end of the day. As you said, obviously likely to bag up here in the day with a not unreasonable stack of 300k, but having come in as the chip leader with 800 and something thousand, we'll feel like it's been a bad day at the office.
Rack them up and let's do it again.
Biz, the bounty master, opening up king, queen, but he's going to be in trouble. Just this waking up with ace, king behind. We're playing over 50 big blinds deep here, Ali. There's some avenue here. And
well, these ace kings don't like to make the habit of flatting. It takes such specific circumstances.
yeah, I think he's going to go something in between 70 and 80,000, Ali, just because they're both so deep. Biz is opening fairly early and it has been fairly snug. So you're repping strength against strength. Oh, it's actually gone a little smaller. I wonder if that's an exploit sizing. feel like if you looking at a King Jack offsuit here and 3-betting, it wouldn't be 56k, if I'm being honest.
I mean, you don't necessarily want to see a 4-bet come in behind you with a lot of heat. This is 536k.
Yeah.
In front of Mustafa Biz, a player who, by the way, has been yet to participate in a pot in this frame.
Yeah.
King Queen suited, just too much kit though.
Oh, certainly. When you're getting 3-bet, oh, hello. Hello.
So the baby size 3-bet did induce the 4-bet, James, and you did speculate that that might be the case. Now,
yeah, but
Justice made this
wow,
bet. Is he going to sleep in it? Wow.
Wow, Ollie.
I did not expect that.
All those actions were actions I did not expect to see. The small 3-bet. Not a huge fan of it, but Justice Held obviously has his reasons. And that right there is it. If he gets 4-bet, he's so convinced, because as you say, Biz has been so snug, that Ace-King's an easy mark. Incredible.
9 minutes plus
And the King-Queen suited, Ollie, is the dreamiest hand to peel that 3-bet with.
It's the dreamiest hand to get an Ace-King to fold with.
Well, that's true. I'm very surprised he 4-bet. He 4-bet huge, quickly. Wow.
Still finish when you are big blind, I think.
That's incredible.
It truly is.
The confidence Justice had in how he saw Biz's range, but the snap fold.
Knew what he was going to do.
Incredible to make such a big fold so quickly and be wrong, Ollie. That's what's incredible to me.
The man's not wrong often.
No, that's what I mean. That's why it's so incredible.
But it's so costly too, generally, because equity-wise, Ace-King against King-Queen. For a big pot, you are sitting so pretty.
Well, yeah, if he
with
jams,
position, by the way.
If he jams there, his opponent's folding, he's got 200k more. But, I mean,
Yeah, but
sometimes we get these things wrong, aren't we?
Yeah.
But like you say, it's not often this man does that.
And flatting just would have been obscene?
I think it's... I think there are situations where 3-bet folding Ace-King is fine if you're so sure of your opponent's range, and he obviously is so sure of his opponent's range. He just happens to be wrong, Ollie.
On this occasion.
That's what makes it funny.
So where should I go if I go to Austria?
It was the pace it came in at as well.
Yeah.
It's like next to
36k to see a flop, King Queen suited. That's my route.
Some poker, some gambling, really good restaurants.
Okay.
Wow, what?
And also, like, you can combine.
Another incredible hand from this table. Tom in the chat asking how many in the money. It will be 89 paid. So the bubble will be bursting early on tomorrow. Such is the nature of the short day 1 and short day 2, or shorter day 2. Yeah, not that short, but we have to wrap it up so the guys can jump in their beloved mix max. I believe 48 remain in that. There's at least one mosquito still in the commentary booth.
You know, when I first sat in here, I did get this sense that we weren't alone. Now I've had it verified.
Which stop? Ah, Velvet.
We need an always on camera in here, I think.
Where did he go? There's a
Mysterious.
bizarre number of mosquitoes that work their way into this booth.
Yeah.
This one's got a beat on me.
I'm still coming to terms with the more bizarre situation we saw a minute ago. I'm not sure I'm more surprised by. I think I'm more surprised by the King-Queen 4-bet. King-Queen suit 4-bet is definitely more surprising me than the fold of the Ace-King. I can get on board with the fold of the Ace-King because of the perceived range of your opponent, but that opponent taking King-Queen suited, always the top floor, is very surprising.
Did work out.
Beg. Looking to get involved with 10-7 offsuit from the cutoff. He looks at the clock. It's nearly the end of the day. We don't have to win every pot, Beg.
But we'd like to.
Well, we always like to, Ollie.
Well, you can't win if you don't try.
Yeah, but you don't have to win every pot to win the most amount of money.
This is true. Lessons learned as we work our way up the ladder in our poker careers.
Carmen maybe a little tight with the Jack-7 offsuit fold from the small. Big blind ante in play, but The very, very well.
Any idea how long the buffet is open?
Clipper.
What time is it?
Making a point of that.
In Diamond, it closes at 10.
I thought it's 11.
No, they're gonna keep this one open for poker players. They're gonna keep Crystal open later for poker players.
In Diamond or here?
Here.
Found him.
I don't.
Oh, James, have you been feasted upon by our friend?
You just said hello. I boasted the other day about how they just never seem to bite me. I don't have the blood they like.
Boom. This
But
one's
he didn't
equal
bite me.
opportunity.
He didn't bite. He just nestled. In the saw a safe place to take shelter for a moment.
There is no safe place for a mosquito in my booth.
14 because it's 3.
Ace 5 suited. Might feel safe enough. Mind you, Razai folded an Ace 6 suited not long ago
Like how you know, like that I have like 4 minutes
with a raise in front of him.
you literally know that I was like,
I should have bet on that.
But now, the Ace 5 suited, which is more desirable than the Ace 6 suited.
Yes.
All the way through Ace 9 suited.
And unopened, this one.
Yeah, exactly. Without the raise in front of him, a very different proposition.
But you are right, Ali. Of course, those Ace 5 suited are slightly better than Ace 6 suited. Something that always sounds a little counterintuitive.
Hand number 1.
No.
So we are going to play 3 more hands, and Daniel Razai predicted it. He's running bad, and it would result in him playing the last big blind, and that's the case it will be. Barring a bust fit, of course.
why him? He has enough chips.
No, I feel it.
What do you feel it?
I feel it.
Interesting.
I think everybody has a feeling. You felt that I've been the last one in the big blind. He feels you both collide in the extent. Alexandra, tell us about your feelings.
I said 4 minutes and 3 hands, and it was great.
Hey,
You remember?
you were like...
So have we drawn for the number of hands remaining in the evening, and it came up 3? Is that the idea?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
True grinder.
Yeah?
Poker slave.
Grinder.
Gadzhiev, in one of the final 3 hands, looking down at Ace King.
True addicts.
The Ace 9 resulted in open jam,
Degenerates,
Ali.
aren't we all?
And he's going to do the same thing here. It's almost like he's just had enough of this table.
Players, right? Like,
So I'm over
play,
this.
play,
If you guys want to play a hand with me, it's for all of it. Otherwise, put them in a bag.
300.5. 25.
Well,
See you all tomorrow.
I'll tell you what, the upside to doing this is that you don't force yourself into any post-flop decision making.
And here we go, Papazian, 2 6s.
Who was supposed to collide?
Gonna have to
Me
fold.
and him, or I don't remember.
No, I think now it's over. No, it's not happening.
Not happening.
It would have needed him to be faster.
But what was the prediction?
What was the prediction? Was he's coming for his big blind and they're colliding.
Button is good.
He didn't say who is winning.
Button is good.
Eventually.
What did you pull?
Your day is free tomorrow. We start at 12 o'clock.
Queen jack.
Tomorrow, 12
And
o'clock.
6s.
You had 6s?
We would have fought if he folds.
I don't need this 300 right now. Last 2 hands.
Okay.
An incredible last 3 hours of play here. Setting us up wonderfully, Ali, for the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Moving day tomorrow.
With still plenty of characters in the grab bag of remaining runners here, of which there are currently
I think they
144.
would fit on you pretty good, yeah.
A staggering
Yeah.
2.1 million
Camera, where are
plus
you?
in the prize pool. And might we finally see some participation here from Oleg Khan?
Yeah. 15 blinds are going to find the middle.
I will see in the stream. So, you give this to me?
I can tell you where you can buy it.
Maxim Shilo up to just under 2 million in chips as we move into the final throws of day 2. He's on one of the outer tables, of course.
If we both make the final by express
Clipper,
or
nice
you
fold
want.
with the ace jack.
Wow.
Kind of awkward 15 blinds, and I think Khan has earned some extra fodder.
Yeah. I think that has a lot to do with it.
Last hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Finally.
Time to get
Don't
naughty.
forget, if you don't get involved in the last hand, it's not a shame, and
Yeah.
you can
Just
bust.
let my friend go. Don't touch his big blinds.
Just as held,
I think 95%
defending his
are
button
gonna get
before the
involved.
cards are even dealt.
But there is 5% that someone will.
The other 5% Alexander is pissing on my big blind. Yeah, probably something.
I was actually considering just folding and go before I...
But now you're staying for sure.
Like, leave. Make him comfortable.
Just because I have to eat and they start in 10 minutes, the other thing.
You've got a 10-minute turnaround, Ollie.
I think you're fine. Like, is it like 10, 15? What's
That's
the
going to
time
be a
now?
quick
It's
nibble
not even 10.
at the players'
Yeah.
buffet.
No, I'm fine, but
I guess like
well until they get the bags and everything.
I guess you can believe your players got here and somebody bags your stuff even.
I call that doing the Ivy, Ollie. Stories of him just leaving a lovely little note on top of a chip stack at the World Series and letting the staff figure it out. Doesn't bag his own chips.
This is like on purpose. Even he has 7 loose or shit.
No, I think like he would not open like 7.
Feels dangerous. He's a man that likes to live dangerous. Papazian's not going to feel like there's too much danger afoot here on this last hand of the night where he's open to 20K.
Yeah, all
with
that
pocket
talk about
fives.
raising his eyes blind and then finds a hand that is worthy of raising, but is not one of the most comfortable raisers.
It's my 4th favorite hand.
It does get round to the blinds, which is the feeling he'd like. Oh, no, actually faces this up with King Jack. So it seems like he's been over this table. We saw him open jam Ace 9 suited, saw him open jam Ace King. And now he finds a hand that he certainly wishes to play and does come in with the peel from the small.
Okay, now you're not going to eat. It's your problem. I might need a lot of time for these decisions now.
Was I threatening
food
to
blocking.
prevent Papazian from being able to grab a nibble before he hops in the mix max by tanking?
Poor boy can go eat.
Comes along with the suited connector and flops bottom 2 pair on an ace-high board. Gadzhiev caught in the crossfire from the small blind with King Jack. Does not connect.
Does shut it down though, Ollie. There's certainly a potential to bet this board as the pre-flop raiser. The small blind peel is going to have a lot of these Broadway combos. Big blind gives up a lot, but maybe with 2 5s thinking I probably still have just enough to get to showdown. Can always do a delayed bet as well.
Round of quick knuckles instead as the deuce of diamonds rolls off, and now you see Razai surveying. Declares 80.
Wow, overbets turn on this very draw-heavy board.
You win?
Yeah.
Yes.
No takers in the last hand of the night does go to Daniel Razai.
No, no, rest of you watch TV. No, the rest watch TV.
Don't show.
Well, that is the end of day 2, Ollie. These Warriors will be returning tomorrow at 12.
It is officially in the books.
It's my own fault. I coached him in the break.
That's,
I
of
told
course,
him,
30
"Don't-
minutes
yeah,
behind us.
Don't bet.
Clipper, ever the entertainer, Ollie.
I love it. We're not watching the stream to avoid entertainment, and we are certainly doing our best to keep you entertained as we draw the curtain on day 2 coverage here of the main event from the Merit Poker Carmen series, a $3,300 buy-in that attracted over
865, no, 765, is that right?
760, yeah, at last check. Runners, 2.11 million in the prize pool. A whopping over 360K is awaiting the eventual champion of this. This Furkan Beg will bag alongside Justice Hell. Blinds will be going up to 6 and 12,000 when the boys come back to get at it again tomorrow. But what an entertaining feature table. So much so that for the first time that I can remember, James, we kept them in place for an extra frame of play, and no regrets, obviously, in having done so.
Yeah, certainly not. I was almost slightly cautious that after the crazy first 2 hours that you weren't in the booth for, that maybe they'll slow down for the last hour. Just look to find the bag, find an easier table, but no, they kept locking horns.
Yeah, definitely not. So that will do it for today's coverage. Obviously, we will be back to bring you more from the Merit Poker Carmen Series main event tomorrow. I suspect it'll be a 12 o'clock start here local and then a half-hour delay for the stream, so you definitely want to set your alarm clocks for that. Thank you, as always, for joining us on behalf of everyone here at Merit Poker, the players, the staff, my boy James Dempsey, our man David Lappin, and yours truly, Ali Najad. We say good night, and we will see you tomorrow.